Highlanders' honour.
Written by Barbara Bard and published by Starfall Publications. Book from Highlanders Fighting for Love series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Dartthorn tinged the eastern horizon a bright pink, perhaps hinting at the warm day ahead. Birds chirped from their thickets, rousing with the new sun, darting from the branches like tiny arrows as the cantering horse disturbed them into flight. The mount's grey legs sent pollen from the purple heather up into the light breeze as it crossed the moors of northern England. The horse's rider expertly guided it across a shallow streamlet, leapt a low stone wall, and galloped up the hill. Lady Catrin Waterford, daughter of the Duke of Whitewood, reined in at the top of the hill to glance back. Her escort, 2 of her father's retainers, loped in her wake. But as she demanded they ride a distance behind her to give her some semblance of privacy, they rode nearly a half-mile to her rear. Chirruping to her mount, she cantered down the far side, just as the sun broke over the horizon. She took her left hand off her reins, long enough to cast back the hood of the light cloak she wore against the early dawn's damp chill. Catrin gazed at the sunrise, then closed her eyes and tilted her head back to further feel the strong horse beneath her, the new sun's rays kissing her cheeks. Unfettered, her wild mane of rich auburn hair flew behind her like a war banner. Her gelding stumbled, forcing her to open her eyes. Catrin gasped, her heart hammering in her chest. No fewer than a dozen riders raced towards her, their horses leaping thickets and dodging rocks. Not highwaymen. She observed the familiar brigandines, the heavy 2-handed swords, the stern faces. Scots, armed with bows as well as swords, they called to one another in that despicable dialect of the Scottish Highlands. Fear and anger rushed through her as she hauled on her reins, forcing the grey to slide forward under his momentum, his rear quarters slung low. Wheeling the gelding around, Catrin plunged her heels into his sides, urging him into a full run. Racing up the low-lying hill, she glanced back once, finding the horsemen had spread out in case she changed directions, and closing the distance. Crossing the hill she had just descended, Catrin discovered to her horror that 5 more Scots dashed in to cut her off from her escape. And her guards. "Eh, lads," called one, a tall red-haired man who gestured to the north. "Coot a ofnu." Riders from behind her swept up and to her left, forcing her toward the right, into the direction of the rider who yelled. Even as he closed the distance between them, his red hair flying in the wind, Catrin saw her opening. If she could just nip past him before he reached that rock. Pushing her gelding harder, she raced the Scot, shooting glances at him even as she screamed for help from her guards. She was seconds too late. The red-haired horseman cut in front of her, forcing her gelding to rear or be forced to slam headlong into his black. Catrin grasped for the pommel of her saddle as the grey's hooves climbed high and missed her grip. Unbalanced, she toppled backward over the cantle to hit the ground hard. Her breath knocked from her lungs. She had no air to scream as the Scotsman flung himself from his saddle even before his horse came to a trampling halt. The others circled around her, trotting their horses in a huge milling group, giving her no chance to rise to her feet and run. Seizing her by her arms, the Scot stood her upright, then spun her around. Catrin, despite her inability to draw breath, fought him, trying to pull her hands loose, to kick him, to bite. Her strength was no match for his, and he bound her hands tightly behind her with a tough leather strap. "Gae, lads, chase the lassie's men oof!" 6 of his men, if he was indeed the leader of this band, immediately split away from the group and galloped westward. Catrin knew her father's men-at-arms stood no chance to free her, as grossly outnumbered as they were. Hope of rescue or escape from these foul men died as she fought now to get her breath back. Hope, perhaps, had died within her, but her defiance had not. As the leader turned her to face him, she spat in his face, her spittle smacking him square on his hawk-like nose. Glaring at him, still unable to speak, she expected him to backhand her for her insult. Instead, he grinned. "Ah, lads, seems we ha' here a wee spitfire of a lass," he said, arming her defiance from his face with his sleeve. "I dinna expect a great noble lady to fight so." She studied him as she waited for her breath to return. Tall he was, with broad shoulders and lean, narrow hips. A scar ran from the corner of his left eye down his cheek, yet she never thought she had seen a comelier man. His hazel green eyes stared at her with a hint of admiration, framed by long dark lashes. His smiling lips appeared full and ripe for kissing, and his teeth were pure white, not brown as so many people's were. Slowly air seeped back into Catrin's lungs. "Let me go," she gritted, "or I will have you drawn and quartered by sunset." "Ye will nae be drawin' nor quarterin' nobody, me Lady Catrin," he replied easily, "for ye be halfway to me castle in the Highlands by sunset." Catrin stiffened. "You know who I am?" "Ah, course, me lady, dae ye ken who I be?" "How can I? I have never seen you before in my life." "Then let me introduce myself." He grinned, his merry, hazel-green eyes dancing in his lean face. "I be Ranulf Thorburn, heir to the Laird of Clan Thorburn." She physically felt the blood drain from her flesh. A chill crept into her body. The air left her lungs again in a short whoosh. Fear, no, terror swept through her as she recognised the name. Clan Thorburn, Kyle Thorburn. She did not realise she spoke the name aloud until Ranulf nodded. "Aye, milady, your da did murder me elder brother." "Liar!" she screamed. "Your brother murdered mine and was hanged for it." "Me brother dinna slay yez," he snapped, his scarred face now suffused with rage. "He be innocent, so he were. You'd a murdered him without proof, so he did." "So, you are going to kill me in revenge?" "Revenge, aye," he breathed. "Tay kill ye, I dinna ken yet." "If you kill me, you will be hanged just like your brother." In Sassenach lands, perhaps," he answered, his anger seemingly gone as fast as it appeared. "Nay, north of the border. That be where we be heeded noo." Before Catrin had a chance to answer, his 6 men returned, trotting their horses into the midst of the others. "The Sassenach do run oof, Ranulf," one of them said. "Nae doubt they run for home to gather more to hunters doon." "Aye, lads, we be going," Ranulf said, seizing her by the arm and dragging her toward her grey gelding. The horse now stood quietly with his reins in a clansman's fist. With all the effort he might display in lifting a child, Ranulf picked her up by her waist and planted her in her saddle. Despite the awkwardness of having her hands tied behind her back, she slipped her feet into her stirrups and balanced herself as he took her reins. Leading the grey to his own black, who stood quietly grazing nearby, Ranulf vaulted into his saddle and grinned down at her. "Noo, dinna be thinking to throw yourself off to escape, for then I be tying you cross your saddle, lass. I wouldna wish your pretty face damaged, neither." Nudging his horse into first a trot and then a rolling canter, Ranulf led his band north across the moors, Catrin snugged close beside him. Fear still rampaged through her blood, but she kept it under strict control. If he wanted her dead, he would not have taken the trouble to kidnap her and take her into Scotland. "How did you know where I was?" she asked. Ranulf grinned. "Ah, lass, that be too easy. You ride every morning your day, always keeping your lads behind. You dinna want to be taken, lass. Dinna keep a routine." "I will remember that in the future," Catrin replied dryly. Chuckling, he winked at her. "Ye be a fine, brave lass, ye are, me lady, a warrior." "Free my hands and give me a bow," she replied. "I'll then shoot out your left eye from 300 yards. "Ye be that guide?" Indeed, I am. Beauty, with the skills of a warrior, he said, admiring. I dae be impressed myself. I swear I ne'er seen eyes like yours before. The colour of honey they are. Catrin shrugged. They are eyes like any other. He glanced up and down her body. Skin like fine porcelain, slender as a whip. His gaze travelled over her hair, blowing into tangles from the wind created by their speed. Oh, me lady, I dae swear ye bewitched me with your beauty. I would find it most difficult to slit your throat should I decide to. I am certain that's not difficult for you at all, sir, Catrin replied, as your murdering brother's blood runs in your veins as well. Though she expected a burst of rage from him and braced herself, she felt almost disappointed when he simply eyed her sidelong and shrugged. Just as your murdering da's blood run in you. Tempted to ask him how he can be so certain his brother did not murder hers, Catrin kept her mouth closed and gazed around her. The sun rose higher in the sky, warming the morning as larks and sparrows, disturbed from their nests in the thickets, flew up with frightened chirps. A doe bounded away from their menace on stick-like legs and light hooves as Ranulf's men behind her spoke of chasing it. Walking and trotting their horses by turn to spare them, they travelled onward, ever north, avoiding villages and people. Catrin knew they were still on her father's lands, but could think of no means of escaping Ranulf and his men. Her father, the powerful Duke of Whitewood, no doubt knew by now she had been taken by brigands, and would even now be on her trail with 100 men at arms. Yet, despite this knowledge, her heart sank. Her father was not a robust or well man. He could not ride far, and whenever he was forced to travel, would take a carriage in very slow stages. While he may force himself to hunt down his daughter's kidnappers, he could not cross the border into Scotland without risking a war. Tension between the two countries remained high, and it would take the mere tiniest of sparks to ignite the flames of war. Donal. Ranulf stood in his stirrups and half-turned, shouting down the line of men, Ride back! Watch your back trail! Sitting in his saddle again, he grinned at Catrin. Wouldn't they want you to sneak in up behind us? No, would we? No, of course not, she replied, her tone caustic. You might get hanged, like your brother. Once again, she underestimated his sense of humour. He chuckled, refusing to rise to her bait. She studied him unobtrusively, wondering what sort of man permits himself to be insulted without becoming angry. One who knows what insults are deadly and those that are not. For the first time since her brother was slain, she considered what it meant for Kyle Thorburn's family when he died. What do you know of what happened that day? She asked Ranulf. His brow lifted as he glanced at her. When your brother died? Yes. Before he could answer, the thunder of hooves sounded from behind them. Ranulf, Duke's men, a few miles behind. Catrin smiled. Did I not tell you so? Perhaps if you give up now, my father will be merciful. Ah, lass, Ranulf said, putting spurs to his black horse. Your da is nae match for your coursers. Striking a fast gallop over the moors, crossing small streams, Ranulf led his band, keeping Catrin's horse tight to his leg further and further north. Despair filled her as she twisted in the saddle, trying to see her father's men riding hard behind. If we cross into Scotland, I am dead. She had heard the tales and legends of what the Scots did to their captives. Torture, rape, a slow and agonizing death awaited those unlucky enough to fall into the hands of these savages. While Ranulf seemed more civilized, she knew his need for revenge would not rest until he slaked his thirst in her blood. Chapter 2. Exhausted, sweating, his aching joints unable to keep him upright in the saddle, Henry Waterford, the 3rd Duke of Whitewood, reined in his horse at the top of a hill. His men-at-arms also halted their horses, a long line of mounted men trailing behind. Panting, He waved for the commander of his soldiers, Sir Alban Howard, to ride up beside him. "Your Grace," Sir Alban said, bowing in the saddle. "Are you well?" "No, I bloody well am not," he snapped, trying to catch his breath. "Ride on, catch the bloody buggers who took Catrin. I am only slowing you down." Reining his horse back down the hill, Henry watched as Sir Alban organised a guard of 10 to remain with him, then shouted for the rest to follow him. Hooves thundered over the moors as the mass of mounted retainers galloped over the hilltop and rode north. Lifting his leg over the cantle, Henry almost fell from his horse, even as one of his men dismounted to help him. With his hand on the sturdy man's shoulder, he limped over to a nearby rock to sit down. "Water," he gasped. Hurrying to his saddle, the man-at-arms lifted his leather water bottle down from his pommel, then brought it back to his duke. Henry drank the cool water down, feeling a little strength return to his body. However, the pain in his joints failed to recede, even off the horse, and his exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. "Bloody cowards," he muttered, his weakened body trembling. "You will not escape with her. Oh, Catrin." Still swamped by grief at the brutal death of his son Henry, the Duke could not imagine losing Catrin too. Still, if the thieving cowards crossed into Scotland, he knew the odds of never seeing her again rose to incredible proportions. The Scots, all of them ruthless and bloodthirsty bastards, would no doubt take their time in killing her. He was certain who was behind this atrocity: the Thorburn clan. He glanced up at the sun. Nearly noon. He had assembled his soldiers the instant her guard returned to report Lady Catrin had been taken by Scottish arms men, and ordered her bodyguards imprisoned. When he had time, he would deal with them. "Bloody cowards," he repeated, thinking of the men who failed to keep his daughter safe. Mentally planning their very painful execution, he watched the north, waiting, praying, hoping to see Sir Alban riding back triumphant. Catrin returned, the Scots slain. Hours passed as he sweated under the torturous sun, nibbling on travel rations from his saddlebags. Henry watched and waited. His men lounged near their mounts, keeping a wary eye on the moors around them, while talking in low tones. At last, he heard the sound of galloping hooves and stood, his backside aching from the hard rock he sat upon. Hopeful, he searched the band of riders, expecting to see Catrin among them. She was not. Sir Alban reined in and dismounted to bow. "Your Grace, the villains crossed the border with Lady Catrin. We dared not follow." Henry cursed bitterly. "They will kill her now." "Perhaps not. Ranulf Thorburn is said to be an honourable man. He may not have taken her to kill her, but to keep her from you. If he wanted his revenge by her death, why did he not kill her when he caught her?" A tendril of hope wormed its way into the Duke's heart. "Perhaps you are right. If you are, there may be ways I can get her back." "Exactly, Your Grace." Henry limped toward his horse. "Help me up." Sir Alban bent and laced his fingers together, offering them as a stirrup for the Duke to step into. Once he had his liege lord's weight in them, he heaved the Duke up and into his saddle. Henry sat atop his mount, breathing hard, his eyes closed. "Your Grace," Sir Alban said, his tone uneasy, worried. "Perhaps we should construct a litter for you?" Henry's eyes opened. "No, my friend, I will be all right. Let us return to the castle." Vaulting into his own saddle, Sir Alban rode at his liege's side. His horse, already tired, was happy to make a slower pace. Henry felt his eyes on him, his hand ready to steady the Duke as they rode should he need it. The soldiers rode in a long line behind them, their usual chatter quiet and subdued. "Are you going to execute those men, Your Grace?" Sir Alban asked. Henry eyed him sidelong, breathing hard, sweating. "Should I not?" They were outnumbered, at least 15 to 2, Sir Alban said. Had they rushed into battle for Lady Catrin, they would have died. She still would have been kidnapped, and you would not now know what happened to her. So, you are asking me to spare them. They ran like cowards. So would any sensible man when faced with such odds stacked against them. Would you? Sir Alban grinned. Faster than they did. Henry grunted. You have never run from a fight in your life. All I am saying is that they do not deserve to be executed for this, Sir Alban went on. Demote them, punish them, but do not kill them. I know those two. They are loyal to their bones, and if I know Lady Catrin, she commanded they ride at a distance from her. Henry cursed under his breath. I have told her hundreds of times to stop that idiotic behaviour. The men are there to protect her, and if they are not, they cannot do their jobs. Precisely my point, Your Grace, Sir Alban said. So, you are diverting my rage so I do not execute them. Is that it? Is it working? Bloody hell, yes. Consider me diverted. You dole out whatever suitable punishment you believe they deserve. Thank you, Your Grace. Full night had fallen by the time Henry, Sir Alban, and the soldiers returned to his castle, Castle Linfield. Dogs barked from their kennels as they trotted into the bailey, grooms and pages rushing out to take horses from Henry and Sir Alban. Henry kept the groan behind his clenched teeth as he slid down from his saddle. He held on to Sir Alban with a tight grip, even as the knight shouted for Henry's personal physician. Your Grace, perhaps we can carry you. Shaking his head, Henry grimly limped across the rush and straw-strewn bailey toward the postern doors, his men unsaddling their mounts and leading them into the stables to care for them. Servants in plain homespun wool bowed him through into the castle, waiting to serve him his supper or pour his wine. Torches flared in sconces as he carefully made his way up the stairs to his chambers, leaning heavily on Sir Alban's arm. His personal manservant, James Irwin, helped him to undress and slide under the covers of his bed. Henry sighed, his eyes shut, wondering if he had strength enough to eat. As his physician hurried in and Sir Alban bowed, planning to leave, Henry grasped the knight's arm, restraining him. Opening his eyes, he looked up. In the town of Linfield there is a tavern. It is called the Lucky Hog. Dreadful sort of place. And find a man who goes by the name of Black Charlie, Henry said, his voice trembling with exhaustion and pain. He frequents there. Come morning, I want to see him. Sir Alban frowned. I think I know what you are planning, Your Grace. Are you sure asking the help of brigands is a wise thing to do? There are other ways we can get Lady Catrin back rather than use those black hearts. They can cross into Scotland, Henry replied wearily. He closed his eyes. I cannot. They can kill Thorburn and bring Catrin back to me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After sleeping with the aid of one of his physician's tinctures, Henry felt stronger and rose from his bed well after dawn. Though still shaky and his joints still feeling as though sand had gotten into them, he broke his fast with a hearty appetite. Upon asking, he learned that Sir Alban had left for the town of Linfield and had not yet returned. Most excellent. Send him here to my quarters the instant he returns. The sun shone bright and warm through his windows as Henry sat in a chair in the midst of the rays, soaking them up and feeling the pain in his joints ease. Wearing a loose robe over his dressing gown, he dozed, waking occasionally to glance out the window and into the bailey below. Thus, he happened to observe Sir Alban returning with a tall, lanky man in a black cloak with the hood obscuring his face. The man in black rode a bay as rangy as himself. "James!" Henry called. "I must get dressed." Freshly washed and dressed, Henry returned to his chair by the window. He did not wait long. Within minutes, his manservant returned to announce Sir Alban. "Bring them in." Henry stood, albeit shakily, his hands behind his back to hide their tremor. wearing his black and silver tunic embossed with his coat of arms, hose and his sword and a dagger in their sheaths. He watched as Sir Alban and Black Charlie arrived to bow low. "Your Grace," Sir Alban intoned formally, "Black Charlie is here at your request." The tall man flipped back the hood of his long cloak. "Your Grace," he said with a tight smile, "it has been a long time since we met last." Though he was a criminal and a blackguard, Charlie spoke with the accent and intonations of an aristocrat. Henry always suspected he was the second or third son of a nobleman who eschewed the more respectable means of making a living. A short, puckered scar lay across his left cheek. His shaggy black hair tumbled over his shoulders and brow. Bright blue eyes gleamed from his swarthy face, while his insolent half-smile remained in place. "Yes, it has," Henry replied, keeping his tone neutral. "I wish to engage your services, Master Charlie." "Would you, now?" He stroked his short dark beard as he paced slowly around the chamber, eyeing the tapestries as though evaluating their worth. "I must tell you, my prices have gone up. Too many expenditures." When Sir Alban's face darkened and he would have ordered the brigand to stand motionless and face the Duke with proper respect, Henry gestured for him to remain still. "This task I have for you will pay quite handsomely, I assure you." Charlie stopped and faced him. "What is the task, if I may inquire? You might recall that the higher the danger levels, the higher the cost." Henry curled his lip. "I remember. My daughter, the Lady Catrin, has been kidnapped by Scotsmen. I want her back." Charlie whistled low. "This will cost you, indeed." His hands still clasped behind his back, Henry paced slowly around the brigand. "I want my daughter returned to me unharmed, untouched, and her kidnapper slain. You will bring me his head as proof. For all this, I am willing to pay you 100 gold crowns. Who took her?" "Ranulf Thorburn." Charlie's eyes widened. He stroked his beard, watching Henry as he paced. "That will not be easy. He is the clan Laird now that the old one renounced his chieftainship. That is why I am paying you more than triple your usual rates." Henry noticed Sir Alban's brows hike at his statement, and knew the knight wondered how a duke would know the brigand so intimately. "Will you undertake this task, or shall I find another?" Charlie stiffened. "I will do it, your grace, for twice that." Henry gestured for him to leave. "Thank you for your visit. I know of several others who will leap at this chance to earn 100 crowns. Charlie did not move, and his blue eyes glittered with something akin to hate. "You asked me here first because you know I am the best, Duke. No one else can get your daughter back with Thorburn's head on a pike." Henry merely stood, waiting, patient, knowing his man and his greed. Charlie would pay his men a single crown each and hoard the rest, making him a very rich man. 100, he said slowly, his eyes never leaving Charlie's. "Another 25 as a bonus if you return her within the week." "Done!" Charlie spat on the palm of his right hand and held it out. Henry spat on his own, and the two clasped hands. "Ride hard and fast," Henry said. "I have no idea how long Thorburn might keep her alive." "She may be dead already," Charlie commented, his tone dry. "If so, you receive nothing. Now go." Dismissed, Charlie offered a short, sardonic bow, then spun on his heel and left the chamber. Henry walked to the window, staring down. Within several minutes, Charlie reappeared, his hood covering his head. Mounting his horse, he galloped out of the bailey and down the hill to vanish. "Your Grace," Sir Alban said, standing beside him to also stare down, "I understand why you are doing this, but are you certain this is the only way?" "For Ranulf to die and Catrin to return, yes," Henry replied, his voice soft. "He could keep her for a while before killing her, or torture her, rape her. I must get her home before that happens, Sir Alban. She is all I have left. Chapter 3. Stars glittered in the night sky as a wolf howled far away across the moors. Ranulf cocked his head at the sound, the heat of the fire licking his face and hands, and glanced at his captive. Lady Catrin sat on the ground, her legs crossed, her hands bound in front of her and resting in her lap. She made no indication the beast's howling disturbed her, her gaze on the fire reflective as though pondering philosophy. By long habit, Ranulf stood to inspect the area around their camp, gazing past the small ring of campfires to the darkness beyond. 2 of his clansmen stood watch several hundred paces away, their vision unimpeded by the firelight as they stared outward. He stiffened at the sound of hoofbeats trotting toward the camp, but when the watchman gave the newcomer no challenge, he relaxed. Only dimly lit by the campfires, his closest friend, Aswin Campbell, entered the camp and dismounted at the horse lines. That told Ranulf he had found nothing important in his ride back toward the English border. He would care for his courser before reporting to Ranulf. Ranulf sat back down, observing Lady Catrin watching him. "You'd best get your rest, me lady," he said. "We do be having a long ride on the morrow." She shook her head, her rich auburn locks tumbling over her shoulders to her hips, glowing a deep red in the light of the fire. "How can I sleep when you will likely murder me the moment I do?" "Hood, I wanted you dead, lassie. I ha' already done the deed. I nae need to wait until you're sleeping." "But you are planning to kill me, are you not? Why do you not just get it over with?" Ranulf gazed at the flickering flames. "Revenge do be a twisty road to follow. I ha' nae wish to slay ye, but someone must pay for me brother's death. Your da took me brother, so I took his daughter." Catrin also gazed into the fire, nibbling her lower lip. "What do you know of what happened? I mean, you were not there, so how do you know your brother is innocent?"
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"'Cause I know me brother," Ranulf answered simply. "He canny murder in cold blood, lassie. Aye, he went sooth to raid your da's cattle, but dinna." "How do you know? Raiding cattle is also a hanging offence in England." His friends do return with news of what happened. "Me brother never raided the cattle, never met your brother. He be in the town of Linfield when your brother's body be found atone the moors. Your da seized him, hanged him without proof 'cause he be a Scot, and me da's heir." "My father would not hang a man without evidence." Ranulf's brow rose. "And your da canny be hasty in the heat o' grief. My da lies abed, a broken man, 'cause his son and heir be hanged by a Sassenach duke. Kyle be a guide man, a man o' honour, who would nae murder for nae reason, ne'er in cold blood. 'Tis said your brother was killed with ne'er a fight, his throat slit." Catrin nodded. "Yes, that much is true. He was in Linfield and was heard quarrelling with a man. Then he vanished, and his body found on the moors the next day." "And you'd ha' blamed me brother," Ranulf went on. "Kyle wouldna kill over a quarrel, lass. Even if he was insulted? Enraged?" "Aye," Ranulf said, his tone neutral, "in an open battle with plenty of witnesses." Aswin returned from the darkness, offering his laird a quick half-salute. "The Sassenach turned back at the border, Ranulf," he said, squatting on his heels at the fire. He offered Catrin a respectful nod of greeting and went on, "And I saw nothing else to concern us." "Good lad," Ranulf replied, clapping him on the arm. "We must get our rest this night, as we had a longish ride on the morrow." Rising from his squatted position, Aswin nodded and saluted again. then went to another fire where he had set his blankets. All around the fires the clansmen rolled themselves into theirs, their snores resounding through the darkness. Ranulf tossed more wood on his fire, sparks rising on the smoke. Picking up a rope, he went to Catrin. "Forgive the necessity, milady," he said, "but I must be tying your ankles. I would nae want ye roaming about the moors without me." "That is hardly necessary," Catrin protested. "You have men on guard, so how far can I go without being seen?" Ranulf gazed down at her. "I wish, so I dae, that I can trust ye nae tae run. But ye be a clever and brave lass, and I cannae take the chance ye will escape me." Kneeling beside her, he gestured for her feet. Casting him a glare, Catrin unfolded her legs and permitted him to lash her ankles together. "That would take ye a long while to undo," he said, stepping back and retrieving thick wool blankets. "Ye cannae accomplish it without waking me." He lay a blanket on the ground and encouraged her to lie on it. When she complied, he covered her with the other. Catrin folded her arms under her head, watching him as he walked back to his side of the fire and sat down. "Why are you being kind to me?" she asked. "I dinna make war on women's and bairns," he answered, his voice quiet. "It not be your fault, ye'd be a murdering scoundrel, and I dinna wish ye harm, unless I must." "So, you will be kind to me until it is time to torture and kill me?" Catrin said, her voice dripping ice. "Is that it? Ne'er torture. Kill, perhaps, if I must. But should I need to do that, then I be merciful." "I had no idea Scotsmen had anything remotely akin to mercy." Ranulf rolled himself into his pallet of blankets, then propped his head up on his arm, gazing across the fire at her with sorrow. "Ach, lassie, there be so much ye might learn about us Scots that ye dinna know. Just remember, ye Sassenach people be as bloodthirsty and unmerciful as any heathen. Rest ye well this night." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning dawned, but without the warm sunlight of the previous day. The freshening wind over the moors hinted at rain to follow, and the low, misty clouds hung over the taller peaks. After a cold breakfast of dried meat, apples, cheese, and hard black bread, Ranulf set Lady Catrin in her saddle. Rather than roll her blankets and tie them to her cantle, he threw one over her shoulders and tucked it around her. She gazed down at him with questioning, honey-brown eyes, but did not speak to thank him. His clansmen saddled their horses while chewing their food, tossing bawdy jokes to one another, and kicked dirt over the fires. Thus, just after dawn, Ranulf vaulted atop his own horse, and pulled Catrin's grey in beside him. Whether due to the dreary morning or her animosity toward him, she refused to speak even as he tried to make conversation. The morning waned into early afternoon when one of his two outriders, riding a few miles ahead, returned to the group at a gallop. Ranulf lifted his fist to his men behind to halt, recognising that trouble lay ahead of them. Catrin said nothing, her bound hands holding the blanket tightly around her. Dark circles under her eyes spoke of a sleepless night, and her rich hair hung lank around her shoulders. The outrider, Neil, reined in sharply, his mount's jaws opening in protest under his haul on the bit. "A band of riders, Ranulf," he said, saluting. 7 of them." "Did ye see a banner?" Ranulf asked. "Who might they be?" "I cannae be certain, but I think the leader be the Sassenach Earl of Hargrove." Ranulf glanced at Catrin in time to see her stiffen. "Where be Lundy?" "Watchin'," he answered. "Hiding about 2 miles ahead." "Show us." Keeping Catrin's grey snugged close to his knee, Ranulf picked up the pace, striking a heavy canter. Catrin held on to the pommel of her saddle, the wind of their passing whipping her hair behind her. Ranulf thought to question her about what she knew of Gilbert Mulvaney, the Earl of Hargrove, but decided against it. What he knew about the man was enough to know he was dangerous and treacherous, even for a Sassenach. Ranulf recalled his own encounters with the Earl. The past year, he had raided the Earl's estate and stolen a small herd of fine breeding horses. Predictably enraged, Gilbert Mulvaney gave chase, but Ranulf hid them in the Highland moors under the protection of a few loyal clansmen. Gilbert, unable to prove it was Ranulf who took them, gave up after his 6 legal days of trying to find them. Yet, not after threatening to slay every Thorburn clansman in Scotland. The second came at a higher cost, when, a few months after his prized horses were stolen, Gilbert and a band of his retainers attacked as Ranulf and his brother Kyle rode toward their home, Dorford Castle. Gilbert gave no warning, and Ranulf and Kyle were caught off guard. But they fought hard, and sent Gilbert packing with a deep wound in his shoulder and 3 dead men behind him. "This might get bloody," Ranulf told Catrin as they approached the spot where his man Lundy sat his horse and watched northeast. Catrin said nothing as Ranulf signalled for Aswin to ride up alongside him. Though he pitched his voice low, he knew she could hear him easily. "Guard Lady Catrin with your life, Aswin," he said. "If there be fighting, keep her safe. Do you hear?" "I will. And if I be killed, take her home to her da." At that last order, Catrin looked at him. Her lips parted. Ranulf gave her a grin and a shrug. "If I be slain, lassie, me revenge dies with me." Handing the rein of the grey gelding to Aswin, Ranulf nudged his horse up the short incline to where Lundy still sat, watching as the riders in the distance trotted closer. His clansman glanced at him, then jerked his chin at the approaching band. "Gilbert, a huss for Hargrove." Sure enough, as Ranulf peered closer, he recognised the Earl on a flashy piebald. Even if the Earl's face was yet indistinct, the horse was not. He half turned in his saddle. "Donal, stay where Oswin and the lady. The rest of ye come with me." Nudging his black gelding into a canter down the small hill, his band behind him, he closed the distance. Gilbert of Hargrove slowed his pace, his fist raised to also halt his retainers. Ranulf loosened his sword in its sheath, tensing himself for a fight. While he hoped such might be avoided, he also knew Gilbert looked for trouble the way a bear searched for berries. "Ah, so it is you, Thorburn," Gilbert called as he reined his horse in 100 yards away from Ranulf and his clansmen. "Been south of the border stealing horses again? Ye been ambushing innocent Scots again, Hargrove?" "There is no such thing as an innocent Scot." Wearing light chainmail, with a tunic embossed with his emblem on the chest, Gilbert sat squat in his saddle. Not a tall man, he was nonetheless broad-chested and a natural fighter. His short blonde hair seemed to have defied a comb and stuck up in all directions, while his heavily beringed right hand rested on his sword hilt. Sunken blue eyes glared hard at Ranulf, his lips thin to bare his teeth. "I outnumber ye, Hargrove," Ranulf said. "Remember your foolishness, and ye be on me turf ne'er your own. I am nae looking for a fight, but I be giving ye a guide one if ye dinna give me the road." Gilbert sneered. "I am an earl. You give me the road." Ranulf chuckled. "I am a laird, an earl and clan chief. Ye wish to spend the day tossing titles about? Ye be in Scotland, ye stonking shite, and Sassenach give way to Scotsmen." Gilbert's face darkened with rage. "How dare you insult me, you insolent ass!" His gaze flicked past Ranulf, and his eyes widened. His jaw went slack. "That is Lady Catrin Waterford," he said. "Just what is Whitewood's daughter doing with the likes of you? That be none o' your business." "You kidnapped her." Ranulf shrugged lazily, grinning. "Not much you can do about it either." "Like hell," Gilbert snarled, yanking his sword from its sheath. "I will kill you and take her home, you bastard." "Ah, man, me parents be wed before the Archbishop." With a screaming challenge, Gilbert kicked his piebald into a gallop. his sword held over his head with both hands. His 6 men, swords high, charged forward on his heels, yelling for all they were worth. Ranulf drew his own and spurred his horse into a run. "Wi' me, lads!" he yelled. "For Scotland!" His men, in a tight bunch behind him and to either side, screamed their own battle cries as Ranulf made Gilbert his target. His black horse, battle-trained and experienced, answered to his knees. When Gilbert's piebald was within 3 strides of him, the black reared, striking at the other horse's head and neck with hooves and teeth. Forced to the side, the piebald slipped, stumbling as Ranulf's sword struck Gilbert's. All around him, his clansmen engaged Gilbert's retainers, striking against swords and shields, slicing at faces and necks, driving past their guard, hacking and stabbing. Gritting his teeth in a feral snarl, Ranulf hewed at Gilbert, beating at his sword in hard, fast strokes, wearing the other man down. He forced his blade past his enemies, slicing into the mail covering Gilbert's shoulder. Crying out in pain and rage, Gilbert's riposte forced Ranulf's blade aside, and he lunged forward. Ranulf spurred his horse into a sideways dance, and the sword missed. Knocking it aside, Ranulf whipped his sword in a 2-handed arc while at the same time squeezing his knees. The gelding climbed high, hooves lashing at the piebald. Gilbert's mount tried to duck away but was not quick enough. The flat of Ranulf's blade struck Gilbert across his shoulders, knocking him from his saddle. He lost his grip on his sword as he fell, tumbling headlong into the heather and rocks of the moors. Leaping from his own, Ranulf planted his foot on Gilbert's chest, the tip of his sword at his throat. Gilbert, his mouth twisted in pain and rage, glared up at him panting. Glancing around, Ranulf found his clansmen all still mounted, swarming over the last 2 of Gilbert's men. 4 lay on the ground, bleeding from rents in their mail, gore oozing from 2 slit throats. 2 others lay on the ground, moaning, holding their bleeding heads as clansmen eyed them sourly. Ian spat on one of them. "Hold!" Ranulf bellowed. "Your Laird be doon. Give up your arms." The 2 Sassenach retainers instantly threw their swords to the ground and held up their hands in surrender. Herding them like sheep, Ranulf's men drove them toward the others on the ground. There, they kept them hedged in by their sweating mounts as the 2 injured men tried to rise. Ranulf grinned down at Gilbert. "Nay, tell me your plans to take the lassie from me custody, laddie." Gilbert squirmed, glaring, but made no other move with the sword nicking the flesh of his throat. "You will start a war, you stupid fool." "'Tis the lassie's da to start it," Ranulf replied, "when he did murder me brother." "Your brother was a cold-blooded killer." "Nay," Ranulf said, his voice cold as his sword dug deeper into Gilbert's skin. A thin trickle of blood streamed from his throat to pool on the soil beneath him. "Ye best be watching your tongue, lad, else me blade might just slip. Ye dinna wish that, for you have another mouth just sooth of the first. Killing me will not change the facts." "Perhaps nay," Ranulf admitted, leaning over his victim. "However, it will gie me satisfaction to kill ye for insulting me brother's blessed memory." Shutting his teeth, Gilbert glared up. "If you are going to kill me, then get it done with." "Ah, but I be enjoying the sight o' ye squirming under me boot. Ranulf." Glancing up, he found Aswin and Donal, Catrin between them, riding up close. "We must be riding," Aswin said. "Either kill him or leave him be." Nodding, Ranulf stepped off Gilbert's chest. "Word o' advice, Hargrove," he said. "Keep your arse sooth o' the border." Before Gilbert could rise, Ranulf reversed his blade and hit him hard on the side of his head with the hilt of his sword. His eyes rolling back into his skull, Gilbert sank back to the soil, unconscious. "Ye be right, lad," Ranulf remarked, stepping away from the man on the ground. "We need tae ride." Feeling Catrin's honey-brown eyes on him, Ranulf sheathed his sword, then caught his black gelding. Swinging up into his saddle, he eyed her sidelong as he took back the reins of her grey. His clansmen reined their horses away from the wounded men, and the retainers still mounted. They, with swift, worried glances at the Scotsmen, jumped down from their horses and hurried to their liege lord. "He be just fine," Ranulf told them, nudging his horse into a walk past them. Catrin once more at his knee. "Care for your chums, nay." Breaking into a swift trot, Ranulf glanced behind, checking his men over for any obvious wounds. Satisfied his clansmen had few, if any, injuries, he glanced at Catrin and found her still watching him. "Why did you not kill him?" she asked. Ranulf shrugged. "I beat him, humiliated him. 'Tis enough. If I kill him, his blood kin can declare a feud." "I see." Expecting more from her than that, he eyed her curiously. "You dinna wish me to nae kill him?" "I never said that. I simply thought all Scots were murderers and thieves." "And no." "You are all still murderers and thieves as far as I am concerned." Ranulf guffawed. "Ah, lassie, you must spend a bit of time in the Highlands. Such beauty to behold, the lochs and streams, the grazing sheep, the tall mountains. My people love this land and are willing to die to keep it free from Sassenach rule. If that makes us murderers, then we are." Catrin shunted her eyes from his and stared straight ahead as Ranulf nudged his horse into a canter. "Then, perhaps all Scotsmen should die." Chapter 4. Castle Dorford stood upon a tall hill overlooking a broad lake, a line of hills guarding its rear. Though not a warrior, Catrin immediately saw the advantages of its position in war. No enemy could approach unseen, and the rocky pinnacle made capturing it a near impossibility. Ranulf reined in atop a hill, the castle appearing misty from the distance. Despite her emotional depression and feeling of hopelessness, she found the region stunningly beautiful. "Home!" Catrin glanced at her captor, who gazed at the distant castle with pride and reverence. As though feeling her eyes on him, Ranulf glanced down at her. "Yes, as well, lassie." "This will never be my home," she replied tartly. "A prison, perhaps." He shrugged. "Call it what you will, but here ye remain for the time being." The drawbridge across the wide moat stood lowered, and the horses' hooves clopped hollowly on the wood as they passed under the barbican and into the bailey. Much like her father's bailey, it was filled with activity. Chickens ran underfoot, pecking and scratching in the rushes. Dogs ran loose, barking as women washed clothes and children chased one another. Wagons filled with hay stood near the stables, while men-at-arms practiced their sword fighting. Grooms ran from the barns to take his and Catrin's mounts, while his men dismounted and led theirs inside. Ranulf helped Catrin down from her gelding and pulled his dagger from its sheath. With a single stroke, he cut the leather straps binding her hands together. "Do you expect me to thank you?" she asked, rubbing her wrists to ease the pain. "Nay, lass," he replied, nodding to the grooms who took their horses and led them away. "I expect nothing from ye save your scorn, but ye will be well treated here, my word, own it." Taking her by the arm, not hard, or with a tight grip, he steered her toward the doors that led into the castle. "I will gie ye maids to tend to your needs, and fresh gowns to clad your body. Ye may walk freely within these walls, but know this, lassie." Pausing, Ranulf gazed earnestly into her eyes. "I hae loyal men on the walls wi' orders to shoot ye should ye try to escape. Aye, they know your face, lassie, and if ye do escape, there be nothing atween this castle and the border. Ye will surely die in the Highlands." "That is far better than staying here with you as your prisoner." Catrin yanked her arm from his light grasp. "Never touch me again." Ranulf grinned at her defiance. Holding his hands up in surrender, he said, "Aye, ye do be a feisty one, milady. Come on, I wish ye to meet somebody." Gesturing grandly for Catrin to precede him, Catrin walked toward the doors. Pikemen guarded them, offering Ranulf deferential nods, and eyed Catrin curiously as they passed. As in her father's castle, the stone walls were covered in tapestries. Scenes of hawking, hunting, and warfare were depicted on them, and appeared to be very old. Like the bailey, servant women went about their business as male servants hurried on their errands. Rushes covered the stone floor as hounds nosed within them for scraps. Ranulf guided her up a wide staircase, the walls above her head filled with murder holes, where archers might fire down upon an enemy if they managed to get that far. Though daylight, lit torches and rushlights burned, giving off faint smoke. Rather than abase themselves as her father's servants did, the Scottish servants offered their clan chief respectful nods and smiles of greeting as Ranulf passed. "Do they not respect you?" she asked him. Ranulf glanced at the latest servant, who offered him a quick nod rather than a bow. "Who? My people?" "Yes." "Of course they do." Catrin sighed, not understanding this apparent social equality among the Scottish clans. While in England a servant bowed or curtsied to their betters, she half wondered if they knelt to their king, as did the English when meeting the English king. "Just who am I to meet?" she asked. "Meet Da." Catrin hesitated on the step, gazing up at him as he halted and turned back toward her. "Why?" "Ye be me guest, lassie," he said, his tone grave. "It be disrespectful to nae introduce ye to me ancestor, me da." "Very well." They continued to walk up the stairs, until arriving at a round tower built into the castle's wall. "This be the Laird's tower," he explained. "I live in here, as does Mida. I had quarters here for ye as well nigh comfortable and appointed. I will show them to ye in a bit." This tower was also guarded by men with pikes as well as swords sheathed at their belts. Their brigandines held the emblem of a black raven, what Catrin assumed was the badge of Ranulf's house. The guards nodded as they passed, and another set of stairs greeted her eyes. Yet this climb proved shorter, and within moments Ranulf knocked at a solid oaken door. No one called for them to enter. Catrin thought Ranulf would turn back, but instead he opened the door and walked in. "Da?" The place was dark, gloomy in spite of the sunlight outside. A sullen fire burned on the hearth, giving off smoke and little light. A figure in a broad chair covered in red deer hide stirred, and stood. "Kyle, that your son?" Ranulf grimaced. "Nay, da, it be Ranulf." Catrin watched with cautious confusion as a tall man with shaggy reddish hair stumbled towards them. She suspected he had once been a strong and robust man, a warrior, but now appeared helpless and almost childlike. Scars roamed his hands and once powerful arms, and not a few crossed his grizzled features. His pale blue eyes and his sunken face appeared lost and baffled, and despite herself, Catrin felt pity for him. "Da, we ha' a guest." His gesture indicated Catrin, who offered him a quick curtsy. "Greetings to you, my lord. Me lady, this be my da, Laird Angus Thorburn." A guest? "Aye, da, she be Lady Catrin Waterford, daughter o' the Duke o' Whitewood." Expecting the older man to lash out with hatred and anger at the mention of her name, Catrin braced herself. Yet no such explosion of fury came. Laird Angus gently took her hand and patted it, still seemingly lost in his own thoughts. "Aye, be welcome, lass," he murmured, yet without a smile. "Hae you met me son Kyle, me lady? He be along shortly, to be sure. Ranulf, lad, where be your brother?" Catrin turned her face from the pain in Ranulf's expression, in his hazel green eyes. Her throat thickened without her consent, and she recalled her own grief when her brother, Henry, had been discovered amongst the rocks and heather. Dead, his throat sliced from ear to ear, he lay staring at the sky, his eyes filmed over. Her father, almost inconsolable in his grief, had retreated to his bed and only emerged for Henry's funeral. "Da," Ranulf said, swallowing hard. "Kyle be on a long trip, dinna ye remember? He may be back for a time." Catrin glanced sharply at him, opening her mouth until she caught his warning glance and gave him a single tiny nod of acquiescence. Laird Angus, caught in the illusion his son was not dead, did not deserve to hear that Kyle was in truth dead. Not from her. He may be a hated and despised Scot, but he was obviously now a broken man. Her father had remained in his chambers for weeks after Henry's death before finally emerging, a changed man. The laird's wandering gaze rested on her. "What a bonny lass ye be," he murmured. "Are ye here to marry me, lad Ranulf? He be a good lad, he be." Almost choking, Catrin tried to smile. "Ah, no, Laird, I'm just visiting." He chuckled and gently touched her cheek with his finger. "Ah, ye will marry me, lad, so ye will. I hae the sight, so I dae." "The sight?" Ranulf nodded, his own brows hiked. "Aye, me lady, we Scots are often bestowed with the gift o' sight. Me da be one such." I had no idea," Catrin stammered. "Is this passed down from parent to child?" "Aye, so 'tis, but I nae hae it nor Kyle." Ranulf paused a moment. "But I see ghosts, and the she." "Shit?" Ranulf's brows furrowed as he thought, as though trying to find a way to explain something he always took for granted. "The she be fairies, as it were. Some are good and some are evil. I ha' seen the bean neat washing the clothing of those soon to pass." His face lowered and his voice, when he spoke, was almost inaudible. "I ha' also heard the Cowiniag weeping, right before—" Stopping, he swallowed hard, glancing at his father. Clearing his throat, he tried a smile, which to Catrin appeared quite false. "Ach, dear, me lady day be tired. Gie us your blessing and we leave ye to rest." "Aye, lad, I day be feeling me age." His bewildered eyes rested on Catrin, and he offered a weary smile. "Ah, lass, permit me to salute ye as you do to his new daughter." Catrin smiled as the old laird kissed her on both cheeks, then her brow. "Perhaps I may come again to visit you, Laird Angus?" she asked. He smiled. "O' course. Pleased to have a bonny lass visit this old bugger." She curtsied again as Ranulf led her from his father's private chambers. Once the door was closed and he could no longer hear them, she swung on Ranulf. "Do not think for a minute that your father's prophecy will come to pass," she snarled, her voice pitched low. "I hate you, I despise you, and I will die before I marry you." To her surprise, Ranulf shrugged. "Da's sight is nae always dead own," he said. "He has seen things that ne'er come to pass. Just as long as we are clear," she gritted. "Now, where are my quarters? I need a hot bath and a change of clothes." Ranulf bowed low with a quirky smile. "Right this way, me lady." As he had said, her private chambers in the Laird's tower were spacious, clean, and comfortably appointed. A huge bed stood against one wall in the bedchamber, with tables and chairs, as well as tapestries on the walls. Luxurious furs covered the bed and the stone floor, and a hearth large enough to roast a calf or a pig inside lay filled with wood, ready to light. "Whose room was this?" she asked, walking about examining the furnishings. She discovered the window faced north, looking out onto the moors, and the huge lake beyond. Far below her window were barns, sheds, a huge pigsty, wood piles and wagons filled with hay or straw. Clansmen exercised horses on the heath, practicing their warcraft with swords, pikes and lances. "Me moors," Catrin glanced at him. "Is she dead?" Leaning against the door frame, his arms crossed over his chest, Ranulf nodded. "She did pass into heaven when I were a wee lad. I scarcely remember her." Once again, Catrin felt unwanted sympathy rise. She too had lost her mother when she was a little girl, and knew what it was like to lose a parent while very young. Still, she reminded herself that Ranulf and his doddering father were the enemy. Steeling her heart, Catrin closed off the flow of empathy toward both father and son, and considered her own situation. "You said I will have attendants?" "Aye, if you wish, I will fetch them to ye nay." "Yes, please, and remember the bath." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thus, freshly bathed, her hair washed and brushed, Catrin, with the help of the 2 giggling maids, dressed herself in a pale yellow gown with a matching kirtle of the softest cloth under it. Gazing down at herself, she found the gown slightly too large, but decided it would work for the time being. Given a needle and some thread, she could adjust it to fit her slender frame quite easily. As the maids informed her that Ranulf expected her for supper, she made her way down the stairs, wondering how she would ever find her way around this huge place. As they did, Ranulf, the servants, men-at-arms, and peasants she passed gave her nods of polite greeting and smiles. She found this odd, having grown up with folks bowing and curtsying to her, never speaking to her unless she spoke to them first. A soldier grinned when she asked directions to the dining hall and offered to walk her there himself. At least these boorish heathens have some manners. Ranulf stood at the head of the vast mahogany table, one that could easily fit 50 diners waiting for her. He wore a clean tunic and leather trousers, his belt around his waist carrying only a dagger in its sheath. Over his left breast was the black raven emblem. Catrin glanced around, expecting the old laird. "Will your father be joining us?" He shook his head. "Nay, he rarely leaves his rooms." "Humph." Catrin snorted lightly as he pulled out the chair for her. "I wonder what he would say if he knew you kidnapped me." Ranulf sat down as a servant poured wine into cups. "Ye can try to tell him, lassie, but be warned. He'll ne'er believe ye." "Why ever not?" "Me da sees and believes only what be inside his head. Me brother dying. It took him hard." Catrin sipped her wine, discovering it both heady and delicious, and once again felt the treacherous sympathy rise. With his already poor health, that could have been my father when Henry was killed. "Your words we only serve to confuse him, lass." "So, your father relinquished all his titles to you then?" Nodding, Ranulf clasped his hands together, leaning his elbows on the table. "I do believe he wanted to pass Owen," he said softly. "He, before witnesses, declared me Laird of the Thorburn clan. I didna want any part o' it. I wasna ready." Catrin stared down at the table. "When are any of us ready?" she asked. "I dinna ken," he replied. The servants brought a roasted piglet fresh from the fire, hard cheese, hot black bread, stewed apples, as well as lentils swimming in butter. Catrin did not realise how hungry she was until she scented the delicious odours, and also realised that the Scottish fare was not much different from what she was served at her father's table. Eating with an appetite that equalled Ranulf's, she accepted second helpings and eyed his smile sardonically. "What?" "I do like seeing a lass eat." "I do not know why," she commented dryly. "We must eat like men do." "Perhaps I be enjoying your company then?" Catrin merely shook her head. "As your captive will I be permitted to ride? I do hate being kept indoors." "Perhaps," he said, pushing his plate away and picking up his wine. "In time, should ye behave yourself." Bending her neck in a mocking bow, her eyes on his, she said, "Then I shall do my very best to behave, Laird Ranulf." He grinned. "Ah, keeping ye in line should prove interesting indeed." Her stomach contentedly full, Catrin sipped her wine, watching her captor. "How long do you intend to keep me your prisoner? If you do not intend to kill me, that is." "I dinna ken," he answered. "I intend to prove me brother didn't murder years." "Just how are you going to do that?" We find a way. Nodding, she asked, Then what? You find the real killer if there is one, and then you will let me go? After Yuda bends the knee and begs forgiveness from me, Da. That will never happen. Just as you finding anyone else guilty of killing my brother, because it was your brother who did the filthy deed. Then, me lady, ye shall be spending a very long time in me company. Catrin pushed her chair back and stood. I want to return to my chambers. You will escort me. Ranulf shrugged lazily and also stood. If that be your wish. Do you heathen Scots have books? She asked, walking beside him as he guided her for soul across the castle to the stairway. That is, if you people are not all illiterate. Thinking that this insult might anger him, she waited for his angry riposte. Yet it did not come. Ranulf eyed her sidelong from his tall height, his hazel green eyes amused. Ay, my lady, this castle day hae an extensive library with books and manuscripts. Do you wish me to show it to ye? Perhaps tomorrow, she replied, her tone haughty. But send someone to fetch a few books and bring them to my chamber. I wish to read before bed. Oh, course. Full night had fallen as she closed her door in Ranulf's face and dismissed her maids. A few rushlights burned to illuminate her rooms, and a fire blazed on the hearth. Walking to the window, Catrin leaned on the sill and stared out into the dark. Her previous arrogance and bravado now gone, tears filled her eyes as she realised she might never see her home or her father again. Folding her hands, she bowed her head to pray. Deliver me from mine enemies, O Lord, and cast Ranulf Thorburn into the pits of hell. Of this I beg of thee. Chapter 5. Trying not to wince, Gilbert Mulvaney, the Earl of Hargrove, sat bare-chested in front of a blazing fire on the Scottish moors as one of his knights stitched the wound in his scalp closed. His head aching something fierce, he muttered curses under his breath. The deep laceration in his shoulder from Ranulf's blade had already been sewn, but the pain from both injuries would no doubt keep him awake most of the night. All done, my lord, said Sir John. You should heal with hardly a scar. My thanks, Gilbert said, gingerly touching the closed wound with his fingertips. I do not suppose you have a concoction that might help me sleep this night. Yes, I believe I have a few herbs I can put into your wine. They may help kill your pain. Putting his clothing and chainmail back on, as the night would grow cold on the Highland moors, Gilbert nodded. I would be grateful. As the knight rose to fetch the wine and the promised herbs from his saddlebags, Gilbert gazed into the fire, plotting his next move. With 2 men buried not far away, he had only the 4 survivors of the battle with Ranulf remaining to him, and 2 had been badly injured but would live. Sir John returned with a cup of wine, which he placed close to the fire to warm. Will we be returning to England now, my lord? He asked. We must rescue Lady Catrin from Thorburn's clutches, Gilbert replied, frowning. I cannot simply ride away and leave her to his torments. The knight glanced at the other fire where the remaining 3 men-at-arms spoke in low tones, finishing their supper. With only 5 of us? We have not the choice, Gilbert responded, taking a stick and poking the fire with it. Perhaps if we watch his castle, we can find a way to sneak in and bring her out. No doubt Whitewood will reward us handsomely for bringing her home. Yes, that might be a feasible plan, my lord, Sir John said, nodding. We may find a weakness somewhere and exploit it. We might even don the garments of Scots and simply walk in and fetch her out. I doubt it will be that easy, Gilbert said, picking up the now heated wine and drinking it. The heathen Scots know their own. Our accents alone will mark us as English. Sir John rubbed his chin. I can imitate a Scottish brogue, my lord, if we find a way to get in. I can do the talking. I will keep that in mind, Gilbert replied. I just hope Thorburn has not hurt or killed Lady Catrin already. I did not believe he was the sort of man who would harm an innocent, much less a woman. Gilbert curled his lip. Thorburn is an animal, Sir John. Never forget that. These Highlanders are like rabid dogs and should be put down. All of them. Will King Edward declare war over this, my lord? That I cannot say, Gilbert replied. It depends a great deal on the Duke of Whitewood. If he demands the king take action, it may very well lead to that. Bannockburn was only 4 years ago, Sir John said reflectively. Edward still stings from his defeat. As do I, Gilbert replied, his voice dry. I was there. I lost 10 good men in that battle. I earned my gold spurs there, my lord, Sir John said, fighting on behalf of the Earl of Moulton. Did he perish on the battlefield? Later, of his wounds. After his death, I pledged my loyalty to you. You never told me that. Sir John smiled. I suspect the conversation never came up. No, I suppose it never did. Gilbert yawned, feeling the effects of the warmed wine. As you and George there escaped injury, I would have you two watch through the night. Permit the other two to get their rest. Sir John nodded and rose to bow. I will see to it, my lord. Sleep well. Lying in his pallet of thick blankets, his bared sword next to him, ready to hand, Gilbert closed his eyes and tried to sleep. His pain dulled somewhat. He dozed fitfully through the night, often waking after a nightmare of Ranulf Thorburn's malicious grin and his evil eyes gazing into his own. He woke at dawn, still feeling Thorburn's sword tickling his throat. You will pay for that, you shit, he muttered, unrolling himself from his blankets. After a cold breakfast of dried beef, salted herring, raisins, and a handful of walnuts, Gilbert led his small band further into Scotland. The pain in his shoulder and head had not abated by much, and his 2 injured retainers, while not complaining, revealed their own hurt in their drawn faces and pale flesh. Let us hope we do not have to fight, he commented to Sir John. We would not survive an attack by a gang of street urchins. I agree, Sir John said, glancing at the battered men riding, slumped in their saddles. While we watch Thorburn's castle, we can rest and heal and make our plans. I do not wish to give ourselves away by entering a village for supplies, Gilbert said, gazing around at the rolling moors. We will have to hunt to keep ourselves fed until we leave this barbaric land. George is quick with his bow, Sir John said. I will have him keep his eye out as we ride. That night, Gilbert and his band dined on a freshly killed red deer buck, and the next day, feeling better and more refreshed, continued north toward the Thorburn hereditary lands. Growing more cautious, Gilbert sent George ahead as an outrider, with instructions to watch for any humans who might see them and report their presence. The last thing we need is for some peasant to report Englishmen this far north, Gilbert said. If you see anyone, report to me immediately. As it happened, no more than 2 hours passed when George returned at a gallop. Over those hills, my lord, he said to Gilbert, bowing in his saddle. A young shepherd and a flock of sheep? We cannot ride past him without being seen. Did you see anyone else? No, my lord. I believe he is quite alone. Good. Gilbert leaned back in his saddle, smiling with satisfaction. Ride within range of your bow and shoot him down. George blanched. In cold blood, my lord. He is nothing but an animal, Gilbert said, scowling. Do you not have the belly to do as your liege lord commands? He is but a youth, my lord, George protested. Give me your bow and quiver, coward, Gilbert snarled. I will remove this paltry peasant myself. Seizing the man's bow and arrows, Gilbert spurred his horse to the top of the ridge, finding the young Scottish shepherd well within range of his shot. Knocking an arrow to the string, he pulled it back to his ear, taking aim. The boy saw him too late, his jaw dropping in shock and terror. Releasing the bowstring, Gilbert saw with satisfaction the arrow strike the boy in the throat. Even at this distance, he heard his last gurgles as he choked to death on his own blood. The flock scattered as the shepherd fell to the ground, bleating, then gathered together again to resume grazing. Turning in his saddle, Gilbert waved to his men. Handing the bow back to George, he gestured toward the flock. "See if your courage will permit you to kill a few sheep," he sneered. Flushing, George bowed and rode down from the ridge. Gilbert found Sir John watching him with something in his eyes that he could not identify. Disgust? Condemnation? "Rabid dogs," he snapped. "All of them!" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hidden carefully in the hills above Dorford Castle, Gilbert watched and waited, unable to see any opportunity to sneak into the fortress on its pinnacle. With his men on constant watch in order to remain undiscovered by any Scot peasant or knight or common man at arms, Gilbert tried and rejected many ideas on how to invade the place and bring Lady Catrin out. He saw no sign of her, but did observe the huge numbers of armed men in brigandines, both on horses and afoot, busy patrolling, training or lounging at their ease. As usual, in any nobleman's castle, he watched servants, peasants, yeomen, and merchants coming and going from the castle's walls. The village, whose name Gilbert did not know, lay just west of the great gates, where many folk walked or drove wagons to and from. By the time 3 days had passed without any helpful ideas on how to get inside and bring Lady Catrin out, Gilbert began to think it hopeless. The drawbridge went up every night to come down every morning, but the sheer number of armed men between himself and the Duke of Whitewood's daughter remained daunting. "Might we scale the walls?" Sir John asked, peering down at the castle as the sun set on their third day in hiding, watching. "We might," Gilbert replied, "but I highly doubt Lady Catrin can climb down them. In addition, we do not know where in that bloody rock pile she is." "Perhaps I should leave my weapons here," Sir John said, peering down. "Go in there as a merchant or peasant. Have a look around." Gilbert nodded thoughtfully. "That might be our only opportunity. We are running out of supplies, and the longer we are here, the greater the chance we will be discovered." "Then, come first light," Sir John said. "I will enter the village and join a line of wagons. Once inside the castle, I will see if I can locate her. If I get lucky enough to speak to her, maybe I can bring her out right from under Thorburn's nose." "Just do not get yourself killed," Gilbert said. "I need you." Though they lit no fires and ate cold fare, the band took turns watching the darkness. Gilbert had no sooner rolled himself into his blankets to sleep, awaiting his turn when one of his men whistled softly, the signal that someone had been seen. Seizing his sword, Gilbert got to his feet and hurried up the short hill that overlooked Dorford Castle. Crouching next to the man named William North, Gilbert watched and listened. He glanced sidelong at William, who touched his finger to his lips and pointed down and to their right. "Someone is coming," he whispered. "Alone." Chapter 6. Though she took her meals with Ranulf, Catrin spent much of her time wandering the castle and the bailey, trying to find a means to escape. She was treated with respect by all she encountered, but she knew she was watched, and not just by the guards on the high walls that surrounded the castle. She suspected her personal maids reported her every move to Ranulf, and even the peasants from the village, or who worked there, eyed her with the intent of informing the soldiers what she did and when. Despite her hatred of Ranulf, Catrin found herself drawn to his father. Though she felt she betrayed her own father and brother, she liked to seek him out and listen to his tales of the Scottish past. Though he continued to believe his son, Kyle, still lived and travelled afar, the rest of his mind seemed clear, his memory keen. "Ah, for ye to ha' seen it, lassie," he said, his eyes wistful. Banners bright against the green land, the sunlight, and the spears, the swords. Battle she were at Falkirk when William Wallace raised the heart. Oh, the Scots. But was he not executed for betraying the King of England? She asked. Angus's blue eyes grew sad. Aye, so they did. But a true Scot he was. All through time he would be remembered as a hero. So, you were there? Aye, so I was, lassie, so I was. As she asked questions, Angus told her tales of heroism and gallantry, of death and blood, and her own blood churned at the sound of his voice, the stories sparking her imagination. Never had she thought of the Scottish being so loyal to their own king, how hard they fought for their freedom from English rule, how much they loved their land, just as she loved her own country, felt loyalty to King Edward down to her bones, yet hearing him speak of tremendous feats of daring in battle, she wondered if she misjudged these people by hating them and thinking of them as barbarians. Tell me about your wife, she said. Me beautiful Ailsa, he said, smiling as he gazed out the window. Tall and fair, with hair the colour o' honey. Eyes the colour o' the spring sky. Gave me 2 strong sons, she did. How did she die? His eyes grew sad again. Was the fever. Half the village and the castle took sick, thus she passed and left me alone. I lost my mother when I was very small, Catrin said also, staring out the window. I do not know what caused her to die, as my father has refused to tell me. Ah, lassie, Angus smiled, she be looking down from heaven on ye. When not with Angus or Ranulf, Catrin walked the bailey, permitted to go into the stable to see her grey gelding and feed him bits of carrot or crusts of bread, but not permitted to take him out. As she stroked his soft nose and felt his warm breath on her hands, she eyed the grooms and watched their routine. Yet she saw no opportunity to steal her horse out from under their noses and ride him out of there. Even if she managed that much, the guards on the walls watched her every move. One night she woke a few hours before dawn and got dressed. Walking out of the castle, she encountered no one. Even the hounds in their kennels slept. Her hope rising, she crept from shadow to shadow, silent, thinking that perhaps the guards on the walls napped at this ungodly hour. Glancing up, she saw no faces staring down at her. All appeared dark and quiet. Not even the calls of hunting owls disturbed the night silence. Turning, she thought to see if perhaps the drawbridge was lowered. She slammed headfirst into the brigandines of a man-at-arms. "Me lady," he offered her a small bow, grinning. "What brings ye out in the wee hours?" Flustered, Catrin fought to find an excuse. I could not sleep. I just wanted to take a walk." "Then ye wouldn't mind if I join ye?" "I would mind," she snapped. "I will return to my rooms, alone." Leaving him, she walked quickly back to the castle and her chambers, throwing herself down on the bed and punching her pillow in her frustrated anger. "There has to be a way out of here," she muttered. "There has to be." She discovered her way out shortly after dawn. Peering out her window, she examined the castle's outer stone structure. The tower she resided in was built into the massive wall, and straight down lay freedom. Looking closer, she found that not every stone had been perfectly aligned. If she had courage enough, she might creep like a mouse down the wall to the ground. Once more hope rose in her breast. "I can steal a horse from the village," she told herself, pacing her rooms. "But how can I climb down the wall in a bloody gown?" At breakfast, Ranulf made no comment about her nighttime adventure and meeting the guard, then rose to go about his duties as clan laird. Venturing out into the bailey again, Catrin studied the men's clothes. "That is what I need right there," she muttered, eyeing the tunics and liennes the men wore. "Now, how to go about stealing some?" That she found easier than she thought as she followed the washerwomen at a discreet distance and discovered where they hung the laundry to dry. Fortunately for her, it was in a part of the castle that only the servants used. Knowing they ate their midday meal together, Catrin lingered until after they left to eat. Grabbing a pair of liens that appeared to be about her size and a dark grey woolen tunic, she hid them under a pile of straw. Then, walking back into sight as though unconcerned she was watched, she waited until after her supper with Ranulf. Once the place grew quiet for the evening, she hurried down from her chamber. The clothes were still where she had left them. Triumph filled her as she took them back to her chambers and changed into them. Only when she peered down into the shadows did she begin to wonder as to her own wisdom. "You are going to kill yourself," she muttered, gazing at the stones she could barely see. "That is one long drop to the ground." Setting her will and determination, Catrin gathered a little food she had collected in case she found a way to escape, and a full leather water bottle. Putting them into a small cloth sack, she tied it to a piece of rope she used for a belt, then climbed out of the window. Stealing her courage, Catrin turned around to face the wall and found the first tiny stone protrusion with her toes. The stones turned out to be more regular than she thought. Using them for hand and footholds, she carefully and slowly climbed down them, using every ounce of strength in her hands and arms. By the time she had gone halfway down, her muscles screamed in agony. Gritting her teeth, she ignored its strident voice and refused to talk aloud to herself in case she was heard. "Keep going. You can do it. I promise. You can rest once you touch the ground." She dared not look down, even if she could not see the bottom in the dark. There was no moon, and clouds scudded across the dim light of the stars. After creeping down the wall for what seemed like an hour, she thought she should be close to the bottom. "I have to know." Hanging on to the incredibly small protrusions that held her entire body's weight, she slowly turned her head to gaze down. She saw nothing. Damn and blast. Taking a deep breath, she went down another few feet. Then another. That was when she missed her foothold. Instead of resting her toes on the rock, she put her weight there and found nothing. Catrin fell. Without time to scream, she thumped to the earth below, about 5 feet down. The drop knocked her breath from her lungs and bruised her backside, but when she shakily stood, she found herself sore but unharmed. Taking a few moments to hide in the shadows and rub her burning arms and legs, she regained her wind and gazed up at the top of the wall. Like the ground had earlier, it vanished into the dark and she saw nothing. If guards heard her, surely they would have raised the alarm by now. Grinning, but not daring to laugh aloud, Catrin began to walk across the heather. Without the moon or the stars to guide her, she had no idea what direction she headed into. But her room faced north, so she thought that if she angled somewhat to her left, she would be close to the village when the sun came up. Walking across the moors, she was free and happy. She would steal food and a horse, then gallop hard south towards the border. Once she crossed into England, she could reveal who she was and obtain an armed escort back home to her father. She knew how to get the most out of a horse, and by riding day and night, she could be home within a few days. Absorbed in these thoughts, Catrin almost failed to see the shapes of men rising out of the heather. Chapter 7. Ranulf woke to the sound of someone pounding on the door to his chambers. His warrior instincts kicking in, he rose, clad only in his small clothes, and seized his sword. "Come," he called. Duncan, one of his retainers who was on guard duty that night, opened the door and rushed in. "Ranulf," he gasped, "the Lady Catrin, she be ut on the moors." "How in the bleeding hell did she do that?" he demanded, shoving his legs into his leans. "She done crawled down the outer wall, she did." Ranulf froze. "She what?" "Aye." Duncan's voice and face expressed his admiration for the lass's pluck. "We didn't see her on the wall, but we caught a glimpse o' her running across the heather. she be too far to try a shot in the dark and all. I am rather glad you didn't shoot her, Ranulf admitted, shoving his arms into a tunic. Grabbing his sword belt, he tied it on. I like the lass. Gay, get the horses saddled. I be right doon. Duncan saluted and left, leaving Ranulf to find his boots and lace them around his lower legs. Crawled down the wall. He chuckled, then burst into laughter. She a right bonny lass with courage to spare. Pity she be Sassenach. She would make a right guide Scot. Plunging his sword and dagger into their sheaths, Ranulf ran out of his chambers and down the steps. He discovered the bailey teeming with life as his clansmen shouted curses and jokes, saddled horses, and swung aboard their stamping mounts. Lower the bridge! Ranulf yelled over the tumult. As the drawbridge slowly clanked downward against the creaking of windlasses, it hit the other side with a hollow boom. Mounted up, Ranulf yelled his clan war cry and kicked his horse into a gallop. With at least 100 men behind him, he rode into the night, racing across the heather. Which way? He hollered at Duncan. North-east! Reining his mount toward the left, he discovered the clouds overhead breaking apart. Starlight shone down, not enough to track her by, but enough to see by. If she topped a low-lying hill, he might be able to see her against the faint light. Watching for any sign of Catrin, he almost failed to hear the faint cry over the thunder of the hooves behind him. Cocking his head, he willed the sound to come again. It did. A woman's scream of rage and pain. Dinny Tooch the lass, were ye be a dead man. Gritting his teeth to contain his own anger, he urged his horse into an even faster pace. His mount's rear quarters bunched under, bucking with the effort, Ranulf topped the hill and galloped down the far side. His clansmen behind him, the ground shook under the pounding of their horses' hooves. Balancing himself in the saddle as he galloped downhill, Ranulf rode at a dead run, straight into the milling band of about 5 men and a furious woman. "Circle around, lads!" he yelled, drawing his sword. Curbing his horse sharply, he felt his mount's rear end slide across the heather, even as his mount's front legs kept running forward. The group of 5 scattered, yelling, running for their horses. His clansmen, over 100 strong, spread out in a wide circle, closing in around the other group, cantering, trotting in a huge circle, their arrows knocked into bowstrings, aiming. Lady Catrin, clear in his sight, rose from her knees as his mount slithered to a halt. A man also rose, cursing audibly, his English accent clear in Ranulf's ear. He knew that voice. He hated that voice. He kicked his horse forward at the same time he yanked on the bit. The horse, caught between 2 adverse commands, reared high, his front hooves flailing. Ranulf heard them strike flesh, and a male's anguished yell of pain. The dark shadow went down. Throwing himself from the saddle, Ranulf knelt on the man's chest, his sword at his throat. "I do swear to God, Hargrove, ye day test me patience." Gilbert of Hargrove writhed under him, bleeding from his nose and mouth, his face swelling clearly in the faint light, and grimaced. "Bloody hell." "That day be where ye be headed, Hargrove," Ranulf commented dryly. "Wet ye day to the lass." Gilbert grinned, his teeth stained red, and refused to answer. Ranulf glanced up. "Me lady?" Catrin, who had stepped close, unseen, gazed down at them. "It is all right. There is no harm done. He struck me, but I am fine." His rage bubbling just below the surface, Ranulf pressed the edge of his blade against Gilbert's jugular. "One slice, and ye be dancing with the devil in 2 shakes. I day despise a man who hits a lass." "We did not know who it was," Gilbert snapped. "We thought she was a man." Taking a longer look at Catrin, he discovered she wore not a gown, but a man's tunic and liens. He grinned. "That do look good on ye, lassie," he said. Catrin rolled her eyes. "Save it," she snapped. "Now let him go. He is Gilbert, Earl of Hargrove, and you do not handle a man of his stature in such a fashion." Ranulf glanced from Gilbert to Catrin, then back. "Ah, I canny day that, Catrin," he said. He stood and grabbed Gilbert by the neck of his mail and hauled him to his feet. "This Sassenach day be trespassing on me lands. I hang trespassers." Gilbert thrust Ranulf's hands away and tried to wipe his bloody face with his sleeve. "I came to take her home to her father." "I ken what ye be doing, wallops," Ranulf retorted. "Ye still be trespassing." Catrin stepped forward, placing herself between Ranulf and Gilbert. "Let him go," she said, her tone firm. "Let him return to England, and I will remain with you. I will not try to escape again. My sworn oath." Ranulf stared at her, astounded. "You would hae me spare his life, lassie? After he hit ye?" "He and his men did not recognise me until afterward," she replied. "Had they known, it would not have happened. Now, will you shake with me? Do we have an agreement?" Catrin spat on her hand and held it out. Ranulf gazed at it, bemused, then looked at a defiant Gilbert. "Yon lady day hae a wee bit o' fire, eh, Gilbert? Ye cannae handle one such. I take her off your hands, then—" "No!" Gilbert glared at him. "Let us both go, and my men. You had no right to take her." "Nay," Ranulf breathed, an inch from Gilbert's swarthy face. "I hae every right. Knew ye best get mounted ere I change me mind. 30 o' me men we accompany ye to the border. Make sure ye gets there safely." Spitting into his own palm, he clasped Catrin's hand. "A right guide decision, me lady. This 'ere be a bad one. Ye ne'er want to get mixed up with the likes o' him." "We have a deal, Ranulf," Catrin said. "Stick to your end of it, and I will mine." "Ye day, lassie," Ranulf said, eyeing Gilbert sidelong. "But ye did the right thing. I dinna think you would make it to England, with your virtue intact with this one." "The Earl would never harm me." "You go and believe in that?" Ranulf turned toward the mass of men and horses still encircling Gilbert and his men. "Duncan, select 30 stout lads to escort Hargrove to the border. Aswin, ye be in charge." Taking Catrin politely by the arm, expecting her to struggle and demand he not touch her, he helped her onto his horse. As his men divided, the 30 selected to take Gilbert of Hargrove to the border ringed him and his men around. Ranulf vaulted up behind Catrin, yet waited and watched as Gilbert, still bleeding and fuming, mounted his piebald. "This be your final warning," Ranulf said to him. "The lassie's protection is for this time only. Next time ye cross into my territory, I will hang ye." For answer, Gilbert curled his lip and spat onto the ground. Thus, herded like sheep, he and his men were then forced to move out. Hooves thudding into the heather, the group galloped down the hill, headed south. Ranulf watched them go, unable to stop himself from wondering if he had made the right decision to let the man go. "Time to get you back to safety," he murmured, leading the way back to the castle. Catrin said nothing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though she usually kept to herself or spent time with his father, Catrin remained with him after breaking their fast. Ranulf did not question it and chose to enjoy her company. Her courage in climbing down the treacherous castle wall impressed him greatly. Though she seemed unwilling to talk to him, she hovered close by as he walked among the stables. A commotion at the drawbridge drew his attention. A small crowd of people in the plain homespun woolens of commoners walked across it. 4 men carried something heavy in a blanket, their expressions dark with anger. The wailing of women made him frown and hurry toward them. Catrin followed at his shoulder. As Ranulf closed in on them, other men-at-arms also gathered around as the peasants saw him come and knuckled their brows. "What happened?" he asked, gazing down as the men lowered a corpse to the ground. "He be slain!" wailed a stout woman in a kerchief and dark skirt. "Me son, me son." As she keened and wept, Ranulf ground his teeth at the sight of the arrow buried deep in the lad's throat. His once blue eyes glazed over in death, his face starkly white. Blackened, dried blood had pooled on his tunic and flesh. Ranulf gently touched his cold skin, and suspected he had been killed a few days past. "Me lad, Laird," said one of the men who carried the boy in the blanket. "Murdered he was guarding me flocks. Took 3 sheep also." "Shot down?" Ranulf asked, dull fury rising. "Aye, Laird. We went looking for him and found him dead, just as you see him, Nate." Ranulf fingered the fletching on the arrow. "That be a Sassenach arrow." Half turning, he met Catrin's wide and stunned eyes. "Gilbert o' Hargrove done murdered this 'ere lad. What ye say nae to asking me to spare his life?" How can you be sure it was Hargrove?" she asked, glancing from the corpse to his face and back again. "I ken it. I has seen his arrows and treachery afore." Furious, wanting to hit something, Ranulf ran his hands through his thick red hair. "I dae be sorry for your loss," he said to the grieving parents. "I swear to ye noo, I will slay the fiend who did this to your lad." He swung toward Catrin, his eyes boring into hers. "Ye ne'er protect him again, lassie. I dae so swear." "If you are right," she said slowly, "and Gilbert is guilty of this heinous deed, then he should hang for it." Her voice pitched so low that he almost did not hear her. She added, "Perhaps you're right in that I am safer with you than with him. I had heard rumours, only rumours, that he is a lawless and dishonourable man, but I did not wish to believe it." "Believe it, lassie," Ranulf said, gesturing toward the young shepherd's corpse. "There be your proof." Catrin nodded and glanced toward the parents, now holding one another, weeping. "Those poor people. I feel terrible for them." "Aye, 'tis a hard thing to lose a bairn." Chapter 8. "How can you be so certain that was Gilbert's arrow?" Profoundly disturbed by the knowledge that Gilbert Mulvaney, an earl and someone she thought she could trust, had murdered a young shepherd in cold blood, Catrin remained with Ranulf throughout the rest of the day. She plagued him with questions about the Earl of Hargrove, and learned of his treacherous behaviour, but still felt uncertain of whom to trust. As Ranulf set his hands on his hips and stared down at her, Catrin tried not to squirm under his intense regard. After all, it could have been English brigands, out to steal sheep and kill the boy. "Nay," he replied, his voice even. "That fletching be Hargrove's own, lassie. That be all the evidence I need." "But why would he simply murder a shepherd when he had no cause?" she went on, persistent. "I mean, to just kill when the boy had done nothing to him." "If I was guessing, lassie," Ranulf said, gazing into the distance thoughtfully, "'tis me thoughts he wished no one to see him in Scotland, to sneak in and grab. He could have just waited, or gone around the shepherd," Catrin said. "Why would he kill him?" "He likes to kill." Catrin studied his face, gazed into what she thought were his eyes, free of guile. "How can I trust you?" "Ye canna," he replied calmly. "Trust be earned, lassie. I nae earn it yet." That statement gave her pause, and she pondered it on and off over the next few days. Having given her own word she would not try to run or escape again, Ranulf gave her more freedoms. "Ye may ride oot if you wish, lassie, provided ye agree to an escort. For your safety, o' course." Catrin nodded. "I agree. I need some items from the village. Will you, give me a few coins?" Grinning, Ranulf handed her a leather purse with silver and copper coins inside. "I knew ye would need tae shop, lasses, always day." Thus, mounted on her grey gelding, an escort of 4 armed clansmen wearing brigandines, riding to either side and behind her. Catrin rode into the village. She had learned its name was Conbury, and its inhabitants paid tithes to the Thorburn estates and owed their loyalty to Ranulf. Sliding down from her saddle, she tied the gelding to a post. Her escort followed suit and strolled behind her as she walked through the market in the village square. She purchased a comb, a brush, and ribbons for her hair from a fat woman who listened to her talk and scowled darkly. "Sassenach, wench," she muttered, taking Catrin's coin in exchange for the items. Catrin glared back at the woman and bit back the hot retort that rose to her lips. "Thank you," she said instead, her voice cold. Turning away, she heard the woman spit. She slowly swung back around, fingering the small dagger hanging from the belt around her hips. "You dare spit at me?" "Aye, Sassenach bitch!" Before Catrin could pull her knife and lunge at the woman, one of her escort intervened. He planted himself between the two women, his companions pulling Catrin away. Glaring at the shopkeeper, he snapped, "This be a guest o' Laird Ranulf. Say mind your manners, woman." "I ne'er be polite to Sassenach," she retorted, making an insulting gesture towards him. Catrin thought he was angry enough to say more, but he merely cursed under his breath and jerked his head for the others to follow. They walked further up the street, Catrin taking deep breaths to calm her temper. "I hope no one else feels the need to spit, or I may yet feel the urge to cut Scottish flesh." Her guard keeping a watch on the irate locals, who eyed her with emotions ranging from distaste to downright hostility, Catrin walked toward a merchant selling bolts of cloth. She liked the look of a pale lavender shade that she suspected would make a very nice gown and asked for a few yards of it. The shopkeeper leaned his hands on his table, palms down, and looked at her with open hatred. "Nay." "She ha' coin to pay, man," said her escort. "Sell her the cloth." "I said nay," the merchant snapped. "Begone wi' ye." "Keep it," Catrin replied, growing furious and wishing she could plunge her dagger into the man's throat. "If he has so much custom that he has no need of mine, so be it." Spinning on her heel, Catrin stalked away. Half blinded by her rage, she paid little heed to the gang of youths loitering nearby. A sharp thud and an enormous burst of pain shot through her head. She staggered, putting her hand up to her brow. Her fingers came away slicked with her blood. Dazed, she gazed up in time to see the other boys cock their arms back. Stones struck her cheek, her shoulder, bouncing off her head, making her stagger. Stumbling, she fell to her knees, bleeding, her vision blurry. Her escort rushed in, yelling, shielding her from more thrown rocks. Holding up their arms to protect both her and themselves, stones bounced off their padded sleeves. One clansman, shouting curses, drew his sword and ran toward the gang. They broke and fled, scattering like a startled flock of geese in all directions. A hand under her arm helped Catrin to stand, and the soldier pulled out a cloth from his pocket to press against her bleeding head. "Tich, me lady," he said, his tone kind, concerned. "Hold that to your brow. The bleeding will stop soon." "I feel sick," she murmured, thinking she might vomit right there in the middle of the street with all the condemning Scottish eyes watching her. She swallowed hard, refusing to give them the satisfaction, and straightened her back. "We are leaving," she told her escort, and walked through the crowd of villagers, pushing her way through if they did not give way. Ignoring the mutters of anger and hate, Catrin met their hostility with her own defiance, refusing to bow her head or avert her eyes. Upon reaching her gelding, she mounted as her escort scrambled into their saddles. Riding at a walk, she endured their curses, their naming her a Sassenach bitch, deriding her as the enemy of the Scottish people. Though she had nothing to do with the continual wars between Scotland and her country of England, Catrin refused to defend her name to them, nor bow her head in shame. She would not give in to the temptation to scream insults, for that would lower herself to their level. Lady Catrin Waterford, daughter of the Duke of Whitewood, was too good to stoop that low. Upon reaching Ranulf's castle, she handed her gelding over to the grooms to care for, ignoring their stares at her bloody state. Though the servants and clansmen in the castle had treated her with nothing save respect and courtesy, she now counted them all amongst her enemies. Making her way stiffly to her chambers, she dismissed her maids with a curt order. Her head aching as though the boy had thrown an axe rather than a rock, her body hurting, Catrin sat in a chair near the window, gazing out at the distant lake. She wanted to weep, but refused to bow to that emotion, even in private. I am the daughter of a duke. I descend from royalty. They cannot bend me, nor break me. Not knowing how long she sat there, a knock at the door broke into her thoughts. Go away. Refusing to answer or invite the visitor in, she continued to stare out the window. When the door opened, she snapped her head around, prepared to scream the words, "Leave me alone!" Ranulf stuck his head around the door's edge. Catrin's words died in her throat, realising that her men-at-arms would have reported what happened to their Laird immediately, while she wanted to see no one, least of all the source of all her troubles. She knew he would not leave, even if she demanded it. Catrin? Shutting her jaw, she turned back to the window. Listening, she heard him walk across the room and drag a chair over to plant near her. When he rested his hand on hers as it sat in her lap, she snatched it away. "Do not touch me." "Ah, lass," Ranulf said, his tone soft, kind. "I be sorry ye be having such troubles. I ne'er thought the people might turn on ye." "Perhaps you should have. They are your people after all." "Aye, the wars took their sons, and they be slow to forgive." "Really? Well, so am I." Catrin turned her face to glare at him. "You can leave me now. Your wounds do be needin' tending. They are none of your concern." Ranulf looked away, a tick in his jaw working as he stared across the chamber. "This be me fault?" "Yes, it is. If you want to make it right, take me home. I do not belong here. I had nothing to do with your brother's death. Take me home. Take me home, you filthy renegade." By the time she finished speaking, Catrin's voice rose to a scream, spittle flying from her mouth. Her hands itched to scratch his face, claw his eyes as her fear, rage, and frustration reached a breaking point. Her emotions spilled out of her in a flood, unwanted tears catching hold of her. Sobbing uncontrollably, she put her face in her hands, for the first time wishing that Ranulf had simply cut her throat and left her to die. Her head ached fiercely as she wept, the pain adding to her misery and loneliness and fear. Not caring if he thought less of her for her tears, she tried to scream at him again, commanding him to leave her alone. But the words stuck in her throat, and she choked on them. Before she realised what happened, he had plucked her from her chair and held her in his lap, permitting her to sob against his shoulder. Humming, he rocked her back and forth as he would a child, holding her in his powerful arms. Snugged up tightly to him, Catrin had no will to fight him, to demand he put her down, to leave her alone. Instead, despite her hatred of him, she found herself strangely comforted by his soothing humming, his strength, his compassion. Crying herself out on his shoulder, Catrin rested, exhausted both emotionally and physically. Had he tried then to take advantage of her, she could not have fought him off. He did not. His hand stroked down her hair over and over, his touch calming her further even as his humming ceased. "It be all right, lass," he murmured against her head. "I would take good care o' ye, I promise. It be all right." Catrin wearily lifted her head to meet his eyes. "Do not make a promise you cannot keep." Ranulf smiled, a tender and sweet expression. "I ne'er break a promise, lass." His hand brushed her loose hair back from her face, lightly touching her wound. "Might ye permit me to care for that?" And your other wounds? Catrin nodded. Yes, with the tender care he might show to a small child, and with the same effort Ranulf stood up with her body in his arms. He set her gently back in her chair, then went to the door. Opening it, he spoke to someone outside, then returned to her. Your maid will bring hot water, cloths and a balm to soothe your pain, he said. Sitting beside her again, he pulled her hair back and once again closely examined her cut. I nae think it needs stitched, he murmured, but it dae be deep. Where else ye be hurt? Unlacing the top of her gown, Catrin pulled the garment aside to show him the gouge and bruising on her shoulder, just under her collarbone. But that is all I am showing you, she said. The others are not nearly as bad, and I can care for them myself. Ranulf grinned, sending her a sly wink. Ha, ye break me heart, lass. Careful I do not break your nose, should you attempt to explore further. Nay, I be a gentleman, he said, catching her sardonic eye. Oh, of a sorts. Of sorts, she agreed. Minutes later, one of her maids returned with a small bucket of steaming water, white cloth cast over her shoulder. Knuckling her brow, she set the water and cloth beside Ranulf, then pulled a small leather jar from her pocket. At his gesture, she quickly retreated and closed the door behind her. This will sting, lass, Ranulf warned her, but it must be cleaned. I know. Trying not to wince and hiss in pain, Catrin endured Ranulf caring for the wound on her brow. Caked and fresh blood came away on the cloth as he cleaned it. Then he applied the sweet-smelling ointment from the jar. Strangely, the stuff eased her pain as well. Dipping fresh linen into the bucket, he repeated the process on her shoulder injury. Do your other wounds bleed? He asked as he applied the balm to her collarbone. Catrin shook her head. I think they are just bruises. He capped the leather jar and set it on a nearby table. I will leave that for ye to put on them later. It will help the pain. I can already feel it working, she admitted, lightly touching the rapidly drying stuff on her brow. It does not hurt as much now, but my head does. It still throbs. Ranulf nodded. I hae just the thing for that. Standing, he walked to the table that held a bottle of wine and cups and poured some into one of them. Taking a bit of paper from his pocket, he held it up to her, meeting her eyes. This will help your pain, he said, but will make you sleepy. Do you wish me to continue? Catrin nodded. Though the afternoon had not yet waned toward evening, she wanted nothing more than to escape the throbbing in her head and her tumultuous emotions. Yes, please. Ranulf opened the paper and slid a small amount of white powder into the cup. Swirling the wine inside to dissolve it, he brought it to her and sat back down. "Noo, drink this, lass. All o' it." Obedient, Catrin drank the wine, grimacing at the bitter taste. "Thank you," she murmured, handing him the empty cup. Smiling a little, Ranulf brushed a tendril of her red-brown hair from her cheek. "Ye be most welcome, lass." It did not take long for Catrin to feel woozy. With Ranulf's help, she made her wobbly way to the bed and sat down on the edge. Her fingers plucked at her gown's lacings, though she knew she should not undress while he was still there. Ranulf walked to the door, opened it, then glanced back at her. "I will send your maid to help ye," he said, though she wanted to refuse. Shaking her head brought only dizziness. Her tongue felt thick and fuzzy as though it had been changed by alchemy into a caterpillar, and she could not form words. When she squinted past the black dots swirling behind her eyes, Ranulf was gone. Fumbling with the laces again, she almost decided it was not worth the effort. Her maid suddenly materialised from seemingly nowhere Catrin could discern, murmuring soft words, and assisted her out of her blood-stained gown. Clad in her kirtle, Catrin crawled under the linens of her bed and was asleep before her head hit the pillow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When she woke, her chamber was dark and only the smouldering hearth fire gave out any light. She felt it was late at night and a quick glance out her window informed her it was past midnight. Though her head still throbbed as she sat up, the pain did not come close to what it had been previously. Climbing out of bed, Catrin groggily walked to the hearth and added more wood. Blowing up a flame, she lit a taper and set it to the wick of a tallow candle. With light to see by now, she discovered a plate of food on the table: bread, cold roast beef, cheese and water. Not truly hungry, she nonetheless sat down and ate as much as she could hold. Still feeling unwell, she had no desire to vomit it all back up if she overate. Pouring herself more wine, she sat in her chair by the window and stared out into the night. Pondering Ranulf's kindness and consideration in caring for her, Catrin could not help but wonder at his motives. He behaved as though he cared for her, liked her even, yet he could be nothing except her enemy. Is he truly my enemy? The thought bothered Catrin, for, of course, she should consider him as nothing less. His brother murdered her own. Had they both been of Scottish birth and upbringing into the Scots code of honour, no doubt a blood feud would have sprung up between them. Yet he treated her with kindness, with integrity and with decency. Would her father have given that to him? Had their roles been reversed? No, he would not. Had Ranulf fallen into English hands, she had no doubt at all he would be beaten, tortured, and then ultimately killed. So, who was better, the Scottish or the English? Catrin sighed, drinking her wine, and it knew such questions had no true answer. People on both sides of the border had the capabilities of being equally cruel or equally kind. The heady wine made her sleepy again. Rising, she moistened her fingertips and doused the candle, then climbed back into her bed. The new moon gleamed through the window, illuminating her room with its almost mystical light. She tried watching it for as long as she could, until her eyelids drooped and she slept again. She woke again with Ranulf himself, not her maid, clumsily entering her chamber with a tray filled with food and cups. He grinned as he discovered her still in bed. Catrin covered herself with the bed linens, scowling at his amusement and his presence. "Perhaps I might join you in there, lass," he said, his hazel green eyes glinting with a lewd gleam. "Hey a wee bit o' fun afore breakfast." "No," she snapped. "If you plan to eat all that with me, then leave my room while I get dressed." Setting the tray on the table, Ranulf grinned and offered her a mocking bow. "As me lady commands." Making sure he was gone and not planning to pop back in the moment she left the concealment of her sheets, Catrin emerged cautiously. Though her head and other bruises still pained her, her long hours sleeping seemed to have helped considerably. Without a maid to help her, she donned a clean gown over her kirtle and laced it up the front with easy freedom of movement. "You can come in now," she called. Ranulf opened the door and entered her chambers again. "I will send to the merchant in the village and purchase the cloth you fancied," he said, helping her to sit at the table. Catrin eyed him and the lavish amount of food both. "So, your men told you what I was interested in? Lavender, eh?" Catrin nodded. "Your people tell you everything." Though she found it odd, the clan laird and ruler of this part of the Highlands serving her, she discovered she liked it. Used to being waited upon hand and foot by servants, she never considered that a nobleman might choose to serve another at the table. Yet, for Ranulf to do so, it seemed natural. "Aye," he replied, pouring her both cold water and warmed ale in cups. "It day help me to ken what be going on in me lands." "Are you going to punish the villagers?" Catrin bit into a hunk of black bread and butter, watching him carefully. Ranulf paused to glance at her as though giving her question serious consideration. "Do you wish me to?" Caught off guard that he turned the tables back on her, she reacted simply and honestly. She shook her head. "No, they were awful, but they reacted the way I suppose an English village might if you walked into it." You Be a wise as well as beautiful lass, he said, sitting down opposite her. They be simple folk. Scots be at war with the Sassenach for too many years for old hatreds to die away. I suppose that is true? They broke their fast in companionable silence, one which Catrin felt reluctant to break. Ranulf was her enemy, yet no enemy she had ever heard of treated a captured prisoner the way Ranulf treated her. But how and when would his vengeance strike? While remaining in his castle and being treated as someone of her station should be treated, she knew she lived only at his sufferance. If ye be feeling up to it, Ranulf said, his mouth full, hey aboot, we take some bows and arrows and see what kind o' archer ye are. Catrin grinned, swallowing her cheese and chasing it with a long swallow of her ale. Are you willing to make any wagers on my skills? Knew what ye be wanting, outside o' wanting to go home. Catrin pondered for a moment. What do I want? If I win, I want your best horse as my own. Ranulf's eyes widened and he all but choked on his mouthful of bread. Wet. Ah, nay, alas, I nay wager me stallion, nay for 100 lasses. All right. If I win, you let me ride him. Ye hae a death wish. That lad be a mean bugger, only I can ride him. If I win at archery, Catrin said, her tone sly, and I ride your mean bugger successfully, then what do I get? Ye mean if ye nae dead? Yes, if I am not dead. Ranulf pondered. If ye win at archery and ride me bugger, then I gae ye a diamond necklace. Deal? Catrin spat on her hand and held it out. Deal. Chapter 9. It appeared word leaked out, possibly from one of Catrin's maids listening at the door, of the upcoming contest. By the time Ranulf and Catrin emerged from the castle and into the bailey, a considerable crowd had gathered. They each carried a bow and quiver of arrows, and both gaped as men-at-arms, servants, yeomen, and a number of merchants filled the place. I am going to guess you have ears in your walls, Catrin muttered. I expect I do. At his order, men ran into the barns to quickly stuff hay and straw into sacks to create man-shaped targets. After painting crude circles for a bullseye, they stacked them against the bailey's stone wall. Ranulf tested the pull on his bow and eyed Catrin sidelong as she did the same. With the bow as tall as she was, he expected that she would be unable to pull it at all. Stunned, he watched as she not only tested it by pulling it all the way back, but knocked an arrow to the string, drew the string to her ear, and released the arrow in one smooth action. Whipping his head to the straw dummies, he saw the arrow sticking from the exact centre of the bullseye. I do think I be in trouble here. Catrin smiled sweetly. Your turn. Shaking his head, Ranulf knocked his arrow and pulled the string to his ear. Concentrating, he focused on the target and released. His arrow sank into the sacking, quivering next to Catrin's. He grinned. Can ye beat that? Watch me. Knocking her arrow, Catrin closed her left eye, sighted down the arrow and released. The arrow flew true from her bow and split his right down the middle. Like a heavy wind across the heather, moans of awe and shock rippled across the bailey. Ranulf himself stared, gaping, his jaw hanging loose. Catrin's hand under his chin snapped it closed. Well, he scowled. Hey, a boot, we back up 100 paces, ye bloody show oof. Catrin simpered. Why, I would be delighted. The crowd, large to begin with, increased as the two combatants backed up to make the challenge more difficult. A groom pulled the arrows from the sacks and bolted out of range as Ranulf knocked another arrow. It plunged deep into the heart of the circle, the exact centre, causing the crowd around them to grow wild with applause and cheering. Catrin nodded, knocking an arrow to her bowstring. Impressive! Now try not to swoon, sweet meat. Me swoon? Nay, that be ye when I win. Almost before he finished speaking, Ranulf watched in amazement as she lifted the bow, sighted and released all within a single move. He swore she did not even take the time to sight properly. His moment of elation dropped the instant he glanced at the target. The crowd went silent. His arrow once again had been split down the centre by hers. "I feel faint," he muttered. "Of course you do," she cooed. "Shall we back up another 100 paces?" Ranulf gazed around at the watching eyes, the expectant crowd, knowing that they willed him to win over the Sassenach wench. He shook his head. "I hae nae doubt ye will win that round too." Raising his voice, he bellowed to the watching grooms, "Saddle me, bugger!" Grinning, Catrin caressed her throat. "Why, I can feel that diamond necklace around my neck already." "Ye hae nae earned it, me lady," he replied sternly. "Noo ye jump off if ye get into trouble with him. He be dangerous." "So am I." Unable to halt himself, Ranulf guffawed. "Ye be dangerous, that I ken. The most dangerous lass I ever met." It took the grooms nearly 20 minutes to bring out the glossy black stallion. Ranulf heard Catrin suck in her breath at the sight of him, watching the horse through her eyes. He was magnificent, even to himself, and he raised the beast from a scrawny weanling, broke him to ride, and handled him for breeding. The stud tried to rear, his front hoof slashing at the nearest groom, who ducked at the last second, cursing. "Know ye sure about this?" Catrin sent him a withering glare. "If you can ride him, I am quite certain I shall have no problem." Ranulf rolled his eyes and walked with her to the horse. The stud stomped in a circle, his huge, rounded muscles bunching under his sleek hide. Lowering his head, he kicked backward, and it was pure luck that no one stood behind him. Lifting his head, he whinnied a long, ringing challenge that echoed throughout the bailey. Catrin watched him for a few moments, then nodded to Ranulf. Bending at the stallion's shoulder, he made a stirrup with his laced fingers. When Catrin put her left foot into it, he tossed her up into the saddle. Instantly the stallion tried to buck, but she gathered his reins while inserting her feet into the swinging stirrups at the same time. "Leave go," she commanded. The grooms holding the stud broke and fled, and Ranulf backed away, expecting her to immediately get thrown to the ground. With her grip on the reins, the black stallion could not bend his neck down far enough to buck with all his power, but what power he did have should have been enough to send her sailing through the air. Catrin dug her heels into his ribs. "Hey, yo!" she screamed and gave him his head. The stallion hit a gallop the instant his rear quarters hit the ground. As though shot from a bow, he took off at a dead run, forcing the crowd to scatter or be trampled. Over the drawbridge and out onto the moors he galloped. Catrin bent over his neck. Ranulf ran amidst the crowd to the drawbridge and over it, watching in awe as the stallion raced over the heather, Catrin clinging to his neck. He knew the beast had not run away with her out of her control, for he galloped in circles, straight lines, up a hill, and back down, across the moors to all but vanish in the distance. A moment later, he galloped hard back toward the castle, close enough for them to see Catrin lashing him with the reins, demanding more speed, more power. The pair flashed past them in a blink of an eye, vanished past the castle, only to return a few moments later. "I suspect I just lost me a diamond necklace," Ranulf muttered as Catrin pushed the horse into a run straight toward them. At the last second, as the crowd scattered again like chickens, fearing she would run them down, Catrin reined the stallion in sharply. He slid a good 20 feet on his hindquarters, slung low and leaving a wide furrow in the dirt. Ranulf noticed the stallion sweated white foam on his neck and chest, while Catrin's breathing had not raised a whit. "Hand me a bow," she demanded. "Arrows!" Obedient, Ranulf handed up her bow and quiver of arrows. Hanging the quiver on the pommel of the saddle, Catrin reined the panting stallion around and ordered over her shoulder, "Set up the targets!" She kicked him into a run again as the crowd and Ranulf stood gaping. At last, Ranulf gestured. "Ye heard the lady!" Grooms ran to move the straw dummies from inside the bailey to a spot on the outer wall, then hustled to get out of the way. In the distance, Catrin galloped the stallion in a wide arc and came back, angled perpendicular to the castle wall. Ranulf held his breath and suspected the silent crowd did as well, as Catrin dropped the stud's reins on his neck and raised the bow. An arrow knocked. She sent it hurtling into the first dummy squarely in its heart. Her hands a blur, she sent the second into its heart, but missed the third. Ranulf sucked in his breath, staring. Unbelievable. While her third arrow missed the target's heart, it was securely lodged in what might have been a man's throat. "I would be a mangy dog," he said. The crowd erupted into cheers, whistles, and yells as Catrin trotted the now complacent stallion back to the drawbridge. She sat in the saddle, frowning at her miss. "I am out of practice," she commented. Glancing at Ranulf, she patted the stallion's sweaty neck and commented, "If you let me ride more often, I can practice more. Then next time, I will not miss." Grinning, Ranulf walked over to her, rubbing the tired horse's muzzle. "My lady, you can practice that any time you wish." She nodded gravely, handing him her bow and quiver. "While you fetch me my prize, I need to walk this mean bugger out." Twitching her reins, Catrin walked the stallion away and backed up toward the moors, the crowd still watching her with awe and amazement. Ranulf gestured for a servant. "Bring me jewellery cask." As the man ran off to do his bidding, Ranulf watched Catrin ride slowly, her reins loose, on a horse no one but him had been able to ride. And even he had been thrown from the stallion a few times, been kicked, bitten, and trampled. Had anyone been willing to wager, he would bet that bugger would never offer to bite or kick Lady Catrin. He knew no one would accept his wager. From the south, he saw movement over the hills. Horses, a bunch of them. In the distance, Catrin stopped the stallion to also watch, but he knew it was Aswin and Duncan returning from escorting the Earl of Hargrove to the border. Obviously not much alarmed, Catrin continued to call the bugger out, riding him at a simple, quiet walk. Aswin rode toward him, staring over his shoulder at Catrin. "Be that the Sassenach lady on your mean bugger." Ye serious? How she ride that hell-boon beastie?" Flicking his hand toward the arrow-riddled target dummies, Ranulf said, "We're more skill than ye and I combined." "Nay," Aswin's jaw dropped, "ye be having me own." Ranulf shook his head. "Ye be careful nae to cross her when she got a bow in her hand." Catrin trotted the black back across the drawbridge as Aswin, Duncan, and the others dismounted in the bailey to care for their tired mounts. All eyes stared as the stallion, sweat dried to a salty crust on his hide, stood as quiet as any child's pony. Catrin rubbed his neck, then negligently cocked her leg over the pommel. Meticulously, she adjusted the folds of her skirts to hang decently. Then, Catrin eyed the assembled clansmen, servants, and villagers with feigned shock. "What?" she asked, her innocent eyes wide. "You have never seen a Sassenach on a horse before?" Ranulf chuckled, walking back towards her and shaking his head. "Ne'er day they see a sight like a lass riding and shooting better than any man, Scots or Sassenach." Gesturing with his arm for the crowd to disperse and return to their duties, he held his hand up to assist her down from the saddle. She slid gracefully down, her hands in his, her honey-gold eyes upturned to meet his, smiling a secretive little smile. "Do you have my prize?" she asked sweetly. "Aye." He had selected from his wooden casks of jewellery a necklace studded with diamonds, interspersed with rubies, and a large teardrop diamond hanging from the bottom. Catrin's eyes widened at the sight, her tiny smile gone. "That," she swallowed hard, then tried to speak again, "that is gorgeous, fit for a queen to wear. 'Tis said that an old queen o' ancient days wore this to her coronation. this be in me family for generations." Catrin, upon reaching for the priceless gems, snatched her hand back. "I cannot take it." "Ye earned it, lass." "No, no," she said, taking a step back. "Not a family heirloom. Surely you have something less sentimental or important." Taking her hand, Ranulf pressed the necklace into it and closed her fingers over it. "I wished he have it, Catrin." "Ranulf," she whispered, her eyes pleading, "I must not." "'Tis years new." Picking up the black stallion's reins, Ranulf walked him toward the stables, leaving Catrin to stare at the magnificence in the palm of her hand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Catrin withdrew to her chambers, Ranulf took Aswin and Duncan into his private apartments to dine and talk. "I hae an errand for ye lads," he said, pouring ale from a pitcher into 3 cups. "I pray it be to follow Lady Catrin," Duncan said, chuckling. "That there be a foine task. For a Sassenach, she be a prize." "Nay," Ranulf replied, gulping his ale. "I be tasked wi' watching the lady. I need ye lads to return to England." "What for?" Duncan asked. "There be nothing there ye need, Ranulf." "There be answers." With Aswin doling out hot gravy to pour over roast pork, Ranulf tore off a chunk of bread and dipped it into the savoury stuff. Munching it, he went on, his mouth full. "I need to ken who truly killed Lady Catrin's brother. I canny go myself." Aswin shook his head. "Nay, ye canny. But why ye need to ken it? It be doon with." "I must clear me brother Kyle's guid name," Ranulf replied, salting his slab of pork. "Meada be a broken man o'er this, lads. Me brother hanged for a crime he ne'er commit." "And if ye find oot?" Duncan asked. "Wet then? Make peace atween yourself and the Duke of Whitewood?" Ranulf nodded. "Perhaps, if it be possible." "Aye," Aswin agreed. "Ye took the man's bairn, Laird. Unless ye plan to keep her until she nigh pass of old age, she belongs wi' her da." Duncan laughed. "Ach, there be your revenge, Ranulf. Marry the lass. Listen to the old man's screams of remorse all the way to the Orkneys." "Aye," Aswin said, his eyes hard on Ranulf's. "Marry the Lady Catrin. She be a guide match for ye, and nae better revenge for your brother than that." Chewing his meat, Ranulf shook his head. "I keep that in me head, but I ne'er take the lass against her will." "She be your wife then, Laird," Aswin said. "The last day seemed to like ye. She may be agreeable to the notion." Ranulf laughed. "She ne'er be agreeable to marry me. She day believe I cut her brother's throat. Nay, I keep the notion in me mind, but for noo, I wish ye to go to Linfield in England." "And then?" Duncan asked, lifting his cup of ale to his mouth. "Be discreet and keep your heads doon," Ranulf replied. "I heard whispers of friends of Henry the Younger being around. Find them, ask them what happened, who it be that he argued with before he be killed." Aswin nodded. "As ye say, Laird. I be willing." "Good lad," Ranulf said. "Get your rest, as you be leaving in the marning." Chapter 10. "Would ye care to go riding, lass?" Ranulf asked a few days after she won the diamond and ruby necklace. Catrin smiled. "May I ride the mean bugger?" Regretfully, Ranulf shook his head. "Though I ken ye can handle him, I have another bugger ye may like, a courser with spirit and speed." Glancing down at the dress she wore, Catrin said, "Just let me change first." Returning to her chambers, where her maids busily cleaned, removed the old ashes from their hearth and laid down fresh wood, and cared for her now growing number of clothes. She brushed out her rich auburn hair and braided it into a thick cord that fell to her waist. Clad in a plain grey gown, she went down to the bailey. After her feat with the stallion and the archery contest with their laird, Catrin noticed the men-at-arms and servants of the castle treated her with as much respect as they did Ranulf. She received short bows, curtsies, knuckled brows, and warm smiles wherever she went. Her maids leaped at the chance to do her bidding, and the populace called her milady, even behind her back. She was no longer the Sassenach wench, though she wondered if her presence had truly been accepted among the fanatic Scots. Catrin slowly warmed to them as well. Despite the accents and how they showed their Laird deference, she found them not unlike her servants in her father's castle, or her father's retainers. As she did at home, she spent time talking with them, and considered the time well spent. Ranulf waited for her with an escort of 5 clansmen, wearing brigandines and short steel bonnets, holding the reins of 2 horses. His men, already mounted, were armed with swords, daggers, and held long pikes in their hands. Ranulf himself was girt with his huge 2-handed sword and wore his own light armour. Catrin eyed the arms with a raised brow. "Are we headed into battle? If so, might I have a bow and quiver of arrows? I would not wish to miss out on the fighting." Ranulf laughed and gestured toward the horse she was to ride. "I dare any man to best ye at archery, me lady. But nay, we just be cautious. In Scotland hae brigands and highwaymen." Catrin gazed at the horse he selected for her. A tall and stocky chestnut stallion, with 4 stockings and a white blaze, his broad chest and stout legs spoke of endurance. Liking the flash of intelligence and spirit in his huge brown eyes, Catrin accepted the reins with a nod of satisfaction. "I must admit," she said as Ranulf tossed her into the saddle, "you do have a fine eye for horses." "As day ye?" The chestnut pawed the ground with his front hoof as though asking to run, as she gathered the reins and found her stirrups. He danced under her, yet did not try to wrest control from her as the mean bugger had. Ranulf vaulted atop his mount, a big bay with the same lines as her chestnut, and led the way across the drawbridge. Cantering side by side with Catrin, the escort behind them, Ranulf headed north toward the broad lake. "Ne'er asked ye," Ranulf said, "how ye came to ride and shoot as ye day." "I started riding before I could walk," she answered. "Though my father disapproved, my brother Henry taught me much. Once he discovered I had a natural eye for sighting down a bow. He encouraged me to ride and shoot at the same time. He thought it a lark. And because ye be good at it, ye kept practising." "Exactly," Catrin replied, gazing out at the rolling moors, the sun glinting silver off the lake's surface. "I kept driving myself to greater achievements, to challenge myself to get better." She smiled. "As the daughter of a duke, there is not much for a lady to do. There is only so much needlework to be had." "Ye ride and shoot better than most warriors," Ranulf remarked, chuckling. "Nay, side saddle neither." Catrin rolled her eyes. "I refuse to ride in a side saddle," she snapped. "A foolish and dangerous contraption. Let other ladies crack their skulls when they fall off. Such is not for me." Riding over the moors, Catrin observed the flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, watched over by young men armed with sticks and dogs. Small stone huts, bothies, stood ready to shelter weary travellers. Upon reaching the edge of the huge lake, they dismounted to let their mounts rest and drink from the crystal clear water. One of the clansmen stood watch upon a low hill as Catrin and Ranulf, the rest of the men nearby, sat on dead logs at the water's edge to eat the food packed in the saddlebags. Catrin watched eagles and ospreys diving for fish in the lake and sighed with contentment. "Your land is very beautiful," she said, gazing up at the blue sky. "I think I am now understanding your attachment to it." "The land be in our blood," he answered, gesturing with a chunk of bread. "We belong to it as much as it belongs to us." Catrin nodded. "I can see that. It is almost as if the land knows you." "It die, lassie." Finished eating, Catrin folded her arms around her knees. "You talked of spirits. What did you call them?" "The she," And you can see them? Ranulf nodded. There be one sitting just to your left, a wee water sprite. Catrin jerked her head and shoulders around, peering at the rocks, the gravelly shore. I do not see anything. Is it evil? Nay, lass, he answered, gazing to her left. To see the Shee ye must be of Scottish blood, and be born with a sight. It be curious, lass, nae wishing ye harm. But there are evil Shee. He nodded. Some be large enough to dae ye real harm, but most be mischievous creatures, just to cause ye nagging problems, but nae true harm. I see. Giving up trying to find the water sprite Ranulf saw, Catrin turned her gaze up toward the high peak west of them. She narrowed her eyes, thinking she saw movement up there. Ranulf followed her gaze, turning, then asked, What? You see something? I thought I did, she replied. Perhaps it was simply a deer. Donald, Ranulf said, take a look. With a salute, the man selected mounted his horse and rode up the hill toward the rocky pinnacle. Small stones clattered down the hill, dislodged from his mount's hooves to fall into the lake with wet splashes. Trying once again to see the Shee Ranulf spoke of, Catrin kept watching the spot he had previously stared at, and still saw nothing. She heard him say, It be gone, lassie. Glancing at him, Catrin found him frowning. What is wrong? I dinny, he said. It vanished, like it sensed trouble. At that instant, yells erupted from behind the rocky peak above. The sounds of steel clashing against steel floated down, and Donald's horse galloped with an empty saddle back down the incline. To arms! Ranulf yelled. Own your horses! No! Grabbing Catrin, he flung her up and into the saddle with the ease he might show in throwing a rag doll. She landed awkwardly atop the chestnut, who stamped and snorted, sensing battle. She set herself upright and fit her boots into the stirrups, gazing up toward the peak as mounted men crashed down the hillside, swords in their hands. With barely enough time to mount their own horses and ready themselves for a fight, Ranulf and his clansmen brandished swords and pikes. Leading the charge, Ranulf screamed his war cry, spurring his horse straight at the leader, a tall man wearing a black cloak and hood. His clansmen slammed headlong into his band of 7 riders, driving their pikes into faces and throats. Wishing she had her bow, Catrin reined in her chestnut stallion, who tried to rear. She could only watch, helpless, as Ranulf and his men fought the outlaws. Their horses nose to tail, Ranulf and the leader in black fought with swords, cursing as their blades rang against one another, neither able to push past the other's guard. One of Ranulf's clansmen fell from his horse, his throat sliced open. He died, choking, gasping for air and bleeding out like a slaughtered lamb as his fellows tried to protect him. A pike took out a brigand as the clansman shoved it through his chainmail and deep into his chest. Losing hold of the pike's shaft as the outlaw tumbled from his saddle, the man-at-arms drew his sword and spurred his horse straight at another. Fighting 3 against 5, the Scots redoubled their efforts, swinging steel against steel. A clansman used his pike to drive 2 of the brigands back, then threw it. The pike's blade sank deep into his target's throat, throwing him from the saddle. His teeth bared in a dreadful grimace, the Scot drove his horse, rearing at his second enemy. His horse's hooves shattered the brigand's arm, forcing him to drop his sword. Before the clansman could skewer him, he broke and fled, galloping back up the incline. Seeing him run, the other 2 also wheeled their horses, setting spurs to sweaty hides. Screaming jeers, the Highlanders gave chase, holding their swords high over their heads. Catrin trotted her chestnut toward them, seeing Ranulf still locked in battle with the outlaw in black. His hood thrown back from his face, she saw his dark hair and beard, blood oozing down his cheek from Ranulf's wicked slash. But Ranulf also bled, his left arm hanging useless at his side. Using his knees to guide his bay, he fought sword to sword against the outlaw leader, never giving an inch. Little by little, the dark man's horse gave way, forced backward by the bigger animal. Unable to use his sword with 2 hands, Ranulf swung his blade fast, creating a ring of steel the other could not get through. His bay's teeth slashing at the outlaw's tall horse forced the other mount to try to dodge, despite the spur blood streaming from his flanks in a savage effort to drive him forward. With a wild cry, Ranulf attacked with fresh energy, standing in his stirrups as his stallion, ears flattened, hacked at the other horse with bared teeth. Bleeding on his head and neck, the dark man's horse faltered, stumbling. The outlaw's sword dropped. Ranulf drove the tip of his blade deep into the man's mail and into his shoulder. With a scream, the bearded outlaw swung his own blade and slammed it into Ranulf's. The sword, flung from both his wound and Ranulf's hand, flew out to land on the heather. Before the dark man could slash at Ranulf's throat, Ranulf spurred his mount hard. The bay reared, his front legs high, and slammed into the other. The brigand lost his grip on his sword and was almost thrown from his saddle. Apparently realizing he stood no further chance of killing Ranulf, the cloaked outlaw reined his horse toward the peak and kicked it into a gallop. Spurring for all he was worth, he rode over the top of the hill and vanished. Ranulf sat his sweaty and panting horse, watching his enemy flee. Catrin cantered her chestnut to him. "Ranulf," she said, reaching for him, "you are hurt. How bad?" He raised a faint grin. "Bad enough." Glancing around, he grimaced when he discovered his dead clansman, his throat opened and blood pooling around his head. One of the others galloped headlong down the hill and reined in beside Ranulf and saluted. "Donald be deed, Laird," Grady said, his tone filled with sorrow. "Ian and Cully do be bringing him doon." Ranulf nodded, his lips turned up in a strange grin as he glanced at Catrin. "I nae think I am about to swoon." His eyes rolling up into his head, Ranulf fell from his saddle and crashed to the ground. Chapter 11. When Ranulf woke, he stared up into darkness, seeing little. Trying to remember what happened and how he got there, he squinted into the gloom, and at last saw stars gleaming like diamonds in the night sky. He scented wood smoke and heard the crackling and snapping of a campfire not far from his right. A hand brushed his brow and he turned his head. Catrin sat beside him, the fire's light illuminating her beautiful features, yet her eyes remained cast in shadow. As he woke further, pain from the brigand's sword cut in his left shoulder also awakened, and he groaned. "Shite, lass! How long have I been out?" "Quite a while," she answered, lifting the blanket covering him to inspect his wound. "The sun just went down. I stitched your cut. You will recover, but you lost a lot of blood." "We cannae stay here," he said, trying to rise. "Those bastards might come back." As strong as he usually was, he was no match for Catrin's hand on his chest, pinning him back down. "Lie still," she ordered. "Your men will watch all night, but you should not try to get up until morning. I agree, this place is not exactly safe, but we have no choice right now." "I can ride." "Of course you can," she snapped, "but you will be dead by the time we return to the castle. Now lie still and stop struggling, or you will undo my sewing." He relaxed, realizing that at the moment he was far too weak to sit in the saddle. Ranulf wondered if he might even be fit by dawn. "Those bandits be Sassenach, eh?" Catrin nodded. "Yes, I believe they were. From their dress and what little I heard of their accents. Why would Englishmen come to Scotland to raid? And why attack men who are clearly armed and armoured? As I sit here, I keep puzzling at it. It makes no sense." "Nay, it does nae," he replied, squirming a little to find some ease for his agonised shoulder. "There be a bottle of whiskey in me saddlebags. Might I ha' a nip or 3? Provided you also drink some of this broth I made from the dried beef we have." "Ay, wee, lass." Rising, Catrin vanished into the darkness, away from the light of the fire. He heard her speaking to one of his clansmen, Ian perhaps, from the sound of his voice. A few moments later she returned with the leather bottle. Kneeling beside him, she helped him to half sit up, her knee under his right shoulder. Taking several long swigs of the whiskey and feeling it burn down his throat, Ranulf sighed deeply. "Me, thanks." Easing him back down and leaving the bottle beside him, Catrin went to the fire. He watched her as she scooped liquid from the small pot hanging there into a cup, then knelt beside him once more. Sipping the steaming broth, it eased a hunger inside him he did not know he had. Lying back down, feeling his pain recede and exhaustion overwhelm him, he took her hand. "You get your sleep this night, lass." She smiled down at him and brushed her fingers over his brow. "I will watch over you," she said. "The cloaked man left his sword behind when he fled. I will use it for the time being, just in case he comes back to reclaim it." Ranulf, feeling his eyelids droop and sleep encroach, said, I hae nae doubt ye will win the fight should ye and he day battle." His fatigue taking him down into slumber, Ranulf let it consume him, and he slept. Riding back to his castle, even at a quiet walk, took every bit of strength Ranulf possessed. With Ian leading his stallion, he gripped the pommel with both hands in order to not fall off. Catrin rode beside him, her hand ready to push him back should he appear to topple out of it. Cully rode as the rear guard, keeping a watchful eye out for trouble while Grady rode to his other side. Both led the horses of his slain men, their corpses hanging across their saddles. Weak and in pain, Ranulf drifted in and out of consciousness, only to wake again into burning agony from his wound. The sun rode high overhead when he roused to find strong hands dragging him down from his saddle. He grit his teeth to prevent a scream from bursting forth, but knew a groan emerged. Oddly, he heard Catrin's voice giving his people orders as to being careful, while his clansmen carried him into the castle to prepare hot water as well as demands for fresh, clean cloth for bandages. Blacking out again, Ranulf woke in his own chambers and bed with Catrin replacing his bloody dressings with clean. Noticing him awake, she offered him a quick smile. "At least you did not come undone," she said. "My sewing survived intact. But you have a fever, Ranulf. Your wound may have become infected." He nodded, weak. "I feel it." "I will look after you," she went on. "You must try to eat as much as you can. I have food on its way." I ordered a few herbs be added to it to help you heal," she said. "I fear you will remain in your bed a while." The food turned out to be a thin beef and lamb stew with onions, feverfew, mugwort and garlic. Though he was not hungry, he ate as much as he could. At her insistence, he swallowed until he knew that if he took down more, he would throw it all back up. "Nay," he muttered, "nay more. All right, but drink some water." Gasping, Ranulf rested his head back on the pillow, knowing that a simple thanks for her caring for him was hardly enough payment. He managed a weak smile as she bathed his face and chest in cold water to cool his fever. "Ye be a fine woman," he whispered. "I try to be," she replied, meeting his eyes with calm levelness. "Though you kidnapped me, you have treated me well and cared for me. I cannot but respect you as a man of honour." "I ne'er should have done it." "Perhaps not. But as long as I am here, I will care for you. Now, close your eyes and get some sleep." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was 3 days before his pain and fever abated enough to permit him to sit up, leaning against the headboard. All the while, Catrin slept on a small trundle bed beside his own, feeding him, cleaning his wound through the days and the nights. His manservant kept his rooms clean and the hearth fire going, but Catrin did not permit anyone else to care for him. She did, however, let his clansmen in to offer him brief reports on the activities of his realm, and, of course, to reassure themselves that he was indeed healing and had survived. He was told his men scoured the area and found no trace of the Sassenach who attacked them. "They be gone, Laird," Ian told him. "They done ran back cross the border into England." "Bring me the sword the brigand leader dropped," Ranulf said. "There may be something about it that can tell us who he be." "O' course, Laird." With Catrin standing beside him, Ranulf turned the outlaw's sword this way and that, hoping to find a family crest upon its hilt. While it did not, it did have rubies and emeralds glinting on its crosspiece. "This nae the sword o' a bandit," he said, glancing up at Catrin and Ian. "This be a nobleman's blade." Catrin nodded, troubled. "But why would a man with inherited wealth turn to robbing and thieving? I know of no one who has been stripped of his titles in recent years." "Perhaps a second or third son," Ranulf ventured. "Gold and jewels enough for this, but could nae inherit property and titles." "And rather than find an honest trade," Catrin added, "he became an outlaw." "But why attack armed men?" Ian asked. "I have been thinking on that," Ranulf replied. His eyes rested on Catrin. "Yea, lass, I be thinking they be after ye." "Me? What would an outlaw want with me?" "I dinna," he said, "but ye be the only thing of value that armed men might attack other armed men for."
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Catrin shook her head, but with puzzlement and not negation. "They would have to know you took me firstly. As I see it, someone would have to have sent them to find me." "Yerda!" "No, my father does not deal with outlaws and killers." "Think o' it, lass," Ranulf went on. "You're a canny cross into Scotland without starting a war, but a brigand can and will." Catrin stood and paced around his chamber, obviously restless, worried. "My father would not risk my safety in the hands of outlaws, Ranulf. Who knows what a murderer might do to me?" "Were ye betrothed?" She shook her head. "No, so it cannot be a concerned future husband." "Gilbert O'Hargrove Kennet Laird," Ian said. "He may be a man o' honour." Jolted, Catrin ceased pacing. "Oh my God! Could he have hired men to bring me back?" "Perhaps ye da put a reward up for ye," Ranulf said, setting the jewelled sword aside, next to his bed. "Gilbert do be interested in getting his hands on ye." "That makes more sense," Catrin admitted. "But would he stoop low enough to hire murderers to bring me back to England?" "He killed an innocent shepherd lad," Ranulf reminded her, his voice harsh. "Ne'er forget that, lass." "And a man who would shoot a boy in the throat can never be trusted," Catrin said, sighing and sitting back down beside his bed. "He is capable of anything, I expect." "Right." She eyed Ranulf with a wry smile. "I suppose I am safer in your hands than out of them, for the time being." Chapter 12. In the vast hall filled with wooden tables and benches built for hundreds of guests, the Duke of Whitewood dined alone. The place echoed with the ghosts of those who had lived and died here before him. Lit rushlights pushed back the gloom, but nothing could chase the shadows from his heart. Beckoning a servant to refill his silver-chased goblet of wine, he missed both his children. His son, Henry, now rotted in his grave, and Catrin, stolen by that black heart, Ranulf of Scotland. A clatter at the far end of the hall heralded Sir Alban. The knight, clad in light chainmail and a conical steel helmet, walked toward him, his hand on his sword hilt. His scarlet cloak streamed out behind him as he approached to bow low. Henry dropped his bread to his plate. "Anything?" he asked. "I'm afraid not," Sir Alban replied. "I cannot find any trace of Black Charlie or his outlaws." "Bloody hell," Henry swore, clenching his fist. "Perhaps, Your Grace, he decided the price you're willing to pay was not worth the risk." 125 gold crowns is enough for any man to risk, Henry replied, seething inwardly. Perhaps Ranulf proved too much for the man, and he got himself killed. Sir Alban nodded. That may be, but I should think word of that would have gotten back to his lair at the Lucky Hog if that had happened. And no one there has heard from him. None of his cutthroats have returned with his corpse. Not that I am able to find, Your Grace. His appetite gone, Henry leaned back in his chair and drummed his fingers on the tabletop. It has been almost 2 weeks since that rogue took her, he muttered. What evil things is he doing to her? Rape? Torture? Would you care for my opinion on the matter? Henry nodded. Go ahead. If I were Ranulf Thorburn, Sir Alban said slowly, his greatest revenge on you would be to marry her. Good God! Standing shakily, he dipped his chin in a silent request for assistance. Sir Alban hurried around the table and up onto the dais, looping his armoured arm through Henry's to support him as he walked down. But a forced marriage is not enforceable by the Church in either England or Scotland, Henry mused as he made his slow way toward the doors. He cannot possibly inherit her wealth and titles upon my death under those circumstances. Perhaps that is not his aim, Sir Alban replied. Just by marrying her and consummating it might be all he craves. I would almost rather he killed her than see Catrin married to that bastard. And thus have his revenge on you. Before they reached the hall doors, they opened. A liveried servant hurried toward him and bowed low. Your Grace, he said, slightly out of breath. The Earl of Hargrove has arrived and has requested an audience. What the blazes does he want? Henry grumbled. I have never liked that wretch, even if Henry found his company and his friendship enjoyable. I suppose you must talk to him to find out, Sir Alban replied, his tone dry. Henry glanced at him sidelong. Do not push me, Alban. I am not in the mood. Of course not, Your Grace. Forgive me. To the servant, Henry snapped, Send him along to my library and serve him whatever he wants. I suppose his rank entitles him to that much. I will be along shortly. At once, Your Grace. After bowing, the servant hurried out. Henry watched him depart, cursing under his breath. What do you think he wants, Alban? While I do not know the man save by reputation, the knight replied as they continued on walking slowly, that is not to the good. It is said he is hardly one step above being a cutthroat himself, and stays ahead of the headsman by sheer luck. I have heard similar things, Henry admitted. That may be why I dislike him so, but the very sight of him makes me wish he would crawl into the hole in the ground he came out of and stay there. That makes his friendship with your son even more puzzling. I know, but Henry was fond of him. It took them a long time to reach the castle's library, and Henry arrived feeling exhausted and grumpy. Only out of honour for his rank did I agree to this, he complained. I should have made him meet me where I was. No matter his reputation, Your Grace, Sir Alban said. He is a powerful earl. You are doing right by seeing him here. In front of the closed door to the library, Henry breathed deep, willing some of his weariness from him. Sir Alban withdrew his arm and stood by, waiting until Henry felt ready to walk inside under his own power. At last, the Duke nodded. Sir Alban swung the door open. With feigned strength, Henry strode inside, and found Gilbert, the Earl of Hargrove, standing by the shelves and perusing a book. The Earl closed it as Henry and Sir Alban entered, then bowed to Henry's greater rank. Your Grace, he said, thank you for seeing me on such short notice. Henry gestured toward the chairs. Please, let us sit and talk like gentlemen. Seating himself as Hargrove did the same, Henry glanced at Sir Alban. Will you pour for us, my friend? Bowing slightly, the knight went to the nearby table and poured wine into cups, Gilbert of Hargrove watching him. Henry knew what his first request would be. Might we speak Alone, your grace? Hargrove asked, accepting the cup from Sir Alban. Sir Alban is my adviser, as well as friend and companion, Henry replied, drinking the sweet red from his cup. He will remain. Very well. Hargrove also drank. Henry observed half-healed bruising and swelling on Hargrove's face, the crusty remains of a split lip. You have been fighting, Hargrove? The stocky earl nodded. With Ranulf Thorburn, I was trying to rescue Lady Catrin from his clutches. Henry sucked in his breath. Tell me what happened. Near the border, Hargrove said, sipping his wine as he spoke, I came across Ranulf and a band of about 15 clansmen riding north. They set upon me and killed 2 of my men. Lady Catrin was with them. Was she hurt? Did that bastard hurt her? Not that I saw, Hargrove said. She looked weary and had her hands tied, but appeared in good health. Henry breathed deeply in relief. That is good. What else? I warned him that by kidnapping her he could start a war, the Earl went on. Naturally, he laughed at me. He knocked me out cold and crossed the border. I followed the next day, believing Lady Catrin's life to be in danger, and watched his castle. I hoped to bring her home to you, your grace. After all, her brother was my good friend. But you did not find her. Henry tried to still his bitter disappointment. So, you returned to England? Hargrove smiled, shaking his head. Not exactly. Lady Catrin found a way to escape. She was in our hands, your grace, but Thorburn chased after her with too many men. Damn it. I agree, your grace. Hargrove sipped from his cup, watching Henry over the rim. She saved my life. Oh? Henry's brows lifted. If she escaped and saved your life even as you were caught, then he had not harmed her. All this time I feared he busied himself torturing her. No, Hargrove replied. She is in good health. She promised Thorburn she would not try to escape if he let me live. Chuckling, Henry nodded, drinking his wine. Now that is my Catrin, always putting others first. She is a fine girl, Hargrove said, smiling a little. Which brings me to another reason to pay a call on you, your grace. So, you did not come just to tell me my daughter is well, despite being a hostage. That and a request. Suspicious, Henry schooled his features into something pleasant, and graciously gestured for Hargrove to continue. Then, ask. I will bring Lady Catrin out of Scotland, Hargrove said, leaning forward slightly, his eyes intent. If you agree to our betrothal. Henry drank from his cup, giving himself a moment to think. That is an interesting proposal, Hargrove. By bringing her home to you, the Earl went on, I thus prove my worthiness of her hand in marriage, and inherit my wealth and titles once I am gone. Hargrove made a yea-nay gesture. That is the law of our realm. Yes. Tapping his fingers on his cup, Henry studied the Earl. I must think on this, Hargrove, he said at last. Catrin is all that remains to me now, and her hand in marriage is not something to be taken lightly. Nor is her life. Should you cross into Scotland with your men-at-arms, King Robert can view the invasion as tantamount to war. King Edward would have no choice but to respond. Just as you are an English subject, Hargrove, Henry replied, your presence can trigger the same. I will go in with only a handful of men, Henry snorted. Against Thorburn's hundreds? You are mad. Gilbert of Hargrove offered Henry a curled lip and a nasty smile. I will succeed, your grace, and bring you your daughter, and Thorburn's head. Chapter 13. With Ranulf now healing rapidly, Catrin returned to her own chambers to sleep. With her oath not to try to escape, she was given the freedom to ride out on the moors on a daily basis, and often did so. As frequently as she rode her own grey gelding, She also rode the chestnut stallion. Of course, a band of Ranulf's clansmen followed to guard her, and with outlaws about, she made no objections. After a week had passed since the attack, Catrin rode into the bailey to find Ranulf practicing his swordsmanship. Reining into watch, she sat in the saddle as he, shirtless and sweating, swung his heavy two-handed weapon against one of his clansmen. She knew by his movements he was hardly ready to be fighting, as his strokes were slow and evidently painful. Catching a glimpse of her, Ranulf signalled a halt to his opponent. Breathing hard, he leaned on his sword and grinned at Catrin as she walked the chestnut over to him. "Do not stop on my account," she said. "Need a breather," he replied, using his free hand to wipe sweat from his eyes. "Should you be working like that?" she asked, eyeing the not fully healed wound on his bare shoulder. "I must exercise it, lass," he said, flexing his left arm. "Else it grow weak and be useless when I need it." "I suppose you might be right about that." Catrin eyed his bare chest and shoulders, feeling a faint thrill of lust course through her. She seldom had opportunities to see men in a state of near undress, and Ranulf's body filled her sight. His muscles rippled when he moved, and the scars crisscrossing his chest and belly hardly dented his attractiveness. His leather trousers slung low over his narrow hips, with the belt holding his blade's sheath, preventing them from sliding down into full nakedness. Trying to conceal her admiration for him, Catrin shunted her eyes away, yet not fast enough to avoid witnessing his knowing grin. "How is your father?" she asked. "I have not been in to see him of late." Ranulf grimaced, rubbing his injured shoulder. "The same, lass. Still believes me brother away on a voyage. Cannae accept his death. I still find it hard to believe Henry is gone. Aye, grief day linger." Stepping closer, Ranulf held out his hand to help her down from the stallion's saddle. A groom seized his bridle and led him away to the stables, as Ranulf, keeping his hand in hers, walked with her across the bailey. "Will ye nae watch me sword play a while?" "Why not?" Catrin permitted him to seize her about her slender waist and lift her up to sit on a low stone wall. "But should you open your wound again, you can sew it closed again." Grinning, Ranulf tossed her a mocking bow and gestured for his opponent to renew their sparring. Though Catrin was no expert on swordsmanship, she recognised the master in Ranulf just the same. Despite his handicap, his movements were fluid and graceful, like a dancer, and his clansmen could not get past his guard. It also seemed clear he pushed himself harder than earlier, most probably because of her presence. He disarmed the man by catching his hilt's crosspiece and twisting his arm sharply, and Catrin watched the sword fly several feet away to land with a ringing clang on the stone cobbles. Ranulf, grinning and panting, called the match off. "I do thank ye for nae letting me win, Neil. 'Twas a fair fight." Saluting, just as exhausted as his laird, Neil went to pick up his blade. "Ye be the best, Ranulf, and that do be a fact." Catrin smiled and applauded. "Nicely done, Ranulf," she said as he sheathed his sword and walked towards her. "I am no judge, but to defeat a man when you are still healing is incredible." "Shh, lass," he said, accepting a damp cloth from a servant and wiping his face and chest with it. "I practice me sword fighting the way you practice your archery." "Which," she said pert, "I will start practicing again now that I am no longer your nursemaid." Ranulf came closer, edging into her personal space, his hazel green eyes gazing into hers. "I will watch your shooting with enjoyment." Perhaps because he was half naked and sweaty, Catrin let him stand with his hips pressing against her knees. That strange, lustful tingling returned, spreading into her lower belly, lighting feelings she had never encountered before. Uncertain of herself, she tried not to let it show as she met his eyes squarely. "I suppose, since you let me watch you," she said, tilting her nose upward, "I will consent to let you watch me." He laughed low in his throat, his face and upper body leaning in towards her. Resting his hands against the low wall upon which she sat, His face came within an inch of hers. "Just try to stop me, beautiful archer." Before she could draw away, Ranulf kissed her, full on the mouth. Caught between surprise and pleasure, Catrin froze, unable to decide or understand what to do. She had never been kissed before, and discovered it made the tingling in her lower body flare up into fire. His lips moved over hers, his tongue penetrating her mouth. It shocked her, forcing her to pull back. She gazed into his eyes wide, his pupils enlarged, and discovered she liked what he did. But when laughter rang out across the bailey, the sound broke the spell. Humiliation filled her, blocking the pleasant tingling sensations. Lifting her hand, Catrin slapped him hard across the cheek. Ranulf merely grinned and rubbed his face, as though having expected to be smacked for his boldness. "Ah, you break me heart, lass," he said. "I knew you liked it." "You embarrassed me," she snapped, her voice low and forceful. "You intended to make me a laughingstock of your clansmen." Ranulf's grin faded. "Nay, I would ne'er do that. I kissed ye 'cause you be a lovely lass, and I like ye." "Then why did your men laugh?" Shunting her eyes around the bailey, her face flaming hotter than his from her slap, Catrin searched for the source of the amusement. She saw no one staring in their direction and laughing nor grinning, nor pointing toward her as the butt of a joke. In fact, it appeared no one paid them any heed at all. People went about their business as they always did, as work did not cease just because their laird was present. Straightening, Ranulf also gazed around. "I dinna, Catrin," he said, his voice earnest. "I canny think me men would laugh at ye. They like ye, respect ye." Hopping down from the wall, Catrin folded her arms over her bosom, unable to meet his eyes. "You still should not have kissed me like that." "Why, nay, as I said, I like ye. I find ye beautiful. I wanted to kiss ye, so I did. Knew ye canna say ye dinna like it, as I ken ye did. That does not matter." Staring at the cobbles beneath her feet, Catrin felt foolish, utterly stupid, for having overreacted to something as simple as a kiss. Nor could she look him in the eye and tell him no. She did not like him kissing her. Yet her body remembered how it did indeed like his mouth on hers. His finger under her chin lifted her face up to his. Tenderly, as though he planned to rest his lips on a butterfly, Ranulf kissed her again. This time, knowing a little more about what to expect, she was neither startled nor shocked. Her body responded without her permission, her mouth opening under his before she could order it not to. The sweet, sparking ache spread from her loins to her belly. Catrin leaned into him, into his mouth, breathing in the odour of his sweat, his masculine smell. He did not probe her mouth with his tongue, but released her before she wanted the kiss to end. Opening her eyes, she stared into his, those hazel-green depths filled with an emotion she could put no name to. "See?" he husked. "Nae laughing at ye." Bending to her again, he kissed the tip of her nose and each cheek. "I dae like ye, Catrin," he breathed. Unable to halt the silly smile that crossed her face, Catrin ducked her face away from his finger. "As much as I hate to admit it," she murmured, "I like you, too." "Gid, I hate to like a lass who wishes to plant a knife between me ribs." That broke Catrin into laughter. "I think that moment passed." Ranulf chuckled as he rubbed his nose against hers. "Come, me lady, I must clean myself. I dae stink like a wet mongrel." He took her hand in his as he walked across the bailey toward the castle proper, taking her with him. "I do not know," she said. "Sweat on a hard-working man is natural, not truly stinky. But a sweaty man who never washes, well, that is nasty." "I would try to ne'er offend your sensibilities." "Please do. They are so very particular." Ranulf laughed. "I dae like your quick wit." "Good. It is nice when a man likes a woman for more than a body to bear his children. Aye, many a man can he truly appreciate the delights a woman can bring. He winked at her. Outside day bedroom? Catrin smirked up into his face. They seldom realise a woman can have a good mind as well as a nice body. And ye day he both, me sweet lass? I suppose the reverse can also be true, Catrin said, thoughtful. A woman can, or perhaps should, appreciate a man who has wisdom as well as courage. Of course, she wants her man to take care of her and her children, be a good provider, and protect her from enemies. But I think, were I in a position to choose, I would choose a man with brains as well as brawn. Pity, he mused. Too often, neither the man nor the women get to make a choice in their forever mates. I know. Women are chattel, to be bought and sold like a sheep. Dinna forget, lass, men cannot always make their own choices in the world. The world is not always fair, is it? Nay, lass, but it be the only one we got. Passing a servant, Ranulf stopped him and gave orders for a hot bath to be prepared in his private chambers. After the man ran off to obey him, he rubbed his half-healed arm and winced. Methinks me did overdo it. This pains me like a bastard. Stopping, Catrin examined it closely. It appeared red around the edges of the wound, and swollen. Touching it briefly, she discovered it hotter than his flesh around it. If you are willing to take a suggestion, Ranulf? Oh, course, ye be me nursemaid and all. That fresh water spring behind the castle, she said. It is icy cold. Before your bath, go soak it in the cold water for as long as you can stand it. It will bring down the swelling. It may ease your pain in the long run. Aye, lass. Ranulf smiled and brushed his knuckles down her cheek. Splendid idea. I would day it. Leaving her, he reversed direction and went back across the bailey toward the drawbridge. Catrin watched him go, then headed toward her chambers. She too needed a bath before supper after spending her afternoon on a horse. Yes, I do like him, she murmured to herself. God help me, he should be my bitter enemy. But he is not. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why should I trust you? Catrin and Ranulf sat in the vast dining hall, virtually alone, save for a few servants, standing just out of earshot. Rushlights and candles illuminated just the area where they sat, though a large number of tables and benches for guests filled the chamber. A few hounds nosed among the rushes, searching for any scraps they may have missed on earlier ventures. Ranulf eyed her curiously, a leg of chicken in his hand. Why do ye ask that new lassie? I hae ne'er harmed ye since ye came to me castle. That is why I am asking, she replied. We are enemies, you and I, Ranulf. Your brother murdered mine. You kidnapped me for revenge. Had our families both been Scots, we no doubt would have entered a blood feud by now. I am alive, only because you have not killed me yet. He nodded slowly, setting his food back down on his plate. I see where ye be going with this. Are you going to kill me, Ranulf? She asked. Perhaps this is your revenge. You get me to like you. You kiss me. You treat me as an honoured guest. Then you execute me and send my head to my father. Catrin had seen him angry before, had witnessed the heights of his rage, but never before had it been directed at her. Is that how you think o' me, Catrin? He demanded. That I hae less honour than a lowly thief who would steal from his maw. I hae nae need to kill ye to get me revenge. I hae but to marry ye and settle ye with babes to hae me revenge or ye da. But I ne'er dae that without your consent. Come on, ye think I could cool ye after ye cared for me the way ye did? Catrin felt her face heat with chagrin as she looked away from his furious expression, and yes, the hurt she glimpsed in his eyes. I did not mean to question your honour, Ranulf. But please think of the situation from my point of view. I am your hostage, alive only because you say so. If you were not going to kill me, then why did you take me in the first place? Taking a deep breath, Ranulf folded his fingers together. I confess I let me grief o'er Kyle's death rule me actions. I did intend to kill ye, slit your throat and send you back to your da. But once I had ye in me hands, I couldn't. Unable to halt it, Catrin smiled over her wine cup. I see. Your charm did catch me by me throat, lass, he said, his anger deflated. He grinned, a sad sort of expression in her opinion. No, I hae nae idea what to do wi' ye. Well, Catrin said, amused, I suppose I can say I trust you now. At least I know you are not toying with me until such time as you want to cut off my head. Nay, ne'er that. I will tell ye, however, I sent a couple of lads to Linfield in England. Oh, why? To find your brother's friends, and ask them who he argued with the night he be slain. Catrin sat up straighter, leaning forward eagerly. To clear your brother's name? Aye. If I can find the true murderer, then perchance I can make peace with your da. Have they come back yet? Did they find his companions? Ranulf shook his head. Nay, Aswin and Duncan hae nae returned. Finding the true killer would be an honourable way to create an avenue of concord between you and my father, Catrin said thoughtfully. Neither of you would lose face, nor honour, and I can be returned home. Is there any way I can help? Nay, right now, he answered, chewing on his chicken leg again, but I will let ye ken. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Growing as fond of the amiable chestnut stallion as she was of her grey gelding, Catrin rode out of the castle for her usual afternoon sojourn on horseback. Smooth of gait and soft in his mouth, the stallion carried her at a swift canter over the Highland moors. Though the misty clouds hung low over the rolling hills, the day was mild, and she felt no need for her warm cloak. Her guard of 5 armed clansmen in their steel bonnets and brigandines followed, often tossing jests back and forth, but kept their voices down out of respect for her. The light breeze through her hair brought with it the scent of heather, and Catrin breathed deep of it, feeling content. I am falling in love with him. Remembering his mouth on hers, his gentleness in the face of his strength, she sighed. I want more of them. I want more of him. Daring to let herself daydream of a marriage born of love, not politics, she wondered if marrying Ranulf could ever be possible. Father will never permit it, even if Ranulf proves his brother did not murder Henry. Though she felt lost in her thoughts, Catrin did not fail to hear the swift hiss through the air and the thunk of an arrow striking flesh. Her stallion stumbled, trying to keep his feet, staggering. She caught a rapid glimpse of the feathered shaft sticking out from his neck right in front of her saddle. She kicked her feet free of the stirrups and threw herself from his back the same instant he went down. Chapter 14. Landing hard on her back and shoulders, the wind knocked from her lungs. Catrin barely avoided the big horse rolling over her. Ambushed, as the stallion thrashed, struggling to rise, blood gushing from his wound, Catrin saw her clansmen guard under attack. Arrows flew in a cloud from the surrounding thickets and hills. 3 of her guard fell, stricken, yelling, from their saddles as their horses shrieked, rearing, wooden shafts protruding from necks, chests, flanks. No! Catrin screamed, staggering to her feet. Horsemen surged from behind their cover, men afoot still shooting arrows at the last survivors of her guard. Swords in their hands struck in their chests and bellies. The last 2 alive valiantly tried to save her and charged their attackers. Crying aloud, Catrin watched as they too fell from their saddles, their mounts dying along with them. Surrounded, she spun in circles as at least 6 men on horses trotted their mounts around her. Their leader stared down at her from atop his tall, rangy bay. Catrin glared as she recognised him, the cloaked man with the dark hair and beard who fought Ranulf. The outlaw, the coward who struck from ambush. Pushing his hood back, he smiled and bowed from his saddle. "Greetings, Lady Catrin," he said. "I am called Black Charlie, and I have been hired to take you back to England." "I will go nowhere with you, you stinking coward in Versailles," Catrin snarled. "You murdered those men." He glanced at the dead clansmen as he swung down from his saddle. "It is not murder to kill animals." To her horror, his men dismounted and looted the corpses for weapons and valuables, even taking one pair of boots from a body. They also yanked arrows from the bodies, inspecting them before returning them to quivers if they were not too badly damaged. With their swords, they cut the throats of the horses still alive, including her cherished stallion. "You are filth," she snapped, unable to take her eyes from the disgusting scene before her. She liked those Scots who rode with her, guarding her back faithfully and well. Grief for their useless deaths rose to choke her. "This is my fault. If I had not insisted on riding every day, they would still be alive." Black Charlie put his hand on her shoulder. "Your insults mean little to me." Catrin tried to jerk away from him. "Do not touch me." No match for his strength, Catrin struggled as he tied her hands with a short length of heavy rope. She tried kicking him, but only succeeded in making him chuckle. "You are a feisty one, eh?" he said. "Mount type," he called to his men, dragging her toward a saddled horse whose reins trailed to the ground. "She will be missed, and we need to be leagues away before Thorburn discovers she did not ride back. He will be on you before you can even look over your shoulder," she shrieked, struggling as he lifted her to the horse's saddle. "I will laugh as he rips your guts from your belly with a hook." "Please do not tell me you have grown fond of that Scottish beast," Black Charlie said dryly, as he deftly avoided her kick to his face. "Though you two did appear rather cosy together that day. I tried to take you." Ignoring Catrin's cries and insults, the outlaw tied her feet together under the horse's belly. "Just in case you think to throw yourself off," he said, grinning. "And I will be killed should the horse fall." "I will make sure he does not," the outlaw replied. "I do not get paid unless you are breathing." "Who paid you?" All around them, Black Charlie's men mounted their horses, talking and laughing over their easy kill, the booty they claimed. Feeling sick, Catrin gazed at the dead men and horses, at the stallion Ranulf gave her. "Who paid you to do this?" she screamed, spittle flying from her mouth. "Your father!" Choking on her grief and rage, Catrin stared as Black Charlie mounted his bay and pulled her horse in next to his knee. "He would not," she gasped. "Not men like you." He shrugged lazily. "Believe it or not," he replied amiably, "he did hire me to bring you back. However, there is one who is paying me more to bring you to him." "What? Who?" Spurring his horse into a trot, dragging hers alongside him, Black Charlie glanced over his shoulder as his men gathered in a loose bunch to ride behind them. "Oh, I think I will leave that a surprise," he replied, grinning. "I would not want to spoil it for you." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It took them 2 days of hard riding to cross the border into England. With every hour that passed, Catrin expected to be attacked and raped by these brutal men. Black Charlie, in front of her, told his men she was not to be touched, and what man dared try would have his guts staked to the ground and left behind alive for the wolves. Despite his orders and his protection, Catrin recognised the expressions of lust on the faces of his men. When they thought he could not hear, she heard their murmurs of how they would rape her. They would tie her spread eagle on the soil and take turns despoiling her. Never before had she felt such fear, such dread. Even in the immediate hours and days after Ranulf kidnapped her, Catrin never truly feared he or his men would strip her naked and assault her. His clansmen did not look at her the way these men did. She knew only the respect, or perhaps terror, these men had for Black Charlie stayed their hands. And as he was but one man against 7, she still worried they would overwhelm him and come for her. "They fear me." Catrin, sitting beside the fire, her hands bound in front of her, turned her gaze from the men seated around the other 2 campfires to Black Charlie. He jerked his chin toward them. "They are too afraid of me to touch you." "Are they? You are one man. What if they turn on you? What then?" He smiled, his teeth gleaming red in the firelight. "Shall I make an example of one of them, my lady? I heard what they are saying, how they want you. Perhaps I should gut the loudest of them, wrap his entrails in the bushes and leave him screaming?" Her brow rose. "You would do that, even if they have not disobeyed you?" "Of course, without hesitation." He shrugged lazily, poking the fire with a stick. "It will keep the rest in line by providing an example of just what I will do." "That is cold." "It is life. Loyalty by fear is still loyalty, and I demand it from them. It will also make them think twice before deciding they outnumber me." Catrin shivered at the indifference in his tone, but felt glad Black Charlie's greed for his payment kept her safe from the danger he himself presented. Had his employer not demanded her return, safe and unspoiled, no doubt he would lead his men in raping her to death. "I do not think you need to go that far," she murmured. "When will you be turning me over to my surprise captor?" "The day after tomorrow," he replied. Beyond Black Charlie's shoulder, Catrin saw 3 of his men watching her, their faces in shadow. At once, she regretted telling him he need not slaughter one of his men as an example. At that moment, she wished he would do it right then and there. Vowing not to sleep that night, Catrin felt exhaustion overwhelm her. She had hardly slept the night before, waking at every snap of the fire, popping a knot in the wood, and thinking they were coming for her. "You do not plan on sleeping tonight?" "No." "Well, I do." Black Charlie wrapped himself into his blankets and lay on his side, facing the fire. "Sleep or not sleep will not help anything," he said. "You may as well get your rest." "I want to see them coming. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Her eyes gritty from lack of sleep, Catrin stood up as the outlaw camp awakened, Black Charlie rising, yawning from his blankets. As 2 of his men brought both of them food and ale, leering at Catrin as they did so, she shook her blankets out and rolled them up. Sitting on a rock, she set the tin plate on her lap and ate the cold pork and cheese awkwardly, her hands still bound in front of her. She had little appetite, but ate the food anyway to keep her strength up. "Which one shall it be?" She glanced across the nearly dead fire at Black Charlie. "Excuse me?" He jerked his chin at his men, laughing as they jested with one another. "Pick one, and I will use him as my example." Once again, his lack of emotion frightened her more than the threat of his men. "I cannot do that, and it is not necessary to murder a man just for looking at me." "Oh, it is not for looking, my lady," he replied. "It is for thinking about disobeying me. I am merely offering you a chance at your revenge." "I am not looking for revenge." "So be it." Black Charlie stood up. His brigands paid him little heed as they ate their cold fare while arming themselves in their chainmail and saddled their horses, still eyeing her sidelong with evident greed and lust. Before Catrin could draw breath to cry a warning, Black Charlie's sword rang from his sheath. In a lightning-fast strike, he slit a man up the middle from his crotch to his chest. The outlaw shrieked, his belly bursting open, purple-blue entrails bulging from the gaping lips of his wound. Still screaming, the hapless man tried to hold his guts inside him, even as Black Charlie seized a handful of intestines in his hand and yanked them out. Blood-curdling cries of pain and terror from the stricken man shocked his men into stillness as Black Charlie coldly, without emotion, entangled them into a nearby thicket. His hands covered in blood, he stripped the mortally wounded man of his sword belt. Over the man's shrieks, Black Charlie pointed the sheathed sword at the men standing, gaping in horror at him and their companion. "Do you think you can hide it from me?" he asked, his voice icy. "Your plans to take the girl from me? I warned you what would happen should you even think about spoiling my prize. Now see the result of my wrath." Picking up a waterskin, Black Charlie rinsed the blood from his hands, still as cold and emotionless as before. Catrin thought that aspect the most frightening thing of all. Get mounted. Scrambling, running, his remaining men dashed to obey him, their expressions filled with horror. None of them tried to aid the wounded man, who screamed for help as he collapsed on the ground, still trying to shove his intestines back into his opened belly. Catrin, sickened by what she had just witnessed, what was still in front of her eyes, what she heard, let Black Charlie put her on the horse and tie her feet again. Squeezing her eyes shut as he mounted his bay and started out, could not block the vision of the man's insides entangled in the bush. His screams rang in her ears even as they rode out of range of them. Chapter 15. Dull fury roared through Ranulf as he stared down at his dead clansmen and horses. Stripped of their weapons and what little jewellery or valuables they had owned, the men lay where they had fallen. Their dried blood caked black over time as they had lain there, undiscovered. The obvious arrow wounds in their bodies informed Ranulf what had happened. His eyes roved to the chestnut stallion Catrin had ridden, his throat cut, an arrow sticking insultingly from his neck. Ranulf growled low in his throat. "There be nae doubt who be responsible," he said to Ian, sitting his horse beside him. "That fiend who done killed Donald and Jasper, that blackguard outlaw." "Aye," Ian agreed. "Bloody Sassenach ambushed them, Laird. Nae honour among them." "I will rip oot his throat when I catch him," Ranulf vowed. "He do want to play dirty, then I can get me hands just as dirty." Glancing at the 20-odd men with him, the clansmen he took with him when Catrin and her escort had not returned from their daily ride, Ranulf beckoned to one of them. The man nudged his horse over to him, saluting. "Ride back to the castle," Ranulf told him. "Gather servants to collect the dead and see to their burial. Then bring back as many men as you can get. I ride sooth, but I will go slow till he catches up." "Aye, Laird." Wheeling his horse, his man set spurs to Silky Hide and galloped back toward the castle. Dismounting, Ranulf left his reins on his stallion's neck as he walked around, peering at the torn and trampled earth. He studied the tracks left behind by the outlaws who slayed his men, and took Catrin, hoping they would lead him to her. Glancing up at Ian, who had followed him, he said, "No more than 10 o' them, but they be riding hard. Let us be after them." Striding back to where he left his horse, he vaulted into his saddle and kicked the animal into a swift canter. His men riding hard on his heels, he followed the clear tracks in the churned heath. As he needed his clan to catch up, he kept the pace at a trot or slow canter, and tried not to worry about what may be happening to Catrin. "If they be Sassenach men loyal to her da," he muttered to Ian riding beside him, "then I nae worry for her safety. But these be brigands with ut honour. Be they despoiling her, ye think?" Ian shook his head. "Nay, Laird, think o' it. They be determined to her Lady Catrin. Why, 'cause they be paid to bring her home. They ne'er be paid should they bring her to harm." "I dae hope and pray ye be right, Ian," Ranulf replied, his grief and worry easing a fraction. "Still, men like this be unpredictable. Perchance they canna control themselves. Be easy, Laird. We will catch up to them soon, and bring Lady Catrin home." By nightfall, Ranulf's 100+ clansmen caught up to him, and he lit torches to follow the trail that led ever southward into the darkness. He knew he could not cross into Sassenach lands with all of these men, if he failed to catch up to the outlaws who had Catrin. Permitting only the shortest of stops to rest the horses, and give them water and a little grazing. He pressed on. Dawn found him staring down at the corpse of a dead man. Glazed eyes stared blankly into the new sunlight, and by the stench of the body's opened belly and stained breeches, Ranulf knew the man had been dead only a few hours. "This lad took a long time to die," he said, studying the white entrails wrapped in the thicket. "He did this to his own man. They camped here for the night, then come the morning he done this." "Why, Laird?" Ranulf glanced up. "Me guess, it be over Catrin. Perhaps he wished he despoil her." "This be a cruel man we be after, Laird. Cruel and despicable. Aye." He swung back into his saddle and nudged the horse into a gallop. "The border be only a few leagues ahead," he said to Ian. "I canny take all of ye with me when I cross." "How many ye wish to accompany ye?" Ian asked. "I plan to be one of them, Laird." Ranulf shot him a quick grin. "That be grand, Ian. I would take a dozen stout lads with me. The rest were he to gae home." As the trail he followed did indeed cross into England shortly before nightfall, he stopped. Mounted on his horse, he addressed the clansmen, not picked to go with him. "I canny take all o' ye wi' me," he said, his voice raised to reach all of his men. "Gae home, but stand ready. Patrol my lands, lads, and keep a sharp watch o'er them. I be back as soon as I can." The band of more than 100 strong saluted him, then turned their horses back north. Ranulf did not watch them go, but kicked his horse across into England, still following the trail. Only 10 leagues to the southwest lay the Duke of Whitewood's estates, and to the west were Gilbert of Hargrove's lands. The trail appeared to stop after heading for less than a league due west. Dismounting his stallion, he studied the tracks, puzzled. "More riders," he said, pointing. Lifting his head, he gazed west. "Some went that way. Most rode south, but they stayed here for a bit. I see boot prints among the horse tracks." "Which way do we ride, Laird?" Ian asked, gazing round. "South." Ranulf swung aboard his horse. "West lay Gilbert o' Hargrove's lands, and we nae wished he tangle with him on his own turf. He hae more men than we. I think the outlaws rode south, and we can catch up if we ride noo." Striking a hard gallop, Ranulf calculated that the outlaws would stop for the night at dusk, and hoped they thought themselves safe from him. If Ian was right, and the brigands took Catrin for pay, then perhaps they turned her over to the Earl of Hargrove. Though he despised the Earl right down to his blood and bones, he knew she would be safe in his hands, and Gilbert would take her home to her father. "I canny come after ye, Catrin," he murmured, staring westward where he hoped she now was. "I will come for ye, lass. I promise ye." Hours later, past full dark, Ranulf and Ian crept on their bellies to the top of a hillock and peered through the thickets shielding them from the camp below. 3 fires he found, which he guessed were 7 men around them. "Dae ye see Catrin?" he whispered to Ian. "Your night eyes be better than mine." Crawling further into the thicket and under it, Ian whispered back, "Nay, the fires light them up, good Laird. 1 man at one fire, then 4 and 3. The leader at his own," Ranulf muttered. "Dae ye see a watchman?" As Ian scrutinised the low-lying hills and short stone walls around them, the single man tossed more wood on his fire. The blaze sprang up, revealing his black cloak and short beard. Ranulf cursed under his breath. "'Tis you, bastard," he hissed through his teeth. "You go and meet your maker this night." Ian crept soundlessly backward. "As far as I can tell, Laird, they set nae watch." "Gid." Crawling soundlessly back down the hill, Ranulf gave swift orders. 13 o' us, 7 o' them, split up into 4 groups and spread out. The terrain be in our favour. We ha' surprise on your side. We all hae bows. We use them. Ian, ye and 2 lads cut them off from their horses. Neil, ye take 2 lads tae the south. You hae the longest distance. Gae noo." As the selected men rode off, Ranulf pointed to the others. Ye three ride in from the west. Me and the last 4 lads, we ride straight down the hill. If Catrin can ride and shoot, as can we. We gae new. Ranulf's band split apart to ride around the hill and surround the black-cloaked outlaws. Mounting his horse, he and the men selected to ride with him walked their beasts up the hill. Ranulf felt only partially worried their horses would snort and potentially give them away, as Ian was only minutes from riding around the hill. If the brigands were spooked and ran for their animals, they had little chance of escaping. "We be within range at the top o' the hill," he whispered, knocking an arrow to his bow. "Shoot them doon, lads. Remember what they did to your friends. We guinea quarter." Well trained and well disciplined, his clansmen did not reply. Instead, they dropped reins to their mounts' necks. Drawing their bows to their ears, they awaited his signal. Ranulf slowly counted, measuring the time necessary for Neil and his men to get south of the bandits. Then, nudging his horse, he rode to the top of the hill. Down below, nothing had changed. While wanting to laugh aloud at their foolishness in not setting a watch and setting so many brilliant fires, Ranulf remembered how easily the tides of battle could change. He was also superstitious enough that he would never challenge the fates by believing he had the fight won before the first arrow left its string. Patient, he waited and watched, his stallion as silent as himself. Drawing the bowstring to his ear, he aimed down at the bearded man. The scents of wood smoke and cooking food tickled his nostrils. The outlaws served themselves and their master food, talking and laughing, and Ranulf checked again to make certain Catrin was not down there. If she was indeed still a captive, none of the men appeared to indicate it. The leader's chest sprang into his view as he sighted down the arrow. He relaxed his fingers. The arrow flew true. It sank deep into the bearded man's chest. At the same instant, Ranulf whooped his war cry. Kicking his stallion into a powerful gallop down the hill, he knocked another arrow. All hell broke loose among the men below. As his own lads screamed their challenges, arrows from all directions flew through the darkness to find targets. The Sassenach men ran for horses. Ian's lads rode in, whooping, firing their arrows, striking chests, shoulders, throats. Ranulf's horse reached level ground even as his selected clansmen loosed their arrows into any Sassenach still standing or thrashing on the ground. The bearded man lay where he had fallen, his hands frantically trying to pull the arrow from his chest. Leaping from his mount even before the beast came to a halt, Ranulf pointed his arrow down into the man's agonized and furious face. "Where be the lass?" he asked, standing over the face he knew so well, the man he fought that day by the lake. "Tell me, and I be merciful. I slay ye quick, nay sufferin." The outlaw leader's mouth worked, spittle coated his lips, as did blood. With the arrow in his lungs, he slowly bled into them and would soon drown in it. But his defiant eyes told Ranulf that he would never speak. Looking up, he found his clansmen riding among the dead brigands, checking for any still alive. "Search them," he called. "If they sent Lady Catrin into Hargrove's clutches, they would have gold. Find it." He stared down at his victim again, then crouched down to better stare into the dying man's eyes. "Mayhap I should yank my arrow from your chest," he said conversationally. "Then ye die, drowning in your own blood. That be a bad death, laddie. Or I could leave ye, die slower and still drowning. Or I shoot ye in your eye, slay ye quick. As ye slew me, lads, I should let ye pass into your devil master's hands, slow, like—" The bearded man coughed, hacking up blood that pooled around his mouth and dribbled onto his throat. His dark face twisted in agony, and he once more tried to speak. "Ha!" he gasped. "Ha! Ye sold me Lady Tay Hargrove?" Ranulf asked. His chin dipped once, his shadowed eyes pleading. Ranulf sighed and stood. "Ah, as much as I wish ye to die slow for your crimes, I gae me word to ye. I will show ye mercy more than ye showed your own lad. Aye, poor fella died hard, he did. Knocking an arrow, Ranulf aimed it at a point between the man's eyes. The dying man closed them, and his agonised face relaxed, accepting his fate. Say hello to your evil master. His arrow killed the outlaw instantly. With a sigh, Ranulf found his clansmen taking weapons and saddling the brigands' horses. As they stole from our lads, we take back what they took, he said. Take all weapons with us, all valuables. Ranulf? Ian trotted through the ring of fires, holding out his hand. They all ha gold. He showed Ranulf the several gold pieces taken from the dead men. Casting about the fire he stood beside, Ranulf found the leaders' saddlebags. Opening them, he pulled out spare clothing, a sheathed dagger, dried food, some jewels, and a very heavy leather pouch. Meeting Ian's wide eyes, he untied the string and opened the mouth. Kneeling next to the fire for better light, he found gold coins winking back at him. He stood. He be paid in good gold, he was. Put that in here, I'll share with all me clansmen later. Retying the bag, he placed it in his own saddlebags, then walked amid the dead, satisfying himself that everything of value had been stripped from them. Mount up, lads, he said. Take their animals, we ride back across the border noo. We'll nae rest until Lady Catrin be back with us. Chapter 16. I will take you back to your father in the morning, Gilbert of Hargrove said. Catrin sat across from him at his table, a cup of wine in her hand. He had treated her well in the hours since Black Charlie turned her over to him in exchange for a very large bag of gold crowns. While grateful to be safe from the blackguard's clutches, the memory of the dead shepherd boy remained with her. I must thank you for rescuing me from those brigands, she said. Though exhausted and famished, she only picked at the huge selection of delectable foods on her plate in front of her. Gilbert inclined his head. You are very welcome, my lady. She nibbled on some bread with butter, her stomach tied in too many worried knots for much appetite. She had slept little over the last few days and knew it would soon take its toll. You paid these, men to bring me from Scotland? I did. Might I inquire why, Lord Gilbert? Do you not remember? He asked, leaning back in his chair, his full wine cup in his hands. He had eaten, lavishly, nearly everything on his platter, and watched her toy with her own food with a strange look in his eyes. You saved my life, my lady. Oh, Catrin gazed down, fingering her bread. Right. That barbarian Thorburn would have slain me that night, he said. You promised not to try to escape if he let me live. I have not forgotten it. Thus you return the favour by paying those outlaws to bring me out. I had to do something, he replied, twirling the stem of his metal goblet between his fingers. Your father, nor I, could ride into Thorburn's lands and demand your return. That could start a new war between England and Scotland. Brigands crossed the border all the time. Catrin gazed at him across the table and the flickering candles. Do you realise what those men did, Lord Gilbert? Dare I hope they slew that bastard Thorburn? She shook her head. They cut down the clansmen guarding me from ambush. Ranulf Thorburn will never forgive that. He will cross the border with everything he has. Then we will slaughter him on our own ground. Your friend, Black Charlie, murdered one of his own men, she said, shuddering at the memory of the man's innards tangled in the thicket, his anguished screams. He cut him open and with his own hands pulled his intestines out. He left that man to die, Lord Gilbert. Gilbert winced. That was no doubt drastic, he said, his tone almost amused. Tell me, Lady Catrin, did he or they molest you? No. That was why Black Charlie killed his own man. They were talking about, you know. I see. Well, that is one less monster in the world you need worry about. Black Charlie is now long gone with his gold, and you need never worry about him, or his men, ravishing you. Ever. Catrin tried to smile and knew it for a false one. That is good to know. Gilbert lifted his goblet up and squinted at it, as though admiring its pewter colour in the candlelight. Did Thorburn, touch you, Lady Catrin? She stiffened, growing angry at this line of questioning. As in, rape me, assault me, or sleep with me? Are you asking if I am still a virgin? Well, yes. Might I ask why such a personal topic is of interest to you? Catrin had her suspicions as to why he asked, and his answer would give her an insight as to his true motives for paying Black Charlie to fetch her from Ranulf. She suddenly suspected he planned to ask her father for her hand in marriage. When he only gazed at her, a small secretive smile playing across his lips, she knew. You plan to deliver me to my father and ask for my hand. Catrin felt beyond incredulous. Stunned, she stared at him, her gut sinking. Father just might be grateful enough to say yes, and that is what this bastard is counting on. Gilbert shrugged lazily. The thought did cross my mind. Thinking fast, Catrin sipped from her own cup. The wine was quickly going to her head, and, with the lack of sleep over the last few days, she knew her wits would quickly depart her. Why me? Why not you? You are beautiful, young, of childbearing years. I have no wife yet, and am in search of one. Our respective estates border one another, and can easily become combined. It is to both your father's and my benefit. Except it is not to mine. Gilbert feigned hurt. You do not wish to marry me, after I pulled you from the clutches of that black heart, Charlie? And of that monster, Thorburn? I neither like you nor trust you. Do not be naive, Lady Catrin. When marriages are arranged, it is seldom to the benefit of the females involved. She gritted her teeth. I am just a broodmare to be sold to the highest bidder. Lord Gilbert shrugged, smiling sardonically. He drank from his cup. It is a man's world, Lady Catrin. My father has yet to agree, she said, lifting her chin. He may not. I have already asked him. He said he would consider the matter. Her grin was feral. That is not a contract or agreement. Not yet. His grin matched hers. Somehow, if you do manage to convince my father to give you my hand, she said, her tone soft, I promise to make your life a living hell. Lord Gilbert tisked again, smiling. Hardly that, Lady Catrin, he said, smiling at her with kindness. Once you're my wife, I can do with you as I will, even say, lock you in a tower in my castle. I can visit you often enough to get you with child, even if it means tying you up and taking you by force. The world will soon forget you ever even existed, and I will certainly inherit your sire's wealth, titles, and estates once your dear father passes. Never. It will come to be, my dear, soon-to-be wife, he replied easily. I will marry you, one way or another. You are forgetting something, Catrin said. Once I tell my father all this, he will never consent to give you my hand. Did you not hear me, Lady Catrin? He asked, his eyes wide, innocent. I said, one way or another. That includes without your father's consent, if need be. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Despite her fears and worries over Lord Gilbert's proclamation that he would marry her, Catrin slept soundly in the private quarters he had given her. She threw the bolt across the door to prevent him from entering as she slept. She would not put it past him to rape her in the night, thus claiming her as his without the benefit of a clergyman. Dreaming of Ranulf, she cried out for him, weeping tears that crusted under her eyes as she slept. Waking as the sun streamed in through her narrow window in Gilbert's castle, she rose from the comfortable bed. Stretching, languid, Yet still feeling as though she could sleep for days on end, she walked, clad only in her kirtle, to stare out of it. "Ranulf," she whispered, "I miss you." Below, Lord Gilbert's men assembled in the castle bailey, girding themselves in chainmail and arms, saddling horses. Her escort. At least she would be away from Gilbert and his evil intentions. Ranulf was right, she admitted as she slowly washed in a basin of cold water and dressed in her dirty, travel-stained gown. Lord Gilbert was not a man to be trusted. The dead shepherd was proof enough, and now she had more evidence from his own mouth. While despising being in his company, she consented to eat breakfast with him. She half listened to him talk of his own wealth and estates, the number of men he could raise should the king call for them, his influence with King Edward himself. Not impressed, Catrin ate quickly, then followed him out of the castle. Within a few hours, she would be home and safe. "I sent a messenger to your father," Lord Gilbert said, rising from the table. "He will know you are on your way home." "Good," Catrin replied, also getting up. "Might we leave immediately?" He smiled, obviously amused by her impatience to get away from him. "If you wish. But know that your illustrious sire will no doubt agree to my suit. Once he does, we will be married immediately." Her gut clenching in anger and the desire to shoot him full of arrows, Catrin walked ahead of him out of the castle. The escort waited for them, already mounted, bowing from their saddles. Feeling grateful when one of them leapt down to lace his fingers together to help her mount, Catrin adjusted her skirts as Gilbert swung up into his own saddle. "I have no fear that Thorburn will come south of the border, searching for you," Gilbert said, riding beside her as the band clattered across the drawbridge. "No doubt, he still lurks in his castle. Perhaps his unslaked need for revenge will choke him." Catrin smiled sweetly. "You go on believing that, my lord, right up until Ranulf guts you." He gazed at her with some surprise. "You like him. Why? His brother murdered yours. He kidnapped you." "I'm beginning to believe his brother did not kill Henry," she said, keeping her eyes ahead of her. "Ranulf will soon find the true murderer." Gilbert snorted. "There is no one else. Kyle Thorburn killed your brother, my friend, and was properly hanged for his crimes. I believe you and Ranulf both are delusional." "Why are you so determined to believe that?" she asked. "It is almost as if you do not want him to find the real killer." "He can go plug sheep for all I care," Gilbert said roughly. "Henry's murderer died by hanging. There is nothing else to say about it." Happy he was annoyed enough to cease talking to her, Catrin rode on, trying not to fret over what her father would say once Gilbert brought her home. "I know he does not like Hargrove, he has said so many times. Surely he would not agree to marry me to a man he despises." Though she tried to believe that, Gilbert seemed so positive the Duke would agree. Secretly planning her escape should her father do the impossible and say yes to his suit, Catrin busied her mind by mulling over ideas and routes as they rode. On through the morning they cantered, and had her riding companion been someone other than her mortal enemy, she would have enjoyed it. The day was pleasant and warm, the scent of the heather tickling her nose. Rabbits scuttled away from the thunder of their horses' hooves, the light breeze like fingers through her hair giving her a false sense of freedom. For surely she was more of a prisoner in Gilbert's hands than she ever was in Ranulf's. Gazing ahead, Catrin narrowed her eyes at the sight of a rider galloping toward them. "Who is that?" "One of my men," Gilbert replied, shading his eyes with his hand. "I sent him ahead to scout the area. I am guessing he found something." The man-at-arms, wearing a steel helmet and chainmail, saluted Gilbert at the same moment he reined in his horse. "My lord, dead men, 7 of them, less than a league away." Chapter 17. From the heights of a tall peak on the moors of northern England, Ranulf stared down at the village of Linfield. For the area, it was a sizable town, under the protection of the Duke of Whitewood as part of his vast estates. Ranulf had been there a few times before, and suspected the answers of who truly killed Henry of Whitewood would be in that village. He glanced at his companions. "Just Ian and me," he said. "We dinna want to draw attention to yourselves. The rest of you stay here. This peak be high enough that you see anyone approaching. Keep your fires and heads low. Raid a heifer or two to keep you fed, but dinna leave here until we come back." He listened to the murmurs of, "Aye, Laird," watching the nods, and felt satisfied no one would find them up here. He only planned to be gone a day or two at the most, hoping he would find Aswin and Duncan in the town. As well as answers, he and Ian mounted their horses. Riding down the backside of the peak, Ranulf and Ian planned to come around its base, as though having just ridden from Scotland. He knew there was no hiding the fact that they were Scots, but despite the enmity between England and Scotland, there were many English and Scottish passing back and forth across the border. "What do ye think to find here, Ranulf?" Ian asked as they rode. "Henry o' Whitewood's friends," Ranulf answered, keeping a sharp watch for attackers. "I dae believe the lad that murdered him knew both him and me brother." "Why do ye think that?" "'Twas too easy to pin the blame on Kyle," Ranulf replied, eyeing a merchant driving a wagon loaded with turnips in through the wooden walls of the town. "He were there, as was Henry and the killer. They knew each other, I grant ye. I seek witnesses as to who that third fellow was." "And ye need to find Aswin and Duncan," Ian said. "Right ye be. I just hope they are nae headed back home noo." The armed guards at the gate of the wooden palisade surrounding the town waved them through amid the merchant wagons, peasants, monks, yeomen and men-at-arms, both going and coming from the town. Ranulf recognised other Scots from their brigandines and swords, but he knew none of them. "I expect we should start with the taverns," he said. Walking their horses down the narrow dirt avenue that constituted the main street of Linfield, Ranulf caught sight of several painted signs that spoke of taverns, as well as those of shops belonging to butchers, jewellers, seamstresses, cobblers, wheelwrights and blacksmiths. Peasants in their woolen homespun clothes walked through the street, rubbing shoulders with tonsured monks as apprentices hawked their masters' wares in strident voices. Reining in behind a wagon, a tarp covering its contents, Ranulf and Ian dismounted, tying their horses to post rings. The sign over their heads read, "The Lucky Hog," with a crude picture of a pig playing in mud. Leading the way, Ranulf went inside with Ian following on his heels. The place appeared to be half filled with men, despite the early hour. Taking a table near a corner where he could study the place and its occupants, he glanced around. Dimly lit with tallow candles, the tavern stank of old beer, unwashed bodies and sweat, and he noticed a cat scurrying past with a rat in its jaws. The rushes on the floor badly needed a change, and Ian grimaced at the remains of old cheese on their table before scraping it off with his sleeve. "I hope we find your answers before we had to spend much time here," he said, wrinkling his nose. Ranulf eyed the other inhabitants who drank their ale from pewter mugs and spoke in low tones. All appeared well armed, with glints of chainmail peeking out from leather tunics. "These be nae duke's men," he murmured. "Methinks they be outlaws, brigands." "Then mayhap we be wasting our time here, Laird," Ian commented. "Surely Henry o' Whitewood nae dee his drinking here." Ranulf half shrugged. "Ye ne'er ken about such. We hae a drink and ask a question or two, then move on." After a time, in which Ranulf had begun to think they would not be served, a wench wearing a dirty smock and apron came to take their orders. 2 drams of whisky, Ranulf told her. "And ye ken the Duke o' Whitewood's son?" The wench shook her head, her flaxen hair falling in oily tendrils over her shoulders. "Yea, sir," she said in a small voice. "I seen him in here drinking with his friends." Discreetly, Ranulf pulled a few silver coins from his belt pouch and showed them to her. These be for ye, lass, if ye can tell me who they be. Be they here, noo? Shaking her head, the girl flashed a glance over her shoulder. No, not now. I once heard him say the name Chaddy to one of them. Dare ye recall what this Chaddy day looked like? She shrugged. Dark hair, scar on his cheek, like yours. Glancing around to make certain they were not observed, Ranulf poured the coins into her palm. The whisky, lass, if you please. Offering him a tiny curtsy, the wench hastily shoved the coins into a pocket in her apron, then hurried to fetch their drinks. Ian's brows rose as he watched her vanish behind the bar. I canny believe you were luck, he commented. Luck. Ranulf shook his head slightly. Perhaps. Or perhaps the Duke's son day, like to be with the rough sorts of men. Ian frowned. But this may be the sort of place your brother Kyle would frequent. Aye, he would, Ranulf replied. He day like taverns of all kinds. I day suspect he were in the same place the night Henry was killed. Can we find that place? Ian asked, after such time has passed? I dinny, but we had to try. When the wench returned with their whisky, Ranulf flashed her a few more silver coins as she placed them on the table. Nay, lass, do this Chaddy still come to drink here? With another glance over her shoulder, she nodded. Usually at dusk, but not every day. Thank ye, lass. After she took her coins, as well as those for payment for the drinks, she hurried to attend to other patrons who had raised their mugs in request for refills. Ranulf sipped his whisky, grimacing with distaste. This may be good Scots whisky, he commented. I be hungry, but I nae wish to eat in this place. Let us be oof. Leaving their half-drunk cups on the table, Ranulf and Ian left the Lucky Hog and untied their horses. Mounting up, they rode further down the street, watching for a tavern or inn that appeared more savoury than the place they had just departed from. Noticing merchants walking into and out of an inn called the Blue Rose, Ranulf pointed it out to Ian, who nodded. Once again, they tied their horses out front and went inside, finding it far more wholesome and cleaner than the Lucky Hog. It smelled of roasting meat and freshly baked bread with clean rushes on the floor and no cats with rats that Ranulf could see. Taking a newly scrubbed table, he and Ian sat down. The place was nearly full with diners and drinkers, and serving wenches hurried back and forth from the kitchen with platters. Once again, Ranulf doled out silver coins and discovered Henry of Whitewood often stayed at the inn, eating his meals with his friends. While he received no other names, he did discover that a black-haired man with a scar on his cheek often accompanied him. Ranulf ordered hot food for the both of them, and sat back with satisfaction. No, we just find this Chaddy lad, he said. Ian nodded. Might nae be difficult, he replied. No, we ken what he looks like, and where he likes to gae. After receiving their meal, Ranulf ordered a room and stabling for their horses, handing over the necessary coins. Good thing I got plenty of gold from Hargrove, he commented, grinning. The fare they received for their money was good and plentiful, and Ranulf ate his fill of hot beef and bread with savoury cheese and stewed apples. Upon finishing their meal, the two of them led their mounts around to the back and turned them over to the stable grooms to care for. Taking their saddlebags to their room, Ranulf took a few gold coins from the leather pouch and several silvers and coppers, then retied his bags. The room held 2 small, narrow beds, and Ranulf slid them under the bed, out of sight. That be a lot of gold to lose to a room thief, he said, and it be too big to carry. Walking out into the street, Ranulf and Ian strolled down it, taking in the sights and sounds of Linfield, keeping a sharp watch for a dark-haired man with a scarred cheek. Stopping into 2 more taverns, they found only shaken heads when they asked about the Duke's son, or a friend of his with a scar. Upon departing their third disappointment, Ranulf gripped Ian's arm. Look, there! Across the busy street, Aswin and Duncan stood on a corner, an alley behind them. Aswin met Ranulf's eyes, then jerked his head toward the narrow opening between a butcher's shop and a tavern. Then, the the two casually walked into the alley. Letting a wagon drawn by 2 mules pass by, Ranulf and Ian crossed the street, dodging a few men-at-arms on trotting horses. Glancing around to see if any eyes watched them with obvious scrutiny, Ranulf and Ian followed the others. Ranulf gripped their arms in greeting. "Right glad I be to see ye," he said. "Hae ye found anything useful?" "Aye, Laird," Aswin replied. "We hae the names o' Whitewood's friends, but they seem to have vanished into thin air." Chapter 18. Gilbert gestured to the man-at-arms who had discovered the dead men. "Show us." Quickening their pace into a hand gallop, Catrin could not help but worry that Ranulf had come south from Scotland with too few men around him and had been killed. He is too good and canny a fighter to be killed that easily. Perhaps because she now had feelings for him, and he was out of her sight, she would always worry about him. Ravens burst upward from the shallow valley in a black cloud as Catrin and Gilbert, their escort behind them, galloped down the hill into what remained of a camp. Smoke trailed upward from the skeletons of 3 small fires, the stench of the dead reeking into the mid-morning sky. Catrin wanted to cover her face to keep the stink out of her nose, but she would not show weakness in front of Gilbert. She rode slowly forward, gazing down at the looted bodies of what had once been her captors. She recognised Black Charlie, an arrow in his chest and one in his forehead, though the ravens had already plucked out the tender morsels of his eyes. Catrin smiled as she also recognised the fletchings on the arrows that killed him. "Ranulf!" Gilbert too rode among the corpses, studying them closely. She smiled wider as sweat dripped from his brow to trail down the side of his cheek, his lips thinned with what could only be called anxiety. "So, Ranulf Thorburn lurks in his castle, choking on his revenge, does he?" she asked, her tone soft. "He is here, Gilbert, perhaps searching for you." Gilbert scoffed, glaring at her even as he swiped the sweat from his cheek with the back of his glove. "If Thorburn is looking for me, he certainly knows where I can be found. Obviously, he took the gold I paid old Charlie here and absconded back to Scotland." "So sure, are you? Perhaps he's waiting for you to come out from behind the walls of your castle before he pounces, just as you have now." With deliberate slowness, Catrin gazed up at the surrounding hilltops, noting the thickets where anyone might hide behind. "Perhaps he is watching even now, biding his time, waiting for you to return me to my father before he attacks, and rips through your men like a scythe through a field of oats." Even as the Earl continued to scowl at her, his men gazed around, licking their lips, clearly nervous. Their hands rested on sword hilts, their mounts shifted uneasily under them. Though he tried to deny that Ranulf's presence in England worried him, Gilbert's fierce sweat and darting eyes told Catrin a very different story. Gilbert feared Ranulf. "There is nothing more we can do here," Gilbert announced. "These men were outlaws, and thus do not deserve a decent burial. Let the ravens feast on them. We ride." Setting his gold spurs to his horse's flanks, Gilbert galloped out of the valley, Catrin right behind. Amused that he set a faster pace than previously, her heart rose to know that Ranulf had indeed come after her, and had avenged her capture by Black Charlie by killing him. Ranulf was in England, perhaps watching Gilbert as she had claimed, or finding Henry's true murderer as he wanted. He might even rescue her from Gilbert's clutches, if her father did agree that Gilbert merited her hand in marriage. The day waned into afternoon as they rode across Whitewood lands. A small band of horsemen cantered toward them, led by none other than her father's knight, Sir Olban. His banner flew above them, snapping in the breeze they made. Relief and gladness swelled Catrin's heart at the sight of him, as she had always liked him, and he was staunchly loyal to the Duke. Sir Olban reined in, raising his fist to hold his men. He bowed, smiling at her. "Lady Catrin," he said, "right glad I am to see you safe and unharmed. Your father has been beside himself with worry, and plans a feast in your honour." "It has been an adventure," Catrin said, riding forward to rein in beside him. "It is good to see you. Is my father well?" "Better, once he received word from Lord Gilbert that you had been rescued." Sir Alban glanced at Gilbert. "His Grace, the Duke, thanks you for your incredible service this day, and vows to never forget it. We will take Lady Catrin on home now." "I do believe I will accompany you to the Duke," Gilbert replied with a dangerous smile. "As Ranulf Thorburn is lurking about somewhere, you should have the extra men to ensure the lady's safety. I wish to speak with His Grace regarding a private matter." Catrin hoped Sir Alban had the Duke's orders to turn Gilbert back, but that proved not to be the case. Disappointed, she listened and watched as Sir Alban bent his head in acquiescence. "As you wish, my lord." With the armed escort greatly enlarged, Catrin rode next to Sir Alban with Gilbert on his other side, thankful for the knight's presence. Though intellectually she knew Gilbert would never dare harm her, the menace he presented kept her nerves on edge. As they rode, she made only limited conversation for the last hour of the journey, despite Sir Alban's questions. Reluctant to speak of Ranulf or how they had come to like one another, she did tell him of Black Charlie and his gang of ruffians. "Your father did hire him to bring you out of Scotland," Sir Alban said. He eyed Gilbert sidelong. "However, it appears our friend the Earl here paid the outlaw instead of your father. And lost my gold when Thorburn killed Black Charlie and his bandits," Gilbert added. "I will get it back when I skin Thorburn's hide." "Ah," Sir Alban replied, his tone neutral. "Of course." At last, Castle Linfield, Catrin's ancestral home, emerged around a bend, the Duke of Whitewood's banners flying above the turrets. Her spirits rose at the sight of it. Safety lay within its high walls, behind its raised drawbridge. The bridge was down, permitting them to cross it at a gallop and clatter into the bailey. Though she did not see her father, she knew he was most likely inside, watching them approach even now. Her father's seneschal, Lord Catrin, bowed as she slipped down from her sweaty horse. "Greetings and welcome home, my lady," he intoned gravely. A small and withered man, Catrin had never known him to show emotion or crack a smile in all the years he had served the Duke. "Your Lord Father awaits you in the great hall." "Thank you." With haste that no doubt appeared unseemly, Catrin crossed the cobbled bailey, nodding to the servants and men at arms who offered her respect, ignoring the chickens and hounds who skittered out of her way. The great hall was where the Duke held his feasts, but it was also where they ate their meals even when no guests were present. The place, built to accommodate hundreds, was half filled with the Duke's vassals, knights and men-at-arms, and a few local nobles sat at the high table. She found him seated on the dais, at his place at the high table, his familiar and beloved face smiling as he spread his arms. He stood straight and tall, no doubt forcing the weakness from himself in the presence of others, never bending to the debilitating illness. "Catrin," he said, "you are home, my Catrin." Approaching, Catrin dipped into a curtsy before rushing up the steps into his arms. "Father," she cried, "are you well? I missed you so much." Holding him tight, breathing his clean, familiar scent, Catrin closed her eyes against the unwanted tears. She knew full well that Henry's death and her own kidnapping would put cruel stress on his body that could not handle it. "Yes, I am well," he murmured in her ear, his hand stroking her hair. "You are returned, safe. That is all I need." Blinking rapidly, Catrin let him go so he could return to his chair. She felt the tremble in his body and knew he could not stand for long. As he did, she gazed into his face, noting the telltale signs of his illness in his pale and sunken cheeks. But his eyes burned with life and happiness as he returned to his chair. "I thank God you are back and unharmed," he said. "Did Thorburn treat you well?" "Yes, father," she said, glancing up as Sir Alban and Lord Gilbert entered the hall. "With honour and respect." Good, good. I feared so many things, Catrin. Torture, rape. No, nothing like that happened at all. Standing before the dais, Sir Alban and Lord Gilbert bowed. Here is your daughter, Lady Catrin, returned safely to your halls, your grace, Gilbert said formally. As I have said before, I would bring her home to you, and I have... Henry inclined his head graciously. And you have my thanks, Earl Hargrove. Please join us for the feast I have ordered. I invited others to come and celebrate my daughter's safe return, and you are welcome as well. Thank you, your grace, Gilbert replied. I will accept. I wish to speak with you in private first. However... Catrin held her breath, watching her father. A tendril of relief spread through her when he shook his head. Tomorrow, perhaps. Tonight we celebrate. Come, sit at my left as my guest of honour. As Catrin usually sat there, she met her father's eyes with a lifted brow. His eyes met hers, and he quickly shifted them to the chair at his right hand, silently informing her that is her place this night. Seating Gilbert on his left, not his right, indicated honour, but less so. While not insulting Gilbert, the Duke implied that the Earl of Hargrove was less important than a woman. Father, Catrin said, I wish to wash and dress properly. By your leave? Of course, Catrin, he replied, smiling. Return soon, and tell me what had happened while you were gone. Curtsying, Catrin shot a swift glance at Gilbert. His face, still devoid of emotion, indicated little of what the Duke's honour meant to him. She left the hall by a door behind the dais, one that only servants and the ducal family used. Returning to her quarters she had left on that morning so very long ago, she found it much the same. Her tiny maid, Dana, was inside, performing her usual duties of caring for Catrin's things. She curtsied instantly. Thank God you are back, my lady, she said. Thank you. I need to wash and change quickly. I know I am a mess, but I will bathe later. 30 minutes later, her lustrous auburn hair brushed and neatly coiled atop her head, clad in a clean gown of yellow and gold trimmed in white lace, Catrin returned to the great hall. No few rose and bowed low as she appeared, Gilbert seated at the Duke's left hand among them. Taking her seat at her father's right, she found a brimming cup of red wine already placed there. As though her arrival was the signal, servants brought in huge platters of roasted beef, suckling pigs, whole chickens on spits, smoked salmon, freshly caught trout that had been fried to a crisp, hot loaves of bread, white cheeses, huge bowls of gravy, and a whole roasted swan. As the servants served the high table first, she and the Duke took their choice as per their right. Regale me with the story of your adventure, Henry said, toasting her silently with his cup. Taking a slab of roast beef, bread, cheese, and a large piece of trout, Catrin began with the morning she rode ahead of her escort, and ended with her arrival back home at Castle Linfield. She omitted nothing, not even Gilbert's part, save her special relationship with Ranulf, and Gilbert's declaration he would marry her with or without her father's consent. Those she would save for a less public time and place. As she spoke, she devoured her food and told her tale. In between bites, drank her wine, and felt safe for the first time since she had been kidnapped by Black Charlie. So, that man is dead, Henry said thoughtfully. He had his uses, I will admit. I cannot believe you would hire him to find me, Catrin said. He is unbelievably cruel. That man screams. She shuddered. Henry eyed her with affection. Call it a desperate act to get you back, Catrin. I would have done anything, even start a war to get you home. She rested her hand on his and smiled. Now, I am home. Catching Gilbert watching her from her father's other side, Catrin saw his knowing smile. She felt a nervous tremor start in her stomach and radiate outward. Tempted to lean toward Henry and inform him of what Gilbert had told her, she decided not to. Knowing his temper, he would demand Gilbert leave immediately, in shame and rejection. That would lead only to more problems between the two noble houses and potential bloodshed. Henry raised his goblet. Slowly, the great hall grew quiet as the people fell silent. Once he achieved silence, Henry roared, "To my daughter, the Lady Catrin!" Across the hall at every table, cups were raised in a toast as the words, "To Lady Catrin!" exploded from every mouth. The sound was deafening, and, as Catrin blushed, all eyes rested on her. Especially Gilbert's. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Rising early, Catrin dressed and went down to the hall for breakfast, hoping to speak with her father before his private talk with Lord Gilbert. Breathing a quick sigh of relief, she found him alone, eating his breakfast. Sir Alban stood nearby, giving his lord some semblance of privacy while also guarding him. He bowed to Catrin as she entered, and Catrin gave him a quick smile in return. "Father?" Henry glanced up and gestured for her to take the seat beside him. "I thought you would sleep later," he said. "You were so exhausted last night." "I still am," she replied as a servant placed a plate of eggs, bread and bacon in front of her. "I need to talk to you, before Lord Gilbert comes." "Oh?" Henry eyed her quizzically. "Go on." "Father, the man is evil. Demented," she said. "He murdered a shepherd boy in Scotland. He plans to ask you for your permission to marry me." "Yes, he already asked, and killing a Scot is not a crime in my book." "The boy was no threat to him, father," Catrin said, her tone urgent. "It was cold-blooded murder, and he told me he will marry me, by force if necessary, even without your blessing. He told me so." "Now that angers me." Wiping up egg yolk with a piece of bread, Henry appeared anything but angry. Catrin watched him worried as he sat back in his chair and drank his ale. Henry watched her in return, smiling a small, secretive smile. "I take it you do not wish to marry Gilbert?" "No, the man appalls me. He is evil, corrupt, he will hurt me, father." "That would not surprise me." He patted her hand. "Well, he disgusts me too. I have no idea why your brother liked him so, but have no fear. No matter what Gilbert has done or sacrificed to bring you home, I have no intention of marrying you to him." Relief spread through her like the sun dispersing a rain cloud. So much so, she felt weak and utterly boneless, and she almost collapsed on the table. Laughing weakly, she bent over to kiss his cheek. Thank you. I was so afraid you would be grateful enough to agree to his suit." "He manipulated me," Henry said. "Or tried to. His rescue of you was an attempt to blackmail me into marrying him to you. I do not care to be manipulated, as you very well know." "I do know." Catrin found her appetite with her relief, her worry gone, and ate her breakfast with zeal. "But now, I fear he will try something," she said, munching her bacon with relish. "He swore to marry me no matter what and inherit after your death." Henry eyed her. "Then I will have you protected, and if you slip your guards again, well, then you are on your own." "I will not, father." "Good. Here he comes." Catrin glanced at Sir Alban, catching his eye, then shunted hers towards Lord Gilbert striding into the great hall. Sir Alban snapped his fingers. Instantly, a dozen men-at-arms materialised from the shadows outside the reach of the rushlights, armed to the teeth. Their mail glinted in the faint light, and under the table a hound growled. Lord Gilbert reached the dais and bowed. He wore a dark red tunic with his coat of arms emblazoned on the chest, black trousers, and a mantle of hunter green that fell to his spurs. Girt with his sword, mail gleaming at his throat and wrists, he looked ready for a fight. "Greetings, your grace, Lady Catrin." "Greetings to you, Lord Gilbert," Henry replied easily. "Breakfast?" "No, thank you, your grace," Gilbert replied. "I came to ask if we may speak in private." Henry gestured around the nearly empty room. "We are as private as I ever am," he replied. "You know, I am never without my adviser, Sir Olban, and, well, Catrin is my daughter. She can hear what you have to say, can she not?" Gilbert smiled thinly. "Since my request concerns her, I suppose it is right for her to be here. As you may have guessed, I came to ask for Lady Catrin's hand in marriage. I expect you will agree I have earned the right to her hand." Henry's brow rose. "You think so, do you?" "I do indeed. Do I have your blessing to marry the Lady Catrin?" "No!" Gilbert looked as though Henry had smacked him across the face. An expression of astonishment creased his features. "No." "That is correct," Henry answered calmly. "No, you will not marry Lady Catrin." "But I rescued her from Thorburn's hands," Gilbert insisted. "You owe me." "I owe you nothing, nor do I appreciate you trying your best to hold that over my head. You have my thanks, and that is all you will have from me." Catrin almost gasped at the naked hatred that crossed Gilbert's face. "Your thanks," he snarled. "I have your thanks. To hell with your thanks, Duke. I will have Catrin to wife, whether you like it or not. She will be mine." Chapter 19. "Would one of Whitewood's chums be named Chaddy?" Ranulf asked Aswin. "Darker hair, with a scar on his cheek?" "Aye, Laird," Aswin replied, nodding, "with 2 others, Hardwin and Adalric, and all 3 be wanted by the crown for thievery and murder." Surprised, Ranulf glanced at Duncan and Ian. "Why would the son of a duke be consorting with murderers? That day seem unlikely." "It day be true, Laird," Duncan said. "We heard rumours that Whitewood day run wi' unsavoury types and gambles heavily at dice." "Ach, indeed. That be interesting. What else?" "After Whitewood be killed, his chums vanished. Some say to Scotland, others say to Ireland," Duncan went on. "We think it be true, as we found nae sign of them here." "Did ye find the last place Whitewood was at before he died?" "Aye," Aswin replied, gesturing down the street. "The lucky hog." "So, me brother Kyle, Whitewood, and the killer had to be there that night." His head down, Ranulf paced, thinking hard. "Too much time may have passed for anyone to remember that night, or witnessed who Whitewood argued with." Aswin nodded. "We asked, Laird. All we can be that all 3 of Whitewood's friends were with him. No one yet remembers your brother there." "We enough Scots arund," Ranulf agreed. "One more wouldna stand out." "It may help if ye can recall why your brother be doon in Linfield then," Duncan said. "Day ye ken it?" "Aye," Ranulf said, glancing down to the mouth of the alley. He thought he saw a face appear briefly, then vanish, but he could not be sure. "He was scouting the land before planning to raid the Duke's cattle, learning where the guards be and the like." The face appeared again, a rough-shaven ruffian with beady black eyes and unkempt brown hair. He stepped fully into view at the street end of the alley with 3 others, all as dishevelled and dirty as he was. They wore, as most brigands, ragged tunics, breeches, and shirts of mail. As they pulled their swords from their sheaths and advanced down the alley, Ranulf and his clansmen did the same. "We heard of filthy Scots asking questions," the first man said, poised for a fight. "Questions that ain't none of your business." "So ye think to fight o'er it, do ye?" Ranulf asked, stepping forward with his blade levelled. "And ye be prepared to die noo?" The leader sneered. "A Scot cannot fight his way out of sheep pen." Ranulf hawked and spat at the outlaw's foot. "Gae piss yourself." Yelling, the man charged, swinging his blade at Ranulf's head. Meeting him head-on, Ranulf hacked at the other's sword as his clansmen engaged the outlaws. Without much room to manoeuvre, the 8 men fought in close to one another, often striking out with fists as well as blades. Yanking his dagger from his belt, Ranulf used it to deflect his enemy's sword strikes and slashed at the man's eyes. The outlaw flinched backward, lowering his weapon a fraction. Ranulf struck out with his sword, but the man recovered faster than he anticipated and blocked the blow. In his turn, he forced Ranulf back with a series of two-handed strikes that Ranulf was hard put to defend himself from. His back against the wall of the butcher's shop, he ducked a wild swing that clanged off the brick, shooting sparks. Undercutting with his sword, he slashed his sword across the outlaw's mail, but failed to injure him. As the other man lunged back, his tunic ripped across his chest. Ranulf caught a rapid glimpse of Aswin, Duncan and Ian, each fighting a brigand, or one-on-one. Blood coated Aswin's left arm, but he appeared able to use it. Pressing his advantage, Ranulf chopped at his opponent's sword, knocking it aside, pushing forward with both of his blades. Grimacing with effort, the leader defended himself, but sweat poured down his cheeks as he grew more and more desperate. Ranulf calculated he had not fought a determined Scotsman before, and had grossly underestimated Ranulf's ability in close combat. His weariness apparent, the outlaw's returning blows met with Ranulf's steel, always turning the blade aside. Panting with the effort, the man tried a two-handed attack, delivering strike after strike at Ranulf's head. But by doing so, he left an opening Ranulf took full advantage of. As the brigand raised his sword over his head, Ranulf slammed his dagger home in the man's vulnerable throat. Yanking it out on a bright spray of blood, Ranulf kicked the man in the gut, throwing him against the wall. The leader's sword dropped to the ground with a ringing clang as he fell, his hands desperately trying to quell the flow of blood from his throat. His eyes bulging from his head, he stared at Ranulf, his mouth working. Leaping to the side to avoid being run down by the two surviving brigands as they fled the alley, Ranulf discovered his clansmen alive and cursing. The fourth outlaw lay dead on the ground, Ian's sword still in his chest. Ranulf bent and cleaned the gore from his dagger on the dying man's tunic, then sheathed both his weapons. "Gay," he said, panting to Aswin and Duncan, "ta'e the top of that peak. We would join ye. The watch will find these two, and we best not be in town when they day." Ian braced his boot on the corpse and pulled his sword free. Cleaning it, he sheathed it as Aswin tied a piece of cloth around his wounded arm. Nodding to Ranulf, they walked casually out of the alley and turned left. Wiping sweat from his brow, Ranulf tidied his clothing as Ian did the same, then waited as long as they dared before also leaving the alley. Strolling down the street toward the inn, Ranulf glanced unobtrusively around the street for anyone pointing fingers at them. He found none, but two of the village watchmen trotted down the dirt lane toward the alley, swords in hands. No doubt, the fight had been reported and the authorities notified. Ranulf watched them pass by, without paying the two Scots any heed, then tugged on Ian's arm. "Pick up the pace," he muttered. Walking faster, Ranulf and Ian reached the inn without anyone shouting behind them, or pointing fingers, and went inside. The common room was now almost filled to capacity, but few paid them any heed as they walked casually to their room. Retrieving their saddlebags, Ranulf checking to make sure his gold still remained, they went out the back to the stable without a hue and cry raised. Now late afternoon, Ranulf and Ian rode through the thinning street at a quiet walk. Passing through the gate, they had come in earlier in the day. Within the hour, the gates would close for the night, and none would be allowed in or out until dawn. "Think ye Aswin and Duncan got oot afore the gates be shut?" Ian asked. "Hope so," Ranulf replied, gazing out over the rolling moors, hoping to see two horsemen galloping toward the peak. "There be another gate, on the sooth side, and they may ha' gone through that. If nay, we wait for them." "Where we gae when we meet up with them?" "North of the border for New," Ranulf replied, nudging his stallion into a gallop. "I be worried the Sassenach be hunting Scots for the men in the alley." "If they be brigands, wit the Sassenach care about them?" Ranulf shrugged. "I dinna, but I nay take a chance right noo." To his relief, Aswin and Duncan arrived at the peak's summit shortly after dark. Their horses clattered up the incline, Aswyn's face pale and hollow from pain. Ordering 2 of his clansmen to care for their mounts, Ranulf helped Aswyn to sit by a fire. "Let me hae a look there, lad," he said, sitting beside him and untying the bloody wrap. The firelight showed the deep sword cut in Aswyn's upper arm, but it had stopped bleeding. "You're going to need stitches in that," he said and glanced at his men. "Bring me a needle and gut, and fetch whiskey for Aswyn. This going to hurt a bit." As several of his clansmen cooked a meal for them all and set a watch, Ranulf let Aswyn drink some whiskey before taking the leather bottle from him and upending it over the wound. As Aswyn cursed in agony, Ranulf took his own gulp and began to sew. "Och, lad," he commented as he stitched, "ye be getting slow to let a dirty bandit cut ye." "The fiend were clever," Aswyn grunted, "fainted at me head, but he paid for it in the end." So, he did. After closing the cut with neat stitches, Ranulf bound Aswyn's arm in clean cloth. "That should heal without a problem, lad. Now get some food in ye." Rising, Ranulf walked round the pinnacle, gazing down into the darkness. The lamplights in Linfield gleamed like stars in the distance, but he found no other fires that indicated anyone else on the moors. The moon rose in the east, giving plenty of light to see by. After clapping the shoulders of the men selected to stand first watch, he returned to his fire and the tin plate of hot meat and hard cheese, with bread awaiting him. He beckoned Duncan to sit beside him as they ate. If Henry o' Whitewood's chums crossed into Scotland, where might they gae for refuge? Duncan shook his head. "I dinna, Laird. I asked about in Linfield, but no one seemed to ken." "These lads stick together," Ranulf mused, chewing his meat. "They be loyal to each other." "I ken a lad who we might ask, Laird," said Donal, seated on a rock at another fire. "He once ran wi' outlaws till he be married." Chapter 20. With no little triumph singing in her veins, Catrin watched as Gilbert of Hargrove stormed angrily from the great hall. Yet a tendril of fear still niggled in her heart, for the Earl was a power in the kingdom, and not a man she should underestimate. He was very dangerous, she knew, and could still cause her much grief. Finding her father's eyes on her, Catrin rested her fingers on his. "I fear we have made an enemy out of Lord Gilbert." The Duke sighed, shifting his eyes towards the door Gilbert had just departed through. "While we have never been friends, we had been allies, at least. I suppose there is little he can do, unless he wishes to attack me." Catrin sucked in her breath. "Surely he would not." "As you have said," Henry went on, "the man is deranged and clearly unstable. While I do not expect he would go to such lengths, I will prepare my estates in case he does." Henry beckoned to Sir Alban. The knight approached, bowing. "Your Grace?" "I want watchers, posted in the hills between our lands and Hargroves. Plan, signal fires, and runners in case he thinks to attack us and take Catrin by force. Gather as many men-at-arms into the castle as you can, and send messengers to my vassals to bring their men here. Also, send word to my allies that I may have need of their help. I will see to it at once." Henry glanced at Catrin as the knight walked away. "I fear this means you must remain inside the castle walls, my daughter. Hargrove knows your habits too well, and can kidnap you the way Thorburn did if you continue your daily rides." Catrin nodded. "I will obey you in this, father, but I would like to practice my archery in the bailey." Henry smiled at her with affection. "Soldiering is a man's occupation, but I will admit I am proud of how well you wield a bow. Perhaps I should have Sir Alban appoint a master to teach you swordsmanship. At least some basic skills in that area may protect you in case Hargrove outwits me somehow." Catrin's delighted smile split her face. "I would love to learn, thank you, father. While I do not think it will be necessary for you to defend yourself," Henry continued, lightly touching her nose with his finger, I cannot see the future. These are dangerous times, my daughter. As long as Gilbert is in it, yes, I agree. And Thorburn is out there too, still seeking his revenge, no doubt. I worry less about him trying to recapture you, however, as long as you stay in the castle. Catrin licked her lips, suddenly pensive about raising the subject she needed to talk to her father about. There is something I think you should know. What is that? Ranulf and I are not so certain his brother murdered Henry. The Duke eyed her, his brows lowered in annoyance. Of course, Kyle Thorburn killed your brother, and was properly hanged for it. Why, father? She asked. What motive would Kyle have for killing Henry? As far as we know, they did not even know each other. There need be no ulterior motive for a Scot to kill an Englishman, Henry snapped. Those bloodthirsty heathens kill for sport, and that is why Thorburn murdered him. After being in Scotland for the last few weeks, Catrin replied, I no longer believe that. The Scottish have as much honour in their actions as we English. Henry snorted. Obviously, you were deluded into thinking that. Thorburn kidnapped you. Where was his honour then? Catrin felt her own temper rising and tried to keep her voice level. He may have done so, but he treated me as a guest under his roof, not a prisoner. Because if he dared mistreat you, Henry declared, glaring at her hotly, he would have ignited a new war between England and Scotland, something neither country needs right now. He almost did by taking you in the first place. He admitted he acted out of anger for his brother's death, Catrin replied, unflinching. His brother was hanged without proof, with the accusation that he killed Henry. You killed Kyle Thorburn, father, who was probably innocent. He was not innocent, girl, Henry roared. He cut your brother's, my son's, throat in cold blood. I needed no proof to hang him for the evil wretch he was. Catrin stood, fury raging through her. If she did not leave immediately, she knew she would say something she would regret later. Perhaps you should have found some, father, before you hanged an innocent man. Curtsying coldly, she stormed from the hall as much as Gilbert had done, leaving through the rear entrance. Needing to cool her rage, she climbed the steps to the battlements and leaned over the wall between the crenellations. Above her, the Duke's banner bearing his family crest snapped in the wind. Gazing north towards Scotland, Catrin longed for Ranulf. Swiping her hair blown by the gusts off the moors from her face, she murmured, I miss you, Ranulf. Without turmoil and anxiety from Black Charlie and Lord Gilbert, she now had her mind and heart free to miss him. Bringing his handsome face and irreverent grin into her memory, she realised for the first time just how much she liked and enjoyed his company. He not only made her laugh, he protected her and gave her a new insight into herself. Am I falling in love with him? Perhaps she was, for she longed to gaze into his hazel eyes, hear him say her name, feel his lips on hers. Closing her eyes, she leaned her head back to better feel the sun on her face, the wind in her hair, and remembered his kiss. Recalling the way her body responded when his lips met hers, the way it tingled when his tongue gently probed her mouth, she discovered her lower body now felt heavy. A faint throbbing in her loins awakened under her imagination. If this is what it feels to fall in love, she murmured, opening her eyes to gaze out across the moors, then I expect I am doing just that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As much as she might like to, Catrin could not avoid her father forever. She did not return to the hall for their midday meal, but did go there for supper. The Duke appeared to have forgotten their morning quarrel, and spoke to her the way he always had, informing her of the happenings in his duchy. As usual, Sir Alban ate with them, but kept his silence until the Duke asked for his reports. I have accepted the oaths of allegiance from 5 new landed knights, he told Catrin cheerfully. They had formerly been vassals of the old Duke of Whitewood, but as the king gave them estates that border my own, and they no longer wished to serve under the Duke's son, they came to me. After all, my taxes are far less than Breedmont's. That is wonderful, father, Catrin replied, meaning it. You will need their help if Lord Gilbert does intend war. Bah! Henry waved his hand. He will not attack, for he knows I have the king's ear. However, he eyed her with humour, I will not drop my guard either. The man just might be foolish enough to try. Catrin, famished, ate hugely of the delicious dove pie, carrots cooked in butter and sweetmeats, and urged her father to eat more when he only picked at his own. Come, father, she said, cajoling, you must eat. You are far too thin and lost weight while I was gone. Henry sat back in his chair and sighed. I have little appetite these days, Catrin, not since Henry died. He would not want you to waste away, she said. Please eat. Henry ate a few more bites to please her, then pushed his plate away. I cannot. Alban, what? Progress on my demands for soldiers? Sir Alban set his fork aside. Your Grace, I sent messengers out this morning as you ordered, and already I am receiving replies from your vassals. Outside our own levies, which number over 250 men at arms, we have over 30 knights arriving with theirs. Your more powerful vassals, both the Marquesses of Summerland and of Folkshire, have sent messengers that they will gather their forces and await your command. Excellent. Henry nodded happy. And my allies? The young Duke of Breedmont has acknowledged your alliance with his father and stands ready to aid you should you have need. I have not yet heard from the Earl of Kesterton, but I have no doubt that should we be attacked, he will join forces with you. Henry smiled. He and I have been staunch friends for years. We fought side by side during the war, Catrin. Yes, father, I know. He is my uncle after all. So he is. Your sainted mother's brother. He smiled again. You look so much like her, Catrin. I know, I tell you that far too often, but I cannot seem to help it. Even after all these years, I miss her. She is still with you, Catrin said, gazing at the pie she could not finish. In your heart. I know, child, it is not the same thing. I would like to marry for love, she murmured, the way you and mother did. Henry chuckled. Well, our marriage was born of an alliance, as most marriages must be. We were fortunate enough to find that we could love each other, when many husbands and wives merely tolerate one another. Some even despise each other. Catrin shivered involuntarily when she recalled Lord Gilbert's threat to lock her away and visit only long enough to get her with child. You were very lucky indeed, and she gave me 2 wonderful, beautiful children, Henry added wistfully. Yes, I was blessed, certainly. Treading carefully, Catrin asked, have you given thought to a husband for me? Henry eyed her curiously. Well, naturally I have, Catrin. I am merely waiting to see what will benefit us, and you, the most... Knowing how he felt about the Thorburn clan and the Scottish in general, Catrin hesitated to tell him about her growing love for Ranulf. He would fly into a rage, she had no doubt. Would you ever let me choose my own husband? For love? Catrin. Henry patted her arm. I love you, you know that. As much as I would want for you to marry your heart's desire, such is not for you. It was not for your mother, nor would it be for your own son or daughter some day. We of the nobility must marry in order to gain wealth, titles, alliances. Catrin nodded, gritting her teeth. Then, I am indeed a broodmare to be sold to the highest bidder. Please do not look at it that way, Henry said, his tone earnest, almost pleading. When the time comes, I will make the best choice possible, with a man who will treat you well, not a man like Hargrove who would offer you only cruelty. Perhaps love will grow between you and your husband." "It is not the same thing, father." Catrin stood, half blinded by anger and fear. The Duke would never agree to let her marry Ranulf, even if such an alliance could potentially benefit the Whitewood estates enormously. "I am already in love with someone else." "Who?" "Ranulf Thorburn." Chapter 21. The long ride back to his estates did little to cool Gilbert's rage. His mount and those of his escort laboured under the driving spurs that forced them to gallop nearly the entire distance. He did not care if he killed the beast, such was his fury. As his horse thudded wearily across his drawbridge, he bellowed, "I want Sir Jarret in my chambers now." Dismounting his exhausted mount in the bailey, he threw the reins to a bowing groom and strode rapidly across it to the castle. Sir Jarret Simpson, his chief adviser and close friend, had heard his roar and awaited him in the vast entryway to the castle. A stocky man of Gilbert's own age, with flowing white hair and piercing blue eyes, he wore a dark blue mantle over a green tunic emblazoned with the Hargrove emblem. He bowed low as Gilbert approached. "My lord?" "Come with me." Gilbert led the way up the stairs to his lavish apartments and curtly dismissed his manservant. Pacing furiously around his primary sitting room, his blood-flecked spurs jingling, he snapped, "I want war." Clearly taken aback, Sir Jarret said, with whom?" "Henry of Whitewood." "Oh, no," Sir Jarret said, his jaw slack. "What happened, may I ask?" Walking to a table that held various bottles of alcohol, Sir Jarret poured a strong dollop of whiskey into 2 mugs and took one to his master. Gilbert accepted it after blinking at the proffered cup and drank it to its dregs in one long swallow. Sir Jarret took the cup from him and offered Gilbert his own. "He insulted me. That is what happened." Gilbert continued to pace, raw energy coursing off him in waves. He sipped rather than gulped at the second cup, but his rage defied the whiskey's effects. "I brought him his precious daughter, but he refused me her hand." "And you want to go to war with Whitewood over it, my lord?" Sir Jarret asked. "The king will never permit it." "He will not know until it is too late." "My lord, I must advise against this," Sir Jarret said, his tone calm. "You cannot win against Whitewood. He has too many powerful allies." "So do I," Gilbert snarled, spinning on him. "I will ally myself with the young Duke of Breedmont. He, like his father before him, will renew the alliance with Whitewood, my lord. Please, I beg you, reconsider this course. It can only lead to your destruction." "Send to the Duke," Gilbert said, still pacing, still furious. "Tell him I wish to talk of an alliance. I will pry his loyalty away from Whitewood, I swear it. Once I have it, I will wage a war on that bastard, the likes of which he has never seen. And I will take Catrin to wife." "And if he refuses, my lord," Sir Jarret asked, "what if he remains loyal to Whitewood?" "I will decide what to do then. Go." Sir Jarret bowed, then headed for the door. Gilbert stopped him before he went through. "And send me a wench, a pretty one, preferably a virgin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." After sating his lust and abating his fury on the young girl's body, Gilbert lounged in his bed, naked, thinking. Evening had come and gone, and full night had fallen. A few candles lit the chamber, pushing the darkness back, and suited his mood perfectly. Pondering Catrin, he mused on her fiery nature and the pleasure he would have in taming her. Glancing at the nude wench beside him, the bruises he inflicted on her pale flesh and the terror in her eyes, he chuckled. "Did I hurt you, my sweet?" She continued to stare at him without speaking. Growing bored with her, he shoved her from the bed. "Leave me, and tell a servant to bring me food and ale." Rising from her knees off the hard tumble of the bed, the wench quickly clad herself in her torn clothing and fled the chamber. Gilbert watched her go, then lay on his back to stare up at the heavy bed hangings. Mentally counting his men-at-arms, his vassals and knights loyal to him, he realised that Sir Jarret was right. Unless he gained a powerful ally, such as the Duke of Breedmont, he could never hope to win against Whitewood. That leaves less savoury methods, he mused aloud. Black Charlie is not the only slimy snake in the woodpile. Thinking of the outlaw made him think of Ranulf Thorburn, now south of the border and also hunting Lady Catrin. Though he scarcely admitted it to himself, the thought of Ranulf scared him to his very core. Too restless to lie in bed, Gilbert rose and clad himself in his trousers. Barefoot, he stepped on the thick hides covering the flagstone floor and crossed to the window. Leaning on the sill, he gazed out over the black moors, at the moon rising amidst the stars. "Damn you, Thorburn," he muttered. "Damn you to hell." The man was out there, somewhere, not in his castle in Scotland where he belonged. "You are interfering with my plans, you bastard, and that I cannot permit to continue." A knock at his door heralded the servant with his food, interrupting his thoughts. "Come," he called. The servant entered, bowing over the tray in his hands. After placing it on the table, he bowed his way out again. Gilbert had barely seated himself to eat his meal when another knock came at his door. This time it was Sir Jarret. "My lord," he said, bowing, "I have sent a courier to the Duke of Breedmont and hope to have a reply by tomorrow." "Excellent," Gilbert replied, his mouth full. "You still think he will refuse to align himself with me?" "I do." Standing at attention, his right hand on the jewelled hilt of his sword, Sir Jarret appeared the fierce warrior Gilbert knew him to be. No tourney passed without the knight winning his jousts. They had met as youths, and Gilbert considered himself fortunate to have the man in his service. "I also agree," Gilbert said, gulping his ale. "Breedmont and Whitewood have been allies for time out of mind." "Thus, you are abandoning your declaration of war against Whitewood?" Gilbert grinned. "Not exactly. I will simply take my fight with him underground. At first light, I want you to find the man who took over Black Charlie's band of outlaws." Sir Jarret's brow rose. "They were not all killed with him?" "I do not think so," Gilbert replied, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "His influence was fairly extensive, and he must have had a second in command. Even brigands have their hierarchy." Sir Jarret nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps I can make inquiries at the Lucky Hog in Linfield." "That would be the best place to start. If you find him, convince him to come here. I want to talk with him myself, find out what sort of man I'm dealing with." "And what do you expect he can accomplish that you yourself cannot?" "Assassinate the Duke of Whitewood and bring me Lady Catrin." Chapter 22. Following Donal's lead, Ranulf and his clansmen rode hard into the lowlands toward the village of Spencer. It lay roughly 20 leagues almost straight west of the peak, where they sought refuge from anyone who may be searching for Scotsmen after the fight in the alley in Linfield. Though they rode through Scotland, Ranulf kept a sharp watch for anyone following them. Sparing the horses as best they could, Ranulf still set a fast pace, hoping to reach the village in 2 days of hard riding. He and his band reached the gates of the town just before they closed for the night. He turned in his saddle to his clansmen. "Me, Donal and Ian, to go in," he said. "The rest of you make camp atop that hill. Keep a sharp watch out, and we should return by tomorrow." As his band rode away, he led Donal and Ian through the tall wooden gates in the wall surrounding the town. Much smaller than Linfield, it held only 2 inns to choose from, and Ranulf followed Donal's gesture toward one of them. "The Gold Crown be the better, Laird," he said. "Do ye ken where this friend of yours lives?" Ranulf asked, guiding his tired horse toward it. "Aye," Donal replied, "but I dinna guess he we open his doors after dark. Best we find him come dawn." "I would agree with ye there." The common room was half filled with villagers and travellers as they walked inside, Ranulf breathing in the scents of hot pork, fried peppers and onions, fresh bread and ale. Like himself and his companions, many seated at the tables bore swords and daggers, but none eyed them curiously as they sat down at a table. The place was clean and lit with tallow candles and rushlights, and a bright fire burned on the central hearth. The innkeeper himself came to take their orders for food, ale, rooms and stabling for 3 horses. "I wi' hae me lads care for your beasts noo," he said, wiping their table clean with a cloth. "Thank ye," Ranulf replied as the man hurried away. He glanced at Donal. "What do your friend day noo for a living?" "If I remember right, he opened a carpenter shop," Donal replied. "He be geed wi' wood, and it wouldna get him hanged." The innkeeper returned with their food and ale, and said, "Me lads to be taking your horses to the stable, Laird." Nodding, Ranulf filled his plate with the hot roast pork, lentils in butter, bread and gravy, and started eating. "Nay, wi' a wife and bairns, he would need an honest living. He be Scottish." Donal shook his head, his mouth full. "Sassenach? But he married a Scottish lass. Hiding from the Sassenach law in Scotland. Smart lad." After paying the innkeeper his fees for the rooms, food and stabling, Ranulf wearily walked up the stairs, his saddlebags over his shoulder. He took one of the rooms for himself, while Donal and Ian would share the other. But he found himself too restless to sleep, Catrin preying upon his mind. Even though he knew Gilbert of Hargrove would take her safely to her father, Ranulf still worried. "I will come for ye, lass. I like ye too much to let ye gae noo." Deep in his heart, Ranulf knew he had fallen in love with Catrin. "Ye be me perfect match, me bonny lass," he said into the dark, smiling as he remembered her unquenchable spirit, the fire in her lustrous honey eyes. "I dae mean to marry ye, somehow." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Donal's outlaw acquaintance was at his carpentry shop shortly after dawn as Ranulf, Donal and Ian rode up. His small house stood next to the overlarge shed he worked in to build tables, chairs, benches, and other items the people in the town, as well as the local laird, needed in their homes. Busy with a lathe, he glanced up as the 3 dismounted. "My old friend, Donal," he said, gripping Donal's arm in a welcome greeting, but his expression remained wary as Donal introduced Ranulf. "Lord," he said, his tone respectful as he accepted Ranulf's arm, "what can I do for you? Somehow, I do not think you rode all this way to order furniture from me." Ranulf shook his head. "Nay, friend, James. Ye heard about Henry of Whitewood's murder?" James nodded. "Rumours, mostly, that a Scottish lord killed him. Me brother?" Paling, James took a step back. "Now, I knew Henry, but I left that life before he died. I had nothing to do with any of it." "I'm nae here to lay blame, lad," Ranulf said. "I dae need to ken where your other friends be hiding, Chaddy and the others." "Why? Are you planning to kill them?" "Nay, my brother be innocent, you see. I mean to clear his good name, and I need your friends to give me answers." James eyed him sidelong. What sort of answers? Who did Henry argue with that night? That be one. What be the motive behind killing Henry for another? "Henry liked to be with outlaws and brigands," James said slowly, rubbing his chin. "He gambled heavily, and it is said he owed someone a lot of money." "Dae ye ken who?" "No. Would your friends ken it?" James shut his jaw, his eyes narrowed as he gazed at Ranulf. "Lord, I may have left that life behind, but I cannot turn on my comrades. We have our own code of honour. We do not snitch." Suspecting the man would not willingly give up the location of Chaddy and the others, Ranulf pulled 5 gold crowns from his pocket and held them up in his palm. James' jaw dropped. "That there will set ye for life," he said softly. I swear to ye, I mean your chums nae harm. I will ne'er tell the Sassenach where they be. Me oath own it. James nodded. As long as you also promise to not tell them who told you, Lord, he said, his voice hoarse. I so swear. In Scotland, just north of the border, James said, his eyes on the gold, there is a series of caves on the coast near the beach. They are just south of the village called Wooton. We would hide there until the English sheriff stopped looking for us. If Chaddy and the others know who killed Henry, then they would be there hiding. Ranulf poured the gold into his hand. If I find ye lied, laddie, I'll be back for me gold. I did not lie to you, Lord, James replied, creating a fist around his prize. I swear on my wife's head. Gid laid. Returning to their horses, Ranulf swung into his saddle, seeing James staring down into his hand at his impossibly good fortune. Me, regards to your wife, he called, then reined his horse around. Taking advantage of being in a village, Ranulf resupplied his band with salt, beans, flour, dried peas, and apples. Loading the sacks onto their horses, he led Donal and Ian out of Spencer to rejoin his band. As the sun stood high in the sky as he reached the top of the hill where the rest of his band camped, Ranulf decided to rest their mounts and depart for Wooton first thing in the morning. The coast be a good 3 days' ride from here, Ranulf said, sitting beside one of the fires with Ian and Aswin. We dinna want to kill the horses. I fear these lads be out robbing and thieving when we get there, Laird, Ian commented. Aye, we're taking a risk, Ranulf agreed, but we hae nae choice but to try. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Standing upon a rocky outcropping above the beach, the sea wind whipping his cloak, Ranulf gazed down at the small system of caves along the shoreline. 3 horses stood within a ramshackle pen near a thicket of thorny bushes and scraggly trees, their manes and tails tossed by the brisk breeze off the sea. They be at home, he commented. Let us pay them a visit. Leaving their horses under the watch of 3 clansmen, Ranulf led the others down a narrow trail that crawled between the rocks and bushes down to the beach. Pulling his sword from its sheath, he observed the numerous tracks around the cave's mouth, the blackened remains of a fire and a pile of driftwood for burning. With gestures, Ranulf signalled his men to spread out to either side of the cave entrance, none directly in front of its mouth. He heard voices coming from within the cave, speaking with no alarm. Thus he knew their presence had not been detected. Chaddy, he called, I be Ranulf Thorburn. I nae be here to arrest ye, just to talk with ye and your chums. Silence seemed to echo as the voices ceased to speak. Exchanging a glance with Ian, Ranulf went on. I had 10 men with me, Chaddy, and I dinna want to drag ye out. I be willing to pay ye good gold for your information. What about? Yelled a voice from within the cave. I will nae lie to ye, Chaddy, Ranulf said. I wish to talk with ye about Henry o' Whitewood. He is dead, Chaddy fired back. It was your brother who killed him. He done hang for it, Ranulf agreed, but he dinna do the deed, and ye ken it. Come ut and talk. I dinna wish ye harm, but should ye make me come in there, I will spill your blood. And you will pay us gold? I swear it. All right, keep your weapons down. We are coming out. Gesturing for his men to remain on guard and watchful, Ranulf stepped into the cave's entrance. From the shadows emerged 3 men, unshaven and ragged, the man in the front owning a mop of dark curly hair on his head and a scar on his cheek. Chaddy. He glanced around at the armed clansmen surrounding the cave and lifted his hands in surrender. His companions did the same. Now you promised, Lord, he said, licking his lips nervously. Gold for information, and you will not kill us. Right, I did, lad, Ranulf agreed, nodding. All I be after is what happened the night Henry was killed. All right. Chaddy lowered his arms. We were drinking that night at the Lucky Hog, the three of us and Henry, the Duke's son. He liked being with us outlaw types. He never robbed nobody, but he gambled heavy, see? He owed John Saul a heap. Who be this John Saul? He is the leader of a gang, Chaddy said. Now you would not go tell him. We told you this, right? If he found out we talked, Jerusalem would not be far away enough to hide from him. Ranulf shook his head. I would nie tell him ye told me. Gae on. Chaddy licked his lips again, his eyes flicking round at the watching Scotsmen. As I said, Henry owed him a heap. He could not stop gambling, see? Always thought he would win, We tried to tell him, warn him to stop. We think John Saul loaded the dice, but Henry would not listen. Ye think John Saul killed him? No, Lord, or then he would never get his money. Henry decided it would be easier to kill the old man, see? Inherit the old man's wealth and pay off Saul. Ranulf gaped. He was going to kill the Duke. His own da. Chaddy nodded. The old Duke is sick, see? No way would the old man agree to pay off his debts, So Henry planned to put poison in his wine, make it look like his sickness killed him. That is cold, Ian commented dryly. Aye, but Henry was killed before he did it, Ranulf said, eyeing Chaddy. Perhaps it were the Duke to kill Henry, or have one of his men dears it, and blame me brother. Chaddy shook his head. Doubtful, Lord. Henry hatched the plan only a day or two before his throat was cut. He never told anyone, nor did we, but we took off anyway, afraid for our lives, in case he talked. See, before he died, he was planning to kill a duke, the Duke's own son. He would have hanged and us beside him. I cannae blame ye for running, Ranulf agreed. But if Henry talked of his plan to kill the elder, no one seems to ken it. That is a relief, Chaddy replied, grinning a little. Then maybe we can go back to England and continue our occupations. Just stick to robbing Sassenach south o' the border, Ranulf said dryly, or I'll hang ye myself. Nu, who did Henry argue with that night? He dinna ken me brother. No, I do not remember your brother, my lord, Chaddy said, if he was even there at all. Henry hated the Scots. Pardon me, my lord, just like his old man. So, who else was there that night? Lord Gilbert of Hargrove. Chapter 23. Seated in his private study with his seneschal, Lord Catrin, Henry received the man's dry reports of taken tenants' rents and incomes, crops, and the number of sheep and cattle he owned. Catrin spoke in a monotone, his voice as dull as the information he gave his master. But it was a necessary part of running his duchy, and Henry forced himself to listen without yawning. He found undisguised relief when a knock at the door resulted in Sir Alban sticking his head in. Yes? His Grace, Sir Alban said, opening the door wider. The Duke of Breedmont has arrived to see you, your Grace. Show him in, please, Henry said. Catrin, if you will excuse me. The wizened little man bowed and stood to the side as the young Duke, William Piermont, walked in. He smiled as Henry rose to take his hand in greeting and said, My apologies for arriving unannounced, your Grace. Henry replied, sitting back down and inviting the younger man to take the chair Crichton had just vacated. Alban, would you mind sending a servant in with wine? Sir Alban bowed and closed the door behind Lord Crichton. Yes, it is a surprise to see you, William, but no less of a welcome one. William Piermont looked eerily similar to his late father, with pale, ice-blue eyes and a shock of wheat-coloured hair. Henry guessed his age to be about 30. He was tall, but strongly built. He doffed his cloak of light brown wool and wore a tightly fitted leather tunic with his family crest on his right breast. I received your message that you wished to renew the alliance you had with my father, William said. Henry lifted his brow. Well, I am glad it brought you here for a visit, but it could have been accomplished through messengers. The door opened to reveal a servant bearing a tray with pewter cups and bottles of wine. Henry waited until he poured for them both and left the room before continuing. I suspect there is more to this visit. William sipped his wine and made an appreciative noise in his throat. There is, Henry. I received the same request from Gilbert of Hargrove. Henry froze. Did you, indeed? So, the fool does plan to wage war on me. He may be thinking that, William said, but King Edward would squash him like a bug. You know as well as I, he will not tolerate war among his nobles. I do not suppose you warned Hargrove of that? Henry asked, his tone dry. I did. Sitting back in his chair, Henry sipped from his cup, watching William carefully over its rim. What did he offer you in return for your alliance, if I may inquire? Chests of gold, William replied, smiling. From your coffers once he marries your daughter and inherits your duchy. I see. Adept at hiding his anger, Henry still felt it rise to make him sweat, his grip on his goblet whitening his knuckles. But when he spoke, his voice sounded normal even to himself. So, will you accept his most tempting offer, William? The Breedmont Duke drank his wine, his eyes calculating. I have not yet decided, nor have I given him my answer. I came to discuss it with you first. Why? Henry shrugged, his palm hemmed upward. It is your decision to make. Nodding slowly, William set his cup down and folded his hands in his lap. Our two families have aligned with one another for a generation, he said slowly. My father wished it, and it makes perfect sense to continue it. But there is something you want in return, Henry said, now suspecting what the man intended. Chests of gold? Your daughter's hand in marriage. Studying the man, Henry pursed his lips, his suspicions correct. William was indeed an obvious choice to marry Catrin, as he came from a powerful family and had not yet married. The thought had crossed his mind more than once to broach the subject himself, as he knew William's reputation as a man of honour, and he would treat Catrin well. However, deep inside him, Henry felt he was being manoeuvred, and he never liked being manipulated. That would be a logical move, Henry said carefully. Joining our two families, as your father was my good friend, and I hoped you would be also. I am, indeed, Henry. Believe me when I say this was an arrangement I had considered. William cocked his head slightly. Was? Yes. Before my son was killed. Henry steepled his fingers, his elbows on his desk, watching William carefully. Now Catrin is my sole heir, unless I were to find a fertile maid to marry and sire, hopefully a son on her. But those days of siring heirs are beyond me, I fear. So, what now? William asked. You will permit her to inherit as the next Duchess, unmarried? You know King Edward will marry her to one of his own allies, in such a way as to benefit himself should you pass on. I have not yet decided on anything, Henry replied calmly. At times I am tempted to permit her to choose her own husband. That is ridiculous, William snorted. Whom might she wish to marry? Ranulf Thorburn. It took a moment for William to recognise the name. His pale blue eyes widened, and his jaw dropped when he did. Clan Chief Thorburn? A Scot? Henry shrugged lazily. Think of the benefits, William. An alliance with Scotland would end the raids on my sheep, cattle and horses, for they never raid their own. With estates in England, Thorburn could help end the useless wars between our countries and encourage free trading across the border. He is said to be a well-respected ruler and has the ear of King Robert. Perhaps in a generation or two, Scotland might even become a vassal state of England through Ranulf and Catrin's descendants. William shook his head. That is a stretch, Henry, he said. A good notion, perhaps, but unlikely. The Scots crave their independence from England more than they crave stealing our cattle. As I said, Henry continued, it would be a start. So, Lady Catrin might want this Scot, Thorburn, as her husband? She loves him. Might I ask how that came about? He kidnapped her out of rage for my hanging his brother for Henry's murder. I recently got her out of Scotland. William's eyes widened. That Thorburn? You would truly permit Lady Catrin to marry the brother of the man who killed your son? To hear Catrin, Henry replied, Thorburn does not believe his brother did it, and Catrin is convinced I hanged an innocent man. She says Thorburn is on the trail of the true killer. Surely you are not falling for such rubbish. I am not so certain what to believe any more, Henry said with a sigh. He sipped his wine. I thought I knew once, however. The Duke of Breedmont stood up and collected his cloak. I would say you have a difficult decision to make. I will leave you to make it. Will you not stay to supper? You have travelled far. William shook his head, smiling. I will return to my estates, but thank you for your kind offer. Henry also stood and offered the young Duke his hand. What will you tell Hargrove? Nothing. William grinned, wolfish. Give my regards to Lady Catrin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At supper that night, Henry ate with little appetite as he wondered what to tell Catrin. He watched her covertly, her neck bent as she spooned soup into her mouth, her eyes down and her lustrous auburn hair piled atop her head in a neat coil. She is so beautiful, just as her mother was. Knowing she was headstrong and stubborn, he suspected she would not take William's proposal well. Catrin, he said, getting her attention. Catrin set her spoon down and wiped her lips on a napkin. Yes, father? Henry felt unable to meet her eyes, something he had never had difficulty in doing before. William of Breedmont came to me today. Somehow, she said slowly, I believe I am not going to like what he had to say. Henry smiled. You are clever. Yes, he came to ask for your hand to cement the alliance between our two families. He watched as the blood drained from the flesh over her face, and he felt a knot grow in his belly. I never, ever want to hurt her. She is my daughter, but how can I not avoid hurting her? What answer did you give him? She asked, her voice wild, frightened, when little had ever frightened Catrin in her life. I gave him no answer, he said, surveying her relief in her eyes. I told him I must think this over. If Henry were alive, I would say yes without hesitation. But with him gone, Catrin said slowly, you cannot just hand me over to anyone. That would mean handing your duchy over to anyone. I am ill, Catrin, he said sadly. I do not know how much longer I have to live. I must see you married before I go. Do not say that, father, Catrin said, reaching for his hand. You are not going to die, not for many years. I will not let you. He squeezed her fingers, smiling sadly. None of us can stop that child, least of all you. That is why I must say yes to William. No, Catrin pleaded. Do not marry me to him, not when I love another. Father, my heart will break. Henry shook his head. I am so sorry, Catrin. Were Ranulf Thorburn not my bitterest enemy, I might consider marrying you to him, as an alliance with Scotland could be beneficial. He is not your bitter enemy, father, Catrin cried. His brother did not kill Henry. Until I have proof, one way or another, he said, his tone firm. I intend to inform William that I agree to his suit. And when you get that proof, I will be married to someone else. Henry reached to touch her face with his fingers, only to have her jerk away from him. Tears filled her honey-gold eyes but did not spill down her cheeks. His voice hardened when he spoke. "I will inform William of Breedmont that I accept his proposal." Chapter 24. Catrin steeled herself. She had to escape her father's castle and return to Scotland, with Henry planning to marry her to William of Breedmont, whom she would have been delighted to marry had she not fallen in love with Ranulf. She must leave that very night. After dismissing her maid, she packed spare clothes, brushes, combs, jewellery, and some gold and silver coins into a leather bag. Catrin then sat on the edge of her bed, waiting for the castle to settle into sleep. Just before darkness had fallen, she had inspected the outer walls of the castle. Just like Ranulf's, there were irregular stone blocks creating a dangerous stairway, down with hand and footholds. Not wanting to alarm the guards on the walls by dropping her bag from her window to the ground, Catrin tied it across her back with a hank of rope. Drawing a deep breath, she slid out the window like an eel and found her first steps downward. Her window was not nearly as high as her room in Scotland, and she all but scampered down the wall as easily as a squirrel. Crouching in the shadows to ensure she had not been seen or heard, Catrin gazed around to get her bearings. Linfield lay due west of the castle, and she quickly found the road leading to it. Though the gates there would be closed for the night, she had but to wait until dawn and walk in with the other peasants and merchants waiting to go in. She knew exactly where to steal a horse from. "I will leave coins for it," she muttered to herself, gazing around into the dark, making sure she was not being followed or stalked. Deliberately wearing dark woolens, she walked lightly as to make no sound, and suspected someone would need to all but step on her to know she was there. The night was chilly, with a light wind blowing off the moors, but her cloak and walking kept her warm enough. Within a couple of hours she found the lit street lamps in Linfield glowing beyond the wooden palisade. Finding a spot behind a low hill near the wall, Catrin sat there, partially shielded from the wind, waiting for the dawn. Cursing herself for not bringing food as her stomach rumbled, she wondered if she would be recognised if she purchased food from a street vendor. Without an armed escort and her hood pulled down, Catrin thought she might pass unremarked or unremembered. Yawning, she stood up as the first flush of dawn tinged the eastern horizon pink and walked around toward the gate. There, her cloak's hood pulled up over her head to conceal her face. She hoped she looked like a poor peddler with her pack on her back. Joining the line waiting to walk into the town, Catrin kept her head lowered and listened to the voices around her. None paid her any heed at all. The gates opened. Shuffling in, Catrin walked straight down the narrow avenue, making the street vendors her first target. With copper coins, she purchased a hot meat pie and devoured it for breakfast. Then, as the street filled with people, she grew too nervous about being recognised and shuffled down the lane toward the stable belonging to one of the town's inns. Peeking in, she found no one about the place, but heard voices floating to her from the back. From the sounds, the grooms were busy devouring their own breakfast before beginning their daily work. A saddled horse eyed her curiously, its bridle hanging from the pommel. Standing on her tiptoes, Catrin peeked into the bulging saddlebags. "Praise God," she muttered as she found it packed with food supplies. No doubt, the horse's owner was about to embark on a long journey. Well, so am I. Leaving a gold coin where the horse had been tied, Catrin quickly bridled the horse and led it from the stable. A rapid glance under the horse informed her it was a mare. "Good girl," she muttered as she mounted. "You are a nice mare, eh?" Riding down the street, Catrin wondered if the gate guards would recognise her as one who just walked in and now rode out. Watching them closely as she approached, she found them more interested in who was entering the town, not leaving. Breathing a deep sigh of relief, Catrin nudged the horse into a canter once clear of the town. Galloping across the moors, Catrin gazed east toward her home, the Duke's castle. "Forgive me, father," she said. "I cannot marry Breedmont. I am going back to Scotland and Ranulf. Perhaps one day you will understand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To get the best out of the gallant mare, Catrin trotted up hills and cantered down, often dismounting to walk and give the horse time to rest. She paused often to give her water and grazing, munching on the unknown traveller's stores. Delving inside the saddlebags, she found spare clothing, a very sharp dagger in a sheath, and a pouch full of gold crowns. "My apologies, fair traveller," she said, grinning. "I left you one piece of gold for the horse, and you gave me several in return. Not exactly fair, but what is truly fair in this world?" Knowing her father would have begun the hunt for her, and would guess she headed north into Scotland, Catrin speculated on how to vanish into the rolling moors, a place where a rider could easily be spotted from one of the many high, rocky pinnacles that marked them. Deciding to follow a shallow valley that ran roughly northeast, she hoped anyone riding hard on her tail would ride straight north and pass her by. That night, she sought shelter in one of the many bothies found on the Highlands and Lowlands, a stone shelter with a stout door and wood for a fire ready to hand. A streamlet nearby gave them both a source of water, and Catrin held the mare's bridle as she grazed. Watching the sun sink into the west, she wondered where Ranulf was. "Have you found my brother's killer yet?" she asked the glittering stars. "I am guessing no, or you would have ridden to my father to make your peace with him as you swore to do." But even if she could not find him in this desolate landscape of the northern English moors, she knew she could find refuge in his castle. Upon riding there, she knew she would find safety among his clan until he returned. Hoping she eluded her father's men, she tied the mare's bridle to a ring in the bothy's wall and walked up a nearby hill. "Heaven's mercy," she murmured. Gazing toward the northwest, Catrin saw numerous fires that indicated a very large camp. Knowing her father's men-at-arms could not cross into Scotland, she knew she must still be in England. Feeling relieved she had angled her course away from straight north, she realised that, had she not done so, those men would have caught her. Returning to the bothy, she rubbed the mare's nose and went inside. Building a fire in the hearth, she ate food from the saddlebags. Then lay down, using her cloak to cover herself. She was asleep almost instantly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A man's voice outside the bothy woke her instantly. "Hello, in the bothy!" An English voice. Alarmed, Catrin frantically opened the saddlebags and found the traveller's dagger and pulled it out. Throwing her cloak over her shoulders, she clasped it at her throat, then readied her saddlebags for instant departure. The mare still wore her saddle, but Catrin had loosened the girth the night before. "Hello?" Cautiously opening the door, Catrin peeked out. A man stood near the door, the reins to his horse in his hand. Her mare still stood where she had been, tied to the ring, unmolested. The man smiled upon seeing her and raised his hands to show no weapons. "Good morning, fair damsel," he said. "I mean you no harm." "What do you want?" she asked, displaying the knife while still shielding herself behind the door. "I have no food," he said. "I saw the smoke from the chimney and hoped that another traveller like myself might have enough to share." Catrin looked him up and down. He wore ragged clothing, a thin wool cloak, and his boots had holes in them. His shaggy black hair hung in oily coils to his shoulders, but his brown eyes were bright and lively. Unshaven, he appeared unarmed, and his horse's ribs showed through its dull coat. "What is your name?" she asked. "Marden Johns of Linfield," he replied. "I have fallen upon hard times and travelled to Scotland." Catrin froze. She knew that name. Her brother Henry spoke of his friend, Marden Johns, a man who lived in the town of Linfield, and one whom he often helped. She recalled Henry telling her about his friend in the months before he died. She opened the door wider. "Yes," she said slowly. "I have food to share, but I will keep my weapon out, and we eat outside." Marden bowed. "All I can ask." Making sure he sat before she did, Catrin kept her back against the wall of the bothy and tossed him dried meat, bread, shriveled apples from her saddlebags. By the way he devoured the food, like a starved wolf, she guessed part of his story was correct. "How did you, fall upon hard times?" she asked, munching on dried meat and cheese. "My patron was killed," he answered, his mouth full of bread. "The Duke of Whitewood's son. He was your patron. And my friend." "What happened?" Marden shrugged. "I do not know the details, but he was found with his throat cut, and a Scotsman blamed. Henry, you see, helped me with money sometimes. He also spoke of killing his father to gain his inheritance." Catrin choked on a wedge of cheese. "He what?" "He told me himself," Marden continued, watching her curiously. "He owed money to an outlaw, needed the money badly, but his father refused to give it to him in order to pay his debts. So, when he died, I feared for my life from the Duke's men. I have been wandering ever since. My food and coins ran out weeks ago." Catrin's hunger vanished. Her brother wanted to kill their father for his inheritance. While she wanted to scoff, to disbelieve, she could not. Henry had been behaving rather strangely in the weeks before he died, but to owe vast sums to an outlaw? How could he? Could it be that this outlaw he owed money killed him? She asked. Marden shrugged, still scoffing the food as fast as he could. "It is quite possible, as this particular fellow would not long tolerate being defied. But then, if he murdered Henry, he would not get paid." "How could Henry get so deep into debt?" "Gambling." Marden eyed her, amused. "You are his sister, are you not? I thought you looked familiar, and your questions confirm it for me." Catrin closed her cloak more tightly around her, growing worried. "Yes, how did you know?" "Your brother pointed you out to me once," he replied. "Few could forget your beauty." "I see. Where might you be bound, my lady?" "That is my business." Marden smiled, munching on a strip of dried meat. "Fair enough, I suppose. If you are travelling north, might we do so together? For safety, of course, as well as your well-stocked saddlebags." Catrin hesitated. "I do not think so. I will give you food, enough for a few days at least. But I ride alone." Marden bowed. "Thank you for that. One day, perhaps I can repay your kindness." Digging food and some silver coins from her bags, Catrin gave them to him but kept the bag of gold hidden. She had no doubt he would rob her in his desperation. "I hope that will see you through to wherever you are going." She stood up when he did, keeping the dagger in her hand, making it clear she would and could defend herself if necessary. Marden merely bowed again and placed the food in his own saddlebags, then swung into his saddle. "My lady!" Breathing a sigh of relief, Catrin watched him ride away toward the northwest until he was out of sight. Repacking her things, she led her mare to water and grazing, tightening the saddle's girth. She then put out the fire, restocking the firewood for the next traveller to use the bothy. Closing the door, Catrin walked out of the stone hut and headed toward her horse. A sharp blow to the back of her head knocked her flat to the ground. Dazed, half-conscious, she peered over her shoulder, trying to rise with her hair in her face, as Marden dropped the rock he had hit her with. He chuckled as he bound her hands in front of her with stout leather thongs. "I wonder how much John Saul will pay me for you," he said. "Henry of Whitewood's own sister. How lucky am I?" Chapter 25. Her head aching with a savage pain, Catrin watched through dull, incurious eyes as Marden searched her saddlebags and found the pouch of gold. Grinning, he tossed it up and down in his hand. "You are making me a very rich man, my lady. No doubt, Saul will ransom you back to your father, and thus regain the money he is owed." Unable to think straight, much less fight, Catrin offered him little resistance as he heaved her up into her saddle and tied her hands to the pommel. Her head spinning, she thought she would vomit up the food she had eaten as Marden swung upon his own horse. She observed him grinning at her and tried to raise some defiance, but could barely summon enough energy to remain upright. "I am still terribly curious as to what the Duke of Whitewood's daughter is doing out on the moors alone," he said, his tone conversational, as he nudged his mount into a trot, pulling Catrin's alongside him. "Running away, perhaps?" Even if she wanted to answer him, she would not have, as her head spun too sickeningly for cohesive thought. Working saliva into her mouth, she spat in his direction, making him laugh again. "Now that is not very ladylike," he said, half listening to his cheerful chatter about what he planned to do with the gold. Saul was certain to pay him for her. Catrin's head finally cleared enough for her to recognise they now travelled south. She wondered if Marden knew her father's men hunted for her, and surmised he would assume it, even if he did not know exactly where they were. As though reading her mind, Marden said, "I suppose the Duke is out hunting for you, my lady. Naturally, we will avoid them, as I am sure you have no wish to return home just yet." He laughed to himself. Though her head still pounded, the feeling of nausea had passed, and Catrin's thoughts grew clearer. Unobtrusively, she studied him, searching for a weakness, something she could exploit at the right moment and escape. However, she saw nothing useful, and he had her dagger thrust through his belt. Thus, she could not cut her bonds. Perhaps he will make a mistake when he stops for breaks to rest the horses. Marden watched her almost as closely, as though expecting her to try to fight him and escape. When he did stop at streams to let the animals drink and graze, and to eat food, he did not let her dismount. Her hands still bound, she ate the meat and bread he gave her, drank the water from a cup, all while still in the saddle. After, he tied her hands to the pommel again, ensuring she could not throw herself off the horse and escape. "Henry loved you, you know," Marden said as they rode, "admired you, said you were as strong as any man." Catrin refused to answer or speak to him, but had no choice except to listen to his almost non-stop chatter. "I liked your brother," he continued, as though not expecting her to respond. "Generous man, he would have made a splendid duke, had he not caught the gambling sickness, that is. But once that grabbed hold of him, well, that was about the end of him. Sooner or later he would have gotten the knife." And he did. Saul must have killed him. If he could not get his money from Henry, then that would be the next step, as an example to others. But if what Marden said was true, and that her brother planned to kill their father, then John Saul's killing of Henry made no sense. Her brother would have the money to repay his debts once he inherited their father's wealth. Catrin remembered Henry's strange behaviour in the week or so before his death. Getting drunk every day when he usually drank only small amounts, often angry, for no reason, arguing with their father. Perhaps it was the pressure Saul put on him to drive him thus. She still found it difficult to believe an outlaw could influence the son of a duke so, with all the power a duke wielded. That may be why this John Saul had him killed, because Henry threatened to destroy him with our father's men at arms. Marden eyed her sidelong. "What are you thinking about, my lady?" Catrin ignored him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Late the following afternoon, Marden and Catrin rode into the tiny village of Bairstow. It had no wall around it and thus no gate guards, but armed men lounged along the street, watching them ride past. A few local peasants walked in the market square, also watching the strangers with curious eyes. Marden rode toward a single-storey tavern bearing a sign with purple grapes on a green vine, but no name. Dismounting in front of the place, Marden tied both horses to rings in the posts, then pulled Catrin down. Seizing her by the arm, he pulled her through the doors into a fair-sized common room. Lit only by a central hearth which gave off too much smoke, Catrin saw only a handful of men at the tables, playing dice and drinking ale from pewter mugs. One of them, a big man wearing chainmail under his leather jerkin, loomed over them. "What is your business?" he asked, his voice sounding like a hound's growl. "I need to see Saul," Marden replied. "I want to sell him this girl." "Saul does not buy women. Be off with you." Marden grinned. "He will want this one." For a long moment, the man studied them both, and Catrin thought he intended to toss Marden out onto the street. Instead, he asked, "Name?" "Marden Johns." "Wait here." Turning, the big man walked behind the bar and disappeared into a room beyond. Glancing around at the few drinkers, Catrin suspected this was less of a tavern catering to locals and travellers, as it was a base for John Saul's illegal operations. The men inside appeared to be well-armed and experienced fighters, similar to Black Charlie's gang of brigands. These men, too, eyed her with speculation, and she felt a shiver of fear course down her spine. The big man returned and gestured for Marden and Catrin to follow him. Dragging Catrin with him, Marden crossed the room and took her with him into the back room. The big man closed the door and leaned against it, his arms folded across his broad chest. Lit with a few candles, the room held little save a few chairs and a couch covered by hides. A man lounged at his ease on the couch, drinking from a mug and looking Catrin up and down. Marden bowed to him as though he were a lord, and Catrin met his eyes stare for stare. John Saul was an ugly man with a bald head and a scraggly thin brown beard. His brown eyes, sharply intelligent, seemed to appraise her from a pockmarked face. "Marden," he said, his voice like gravel, "who is this woman you bring to me?" "The Lady Catrin, Henry of Whitewood's sister." Saul sat up straighter. "Is this true?" he asked her. Defiant, Catrin's chin rose and she said nothing. The outlaw chief grinned, his teeth brown and chipped. "Only a high-born lady would behave so. Welcome, my lady." "How much will you give me for her, Saul?" Marden asked. "With her, you can collect what you are owed by ransoming her to the Duke. She is worth a great deal to you." Saul's eyes shifted, and suddenly she knew Marden had made a big mistake. "You mean you did not bring her to me as a gift, Marden?" The man flushed. "I mean no offence, Saul. You know I respect you. I am in desperate need of gold so I can escape this country and the Duke's sheriffs. What is she worth to you?" Saul stood and walked towards them, lightly on the balls of his feet like a natural fighter. He wore only a dagger on his belt, but no sword. Marden watched him come, his eyes wide with a hint of anxiety. I think 20 gold pieces will do it," he replied. That and the gold in her saddlebags would enable Marden Johns to escape into a very lucrative future, Catrin knew. Glancing sidelong at him, she could see him thinking the same. But would Saul agree? Returning her eyes to him, she found him watching Marden, not her. His hand rested dangerously on the hilt of his dagger. "That is a great deal of money," Saul said, pacing around them. "Perhaps you might consider taking less." "Surely that is a small price," Marden said, turning his head to watch Saul. "She will fetch you thousands from the Duke." "So sure, are you? His Grace of Whitewood refused to pay Henry's debt. Maybe he will also refuse to ransom his daughter. She is his heir, now." Pausing to pick up and finger a tendril of Catrin's hair, Saul examined it, then continued pacing. "He knows he can beget other heirs." Marden shook his head. "He is ill and likely to die soon." I wonder how you happen to know that." "Henry told me. That is why he thought to hasten the Duke's death, gain his inheritance, and pay you." Catrin sucked in her breath. "Henry planned to kill father? No, he has to be lying." Eyeing Marden sidelong, she sought the telltale signs of a liar at work, but did not see them. "No, Henry would not do that, would he?" "Yes, Henry's demise was most unfortunate for me." Saul stopped behind Marden, and Catrin felt the man stiffen beside her. Sweat trickled down the side of his face, making her wonder if he had just realised what his greed brought him. "I will make you an offer, Marden," Saul said at last, still behind the man. "You brought me the girl, and I will let you walk out of here with your life." "Take it, fool." Catrin watched Marden's expression as it shifted between fear and greed. Surely he knows who has the upper hand. Without trying to make it obvious, Catrin edged away from him, putting distance between them in case Saul did what his eyes told her he would do. But Saul... Marden got no further. In a move so swift, Catrin could hardly follow. Saul plunged his dagger into the side of Marden's throat and back out. His eyes wide with shock, Marden's hands went to his throat, dark red blood gushing from the wound. His mouth working, he turned as though to plead for mercy from Saul, to beg him to undo what he did. Saul merely stared at him, no emotion at all in his flat brown eyes. "Get him out of here and let him bleed in the street." The big man, forgotten until now, grabbed Marden under his arm and dragged him from the room with the ease he might haul a toddler to a spanking. Blood spattered on the floor in their wake, and Catrin felt sick, her belly in knots. As she stared down at the droplets, Saul paused to look her in the eyes. He might have lived if he had not been so greedy, Saul told her. Not replying, even if she knew what to say to that, Catrin set her jaw to help fight the nausea and her fear. "There is a bag of gold in his saddlebags," she said, "that he took from me. Take it as payment of my brother's debt and let me go." So, he had what he needed and still demanded more. Saul shook his head. "Marden Johns should have known better. He should have known me." "My father may pay to get me back," she said. "Then he will hunt you down and destroy you and your band. Perhaps you should think about taking what you can and leaving things be." Saul nodded thoughtfully. "That may well be true, but one cannot kill what one cannot catch." Pulling out a cloth from his pocket, he cleaned the blade of his dagger and sheathed it. Bending, he used the cloth to wipe up Marden's blood from the floor, then tossed it aside. "I have eluded your father's men for years," he said. "I believe I can continue to do so for many years to come." "Not if you make him angry," Catrin replied, surprised at the calmness in her own voice. "Ransoming me will no doubt do exactly that." "I still am not worried," Saul replied, shrugging. "This land has so many places to hide, and the gold you will bring will help me set up again somewhere else." The big man returned, opening the door, but Saul's voice stopped him from entering. "Check their saddlebags and bring me whatever of value is inside." Retreating, the man shut the door again. Catrin said nothing as Saul returned to his hide-covered couch, but watched him as closely as he watched her. Long minutes passed as they stared at one another, Catrin determined to not drop her eyes. The door opened behind her as the fellow returned and dropped the leather pouch of gold into Saul's hand. Only then did he look away from her. Untying the drawstring, Saul poured the coins out onto the couch beside him. "Marden really was a fool," he commented dryly. "A greedy, greedy fool." "Do not make the same mistake," Catrin advised. "This is only about half of what your brother owed me," Saul said, scooping the gold back into the bag and standing. "Thus you will remain my guest until I am paid in full." Chapter 26. Ranulf eyed Chaddy speculatively, the sea wind whipping his cloak around his legs. "Be ye suggesting Gilbert O'Hargrove killed the Duke's son?" Chaddy shook his head. "No, but they did argue that night. I myself cannot imagine Lord Gilbert killing him. They were friends." "Can ye think of who else may wish Whitewood dead?" Chaddy glanced at his companions. "Only Saul, Lord. He may have gotten frustrated enough to slit Henry's throat, but I find it unlikely. He would not want to kill his money source." Where might I find this John Saul? Licking his lips, Chaddy looked at his friends again and asked, You swear on your honour you will never tell him how you found out? Own me honour as a laird. In England, Chaddy answered, still clearly nervous, there is a village south of Linfield called Bairstow. It is not much, but there is a tavern there that Saul owns. You can most probably find him there, but he keeps well-armed bodyguards around him at all times. Pulling 9 gold coins from his belt pouch, Ranulf gave each of them 3. Remember, lads, he said, day your thieving sooth o' the border. Chaddy knuckled his brow, grinning. We will, Lord. Gesturing for his clansmen to follow him, Ranulf left the caves and the outlaws and climbed back up the steep hill. So, now we ride for England, he said to Aswin, pulling his stallion's head from the thin grass. 'Tis a guide thing Catrin be safe with her da. Ye mean to ask for her hand, Laird? Aswin asked, swinging up onto his horse. Aye, I day, Ranulf replied, mounting. Once I hae the name of the true killer, I day think it be this John Saul. He dinna soon like a man with much patience. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Riding as hard as he could without breaking the horses down, Ranulf led his band south for 3 days. Skirting Linfield, he found the village of Bairstow lying in a shallow valley. Few sheep grazed in the pastures, and even fewer fields appeared to have been tilled for crops. Topping a ridge, he reined in, his clansmen halting in a loose half-circle around him. Which you think we were finding there? He asked Ian and Aswin, who had halted their horses to either side of his. That may be a normal village, Laird, Aswin said, pointing toward the few peasant huts in the distance. Methinks it be the lair of the bandit chief. If that be right, Ranulf replied, then we may be in for a fight if this John Saul may be in the mood for conversation. Turning in his saddle, he studied his men, pondering his strategies. Nae doubt they outnumber us, he said finally. 5 wi' me. The rest o' ye take cover in the buildings there. If ye hear fighting, come lend a hand. Following the top of the ridge until he found a safe way down, Ranulf cantered down the hill. 7 clansmen split off and trotted toward the outbuildings at the edge of the village. With the others, Ranulf slowed his mount to walk down the narrow dirt track that led through the town, eyeing the armed men who straightened from their indolent poses as they rode past. Village o' cutthroats, he muttered. The only tavern bore a painting of a grape cluster over the door. The village market was little more than a blacksmith shop, a wheelwright and cobbler. The rest of the tiny buildings were simple huts. Keep your blades loose, lads, Ranulf warned as he guided his stallion toward the lone tavern. Donal, stay with the horses. A swift glance up and down the street informed him the watching men remained where they were, and had not advanced to try to surround them. Perhaps they can a fight wi' us we get bloody, he muttered, handing his reins to Donal, who remained mounted and watchful. Opening the door to the tavern, Ranulf entered, peering through the dim structure. A central hearth fire burned, and only a few men sat inside at the tables tossing dice. Tallow candles gave off a stench as he walked further in, his 4 clansmen at his back. The dice players stood up at the sight of them, all bearing large 2-handed swords at their hips. I be looking for John Saul, Ranulf said, resting his hand on his own sword. You found him, said a voice directly in front of him at the same times. A woman cried, Ranulf? Whirling his head to his right, he saw a woman rise from a table in the shadows, long lengths of auburn hair cascading down her shoulders. As she stumbled into the light, he recognised Catrin's honey-gold eyes. He took no time to wonder how she got to this god-forsaken outlaw lair. Ranulf did not hesitate. His sword spun into his hand, and he leaped forward, intercepting the bald, bearded man who charged toward Catrin. Catrin dodged his outstretched hands, ducking behind Ranulf in a swift move that he had no doubt just saved her life. The firelight glinted off the razor edge of the knife in the bald man's hand. Slowly backing Catrin into the safety of his men, Ranulf raised his sword toward the fellow's throat. That fellow took a few steps away, his expression furious, his lips thinned and pale. He had 5 men behind him, their blades out and ready, but he was armed only with the dagger. "Funny to find you in this out of the way place, lassie," he commented, never taking his eyes from the men in front of him. "Yes, well, it is a bit of a story," Catrin replied from behind him. "It appears the Lady Catrin has a friend," said the bald man, sneering, "but unfortunately she stays here." "Ye be John Saul?" "I am. Who the hell are you?" Ranulf grinned, inclining his chin briefly. "I be Ranulf Thorburn, and this lass will be leaving with me." Saul's brown eyes widened. "As in Kyle Thorburn? Me brother? Hanged by the lass's dar for a murder I think ye committed?" Scoffing, John Saul snapped, "I did not kill Henry of Whitewood, damn your eyes. He was worth too much alive for me to take him to the moors and cut his throat." "Then who did kill Henry?" "I believed it was your brother, Thorburn," Saul grated, making a gesture toward his men. The outlaws at his back spread out, preparing to fight. Drawing his dagger, Ranulf pushed the hilt behind him and into Catrin's hand. "Me brother dinny kill Whitewood," he said, tensing himself for battle. "I came here to ask ye civil-like about the matter, and find me lady in your clutches. What ye be doing with her?" "She is my security," Saul said, advancing slowly, flipping the dagger in his hand, holding it by its tip. "Her father will pay her brother's debt in order to have her back." "Not while I live." Saul's lip curled. "Then die." In a lightning move, Saul threw the dagger straight at Ranulf. Prepared for the throw, Ranulf flung his sword up in an arc and slapped the knife out of midair. It fell to the rushes. In that split second, Saul's men swarmed out from behind him and attacked. A huge man, grimacing, targeted Ranulf while the others engaged his four. Parrying a 2-handed strike, Ranulf fought to keep himself between Catrin and the outlaws. He caught a glimpse of Saul trying to edge around the mass of fighting men, but the big man tore his attention away, and he was forced to keep his eyes on the fellow who was determined to hack his head off. "Lass," Ranulf gasped, throwing the man back. "Saul, he be comin' for ye." "I see him." Using 2 hands on his sword hilt, Ranulf chopped at the other man's blade, turning it aside, trying to strike past his guard. While the big man was strong, Ranulf was faster and pressed hard against his steel. Feinting at his enemy's unguarded left, Ranulf switched strokes before his blow landed when the fellow turned his blade to counter it. Ranulf's sword sliced through leather and flesh of the outlaw's belly. Grunting, twisting, the man ignored his bleeding wound, trying desperately to chop Ranulf's head from his neck. His sword already there, Ranulf's backstroke deflected the blade, and the tip slashed the man across his cheek. Roaring, the big man charged. Waiting for it, ready, Ranulf raised his sword over his head and twisted his body to the side in the same movement. Going too fast to stop, his own weight a detriment, the brigand tried to slow himself and turn. Ranulf brought the edge of his sword across the back of his neck, snapping his spine and almost taking the fellow's head off. The big man fell, his sword dropping from his hand, but Ranulf's blade was now caught on his dead weight. He watched in horror, trying to yank it loose, as Saul reached Catrin. She slashed at him with the dagger in her hand, keeping him back for the moment. From the corner of his eye he saw 2 outlaws reel backward, falling to the tavern floor. A glint of metal forced his eyes down. Saul's dagger. Picking it up by the hilt, he reversed it and threw it in a single fluid motion. The blade sank deep into Saul's shoulder. With a sharp cry, he stumbled backward. Catrin followed him up, slashing at his face, his throat, her face a mask of hate and rage. Her fair lips thinned, she cut him across his cheek, aiming for his throat. Saul raised his right hand to defend himself and lost 3 fingers off it. Even as he ducked and dodged, Trying to avoid her slashing knife, she still cut him twice more across his forearm. Pressing her advantage, Catrin feinted low with the blade, forcing his arms down to defend himself. In a move that made Ranulf proud, she raised the dagger in a fast slash and took out his left eye. Finally, yanking his sword from the dead man, Ranulf charged, whooping his battle cry. Falling back, bleeding badly, Saul yelled out in terror and bolted. Stumbling over chairs, knocking over tables, he fled for the rear of the tavern. One of his last surviving men also broke and ran just as Ian plunged his blade into the throat of the outlaw he fought. "We gay no!" Grabbing Catrin's arm, he ran for the door, his clansmen around him. Knowing Saul had plenty more men ready to come to his aid, he sheathed his bloody sword as he burst out into daylight. Sure enough, men from the street approached the tavern at a trot, swords bared. Yet, even as they ran toward him, Catrin and his 7 horsemen burst into the street, whooping. Shoving Catrin toward his stamping horse, he grabbed his reins from Donal as she swung up into the saddle. His men mounted up, reining around to protect him as he put his foot in the stirrup. His stallion, excited, tried to rear just as Ranulf leaped up behind Catrin. His 7 clansmen, their steel gleaming in the sunlight, charged down upon the hapless outlaws, striking heads from necks, arms from shoulders, trampling those that could not get out of the way in time. Seeing the Scots charge down the narrow lane in a powerful mass of horses and steel, outlaws leaped into alleys between buildings to avoid being killed as the clansmen bore down on them at a gallop. "Anyone hurt?" Ranulf yelled over his shoulder as they left the village of Bairstow behind and galloped north into the hills. Shouts of "Nay," and a few "Me got a scratch" drifted forward to his ears. "Lass," he asked, "did that scoundrel hurt ye?" Catrin raised her hand to her bruised cheek. "He did this yesterday, but no, I am not hurt." Ranulf cursed under his breath. He had not seen inside the dark tavern that she had any mars on her face. "I should gae back and rip at his throat," he growled. "Nay hits me, lady." Catrin, grinning maliciously over her shoulder, said, "I marked him for life, while this will fade in a day or two." Ranulf guffawed. "So ye did, lass." Riding hard and fast into the moors, Ranulf refused to ease up until Bairstow lay leagues behind them. "I dinna if Saul aims to follow," he said, gazing back over his shoulder. "He may just send his brigands after us." Forcing his weary stallion up the steep incline of a peak, Ranulf needed a high spot in which to gaze back southward. Even as he reached the pinnacle and slid off his horse's rump, he heard a shout from Donal, whom he had set as a rearguard. "Laird! Riders!" Running to the highest spot, Ranulf gazed back along their trail. Sure enough, a large band raced in their wake, the dust from their hooves raising a huge cloud into the air. "We hae nae bows," he gritted, running back to where Catrin still sat on his stallion. "We cannae make a stand here. They be starving us oot." Swinging up behind her, Ranulf turned the stallion back down the incline, his clansmen whipping their mounts with their reins. Reaching level ground, Ranulf urged his gallant horse to greater speed, but knew the brigands' horses were fresh, while those of his clansmen were not. "What are we going to do?" Catrin asked, one hand on the pommel, while the other prevented her hair from flying into his face. "I dinna," he gritted. "Our mounts cannae last much longer." There were at least 20 or 30 of them, she said. "Aye! Damn it!" she swore. "We need bows." "Aye! Wait!" she exclaimed suddenly. "Where are we?" Ranulf pointed west. That way lay Linfield. "We are still on my father's lands?" "Aye, till we reach the border." "My father keeps a cache of weapons, swords, bows, arrows," she said, excited. in case his men are fighting Scots and need fresh stores. It cannot be far from here." "But where?" Ranulf asked. "Ye ken where 'tis?" "It is in a dead, hollow tree near the sweeping river, in a thicket of bramble." "Where is the river?" Ranulf pointed northwest. "That way," guiding the lathered, gasping stallion toward it, his band thundering on his heels. Ranulf hoped and prayed the horses could keep going. Donal shouted reports of the horsemen gaining on them, and Ranulf knew that without added weapons and a defensive place to fight from, he, Catrin, and his clansmen would die. Reaching the river, he led his band across the shallow but wide ford, splashing through the water and sending it flying. Reaching the other side, he spotted a tall hill with a ring of stone, the remains of an ancient fort from days long past, if they had the weapons to defend it. "There it is." Catrin pointed toward an old tree on the banks of the river, hedged in by younger living trees and brambles growing at its foot. "You sure?" "It has to be." Galloping up to the thicket, Ranulf flung himself from the rump of his stallion and ran toward the dead tree. Sure enough, the bramble thicket hid unstrung bows, bundles of arrows, swords, pikes, and war axes. "Grab everything ye can carry," he roared, throwing Catrin a bow and a collection of arrows. His clansmen dismounted around him, seizing everything inside the hollow tree and hanging them on pommels by their straps. Within minutes, the sweating horses bristled with weapons, and the men remounted. Ranulf lunged for his stallion as the band of brigands crossed the river. Chapter 27. Gripping the bow, its string tied to one end, Catrin held the cluster of arrows across her lap as Ranulf scrambled aboard the exhausted stallion. "He cannot make it!" she cried as Ranulf sank his spurs into the beast's flanks. The horse lunged forward, often stumbling, reaching a gallop with the others behind and to each side of him. "He has tie!" Even as his clansmen cursed, mercilessly flogging their horses, they galloped up the steep incline toward the ancient fort. Catrin heard the shouts and yells of the pursuing outlaws a half-mile behind them. The ring of protecting stone seemed so close, and yet so high above them as the stallion bucked and heaved his way up the narrow trail. Glancing behind, she saw the Scots' horses trotting, galloping, making their way up the steep slope, sending small rocks and dirt back down the hill. Beyond them, the outlaws slowed their gallop, aiming bows up at them. Steel-tipped arrows hissed through the air, striking boulders and shrubs. One plunged into Donal's arm, sticking up from his flesh like an insult. At last, they reached the top. Catrin slid down from the stallion, even as Ranulf did, bending their bows to attach the strings. All around, his men dismounted their exhausted beasts, grabbing their new weapons and running for the wall to defend it. Bow in hand, Catrin seized her arrows and also ran to the crumbling rocks, knocking an arrow as she did so. Her first bolt took an outlaw in the forefront of the attack through the chest. With a cry, he fell from his horse. Her second and third also struck their marks, throwing men from their saddles. Below, chaos reigned as the outlaws realized they had chased their quarry into a trap they had not designed or intended. Arrows hissed from strings as the brigands tried to turn their mounts and race back down the hill. Slamming into one another, horses fell, sliding down the slope, whinnying in fear. More outlaws, on foot or on horseback, fell under the heavy rain of bowshot from above. Firing arrow after arrow, her hands a blur, Catrin lost count of the number of men she shot. At last, long minutes later, the surviving brigands turned their horses back down the hill and fled. Corpses littered the hill even as the wounded cried out for their companions to help them. Riderless horses trotted back and forth, uncertain of what to do or where to go. Ranulf rose from Catrin's side, his bow in his hand. In her intense focus of the battle, she had not even realised he was there. "Ye be a bonny hand in a fight," he said, grinning wearily. Catrin gazed down at the dead men and the wounded. I have never killed a man before. Yet she found she did not care. Her heart had hardened, grown a layer like steel when the man she loved was in danger of being killed. Had the brigands overtaken them, they would have killed her. And Ranulf, "Aye," he said, "'tis nae an easy thing to take a man's life." Catrin stared down at the dead, knowing she should feel something, anything at all. "Unfortunately, it is very easy." Raising his voice, he said, "Grab the horses afore they wander, strip the dead and slay the wounded, and bind up Donal afore he do fall from his horse." "Show no quarter," Catrin murmured. "Lass, they wouldna show us none." I know. Though she could never partake in the cold-blooded killing of the wounded, despite her hard heart, Catrin closed her ears to the sounds of throats being cut as she helped catch the loose horses. With the reins of 2 in each hand, she climbed back up the hill to the ancient fort. As the outlaws' mounts were not in as bad a shape as their own, she tied those she caught to thickets, and took others in hand to walk them, and cool them down. As the chaos of the battle slowly grew into organisation, fires were built, horses taken in groups to the river for water. Catrin performed her share of helping make a camp at the hill's top, unsaddling sweating horses, taking them in groups to the river, gathering wood. Puzzled, she found Ranulf's Scotsmen grinning and saluting her, and for a time she thought they mocked her. "Nay, lass," Ranulf said, slinging his arm over her shoulder as she tied sweat-stained but cooled horses to thickets, complaining about the men. "They admire your pluck. They never saw a Sassenach noble lady pitching in as ye hae." "What? I am supposed to sit and be waited on while these horses need to be cooled down before they die?" Ranulf laughed and kissed her brow. "Ye be quite the lady, my lady." Shaking her head, Catrin grabbed a handful of grass and twisted it, then began to rub Ranulf's stallion down. "Those 3 over there," she snapped, jerking her chin, "need water. Take them to the river, Ranulf." He bowed low. "Aye, me lady." By the time dark fell and the moon rose over the moors, the ancient fort had settled in with 5 fires cooking their dinner, and 10 extra horses added to their own. Catrin listened as Ranulf set 2 of his men to the watch, poking their fire with a stick as a small pot of stew bubbled on a hook. Tossing more wood on the small blaze, Catrin scooted over on her rock to permit Ranulf to sit beside her. "How did you happen to come to Saul's tavern?" she asked. "Ye first," he said. "How do you arrive there? As his hostage?" With a savage poke, Catrin forced 2 burning logs apart in a shower of red sparks. "My father planned to marry me to William of Breedmore," she said. Ranulf sucked in his breath. "You ran away." "I did?" Catrin turned to him with an amused grin. "I climbed down the wall the same way I escaped your castle." Ranulf shook his head. "Ye be too clever for words." "Anyway, I took a horse in Linfield," Catrin continued, reaching over the fire to stir the stew, "and rode north. If I could not find you, since I knew you were in England, I thought to ride to your castle and wait for you there." He stared at her puzzled. "How ye ken I were in England?" "I saw what you did to Black Charlie." "Ha? Gion?" "Gilbert asked for my hand as a reward for saving me from you," Catrin went on. "My father said no, and Gilbert swore to wage war over the insult. Ye daur then call for his allies." Catrin nodded, staring into the fire. In the far distance, a wolf howled, and she cocked her head to listen. "William asked for my hand. My father planned to tell him yes." "So, how did you end up in Bairstow?" "I fell in with a friend of my brother's," Catrin replied, rubbing the sore spot on the back of her head. "He hit me on the head and took me to Saul. In his greed, he thought Saul would pay him for me." Ranulf growled low in his throat. "Why we kill that bastard?" "Oh, Saul already did," Catrin replied. "I was there for a night and a day, then you showed up. So how did you come there? I be following brigands who befriended Henry, Ranulf said. Chase them all over England afore I heard where Saul be. Your brother do owe him, and I thought he may have killed your brother. So I went to ask, and found me. Good thing. Saul had already sent a messenger to my father, she said, staring into the fire. My father will believe I am Saul's hostage. Then we send a man to Yerda telling him otherwise. Catrin leaned against his shoulder, smiling. Are you not going to ask why I was running from my father to you? Ranulf's brow rose. Should I? Laughing, Catrin lifted his strong hand to her lips to kiss it. I suppose not. Pulling his hand from hers, Ranulf lay it across her shoulders and pulled her into him. I had grown fond of you, lass, he murmured, kissing her head. I missed ye. I missed you, too. Catrin tilted her head back and closed her eyes as his lips found hers. His tongue opened her mouth wider, tangling, teasing hers as the familiar aching need spread from her loins upward. Leaning into his kiss, her hand crept around his neck to pull him in closer, deepening their kiss. She breathed in his masculine odour, craving him, needing him. Ranulf broke their kiss to hold her tightly to him, her head resting on his chest as he stroked his free hand down her hair. Ah, lass, ye stoke a fire within me, I canny quench. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she gazed into the snapping, crackling blaze. You do the same for me. Content to simply hold him, Catrin closed her eyes again, listening to the slow thudding of his heart in his chest. Though she had previously thought she was in love with him, she now knew it for a fact. She no longer had any doubts at all that she loved this man, and no one, not even her father, would keep her from him. Ah, lass, he murmured after a time, we should eat for our stew, scorches. Straightening, Catrin nodded. I am hungry. Taking the pot off the hook, holding it over the fire, they shared the spoon and ate their meal right out of the container. Full and growing sleepy, Catrin held her knees close to her chest as Ranulf walked out into the darkness to check for himself that all was well, and no enemy approached. He returned with thick wool blankets and spread them out on either side of the fire. His clansmen, save those on watch, rolled themselves up beside their own fires to sleep. How is Donal? She asked as she lay down and covered herself up against the night's chill. He be hurting, but he be all right. Ranulf lay down, pillowing his head on his arm. Rest easy this night, he murmured. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. We canny stay here to let these horses rest and recover, Ranulf said the next morning, as he and Catrin walked amid the horse lines. It be too risky. Then what? She asked, stroking the thick neck of his stallion. We need to get into Scotland, he said, gazing north. The castle of Clan Macready lay a day's ride from here to the northwest. The Laird would give us shelter and provisions. Can you afford to send one of your men to my father? She asked. He must be told I am no longer with John Saul and safe as soon as possible. Ranulf nodded. Aye. He walked away toward a cluster of his clansmen as Catrin lifted the saddle to the stallion's back. Camp broke up quickly, with a cold breakfast eaten, fires doused and mounts saddled. She took one of the outlaws' former animals, a big bay, for her own and climbed into the saddle. Pulling Ranulf's stallion in beside her, she watched as a man-at-arms trotted out of the camp and down the steep hill. Ranulf returned to her leading a grey. We had to ride slow, he said, or we kill these animals. His clansmen mounted the freshest horses and led the rest, making their way down to the moors below. Ranulf set a pace that the exhausted horses could maintain, walking and trotting with frequent stops to rest and graze. His rearguard reported no one following, and Catrin breathed easier with every mile that took them further north. They reached the Dunbury Castle, home of the Macready clan, just before sunset. Leaving Catrin in the midst of his men, Ranulf cantered close to the castle's walls to yell to the guards. "I be Ranulf Thorburn," he called, "seeking shelter from Laird Osric Macready." As they had no doubt been seen from the castle's battlements as they approached, the Laird of Clan Macready already strode from the castle to greet him. Ranulf dismounted, and Catrin watched as the two men met and clasped arms. Turning, Ranulf beckoned to them. Riding forward, Catrin found Osric Macready to be an older man with grey running rampant through his shaggy red hair. His moustache drooped to the side of his mouth, and his bright blue eyes sized her up as she dismounted to curtsy. "I hae the honour to meet your da, me lady," he said, offering her a short bow. "Good man." "Thank you." Osric clapped Ranulf on the shoulder and gestured toward his castle. "Be welcome here, and stay as long as you like. Me grooms, we care for your beasts." "We will stay only a day or two," Ranulf said as they walked toward the castle. He took Catrin's hand and held it. "Thank ye for your hospitality." "I be sorry for your loss, Ranulf," Osric said. "How be your dish?" "Nay gwyd, Osric," Ranulf replied. "His mind be broken, delusional. He do think Kyle be alive and own a journey." "Ha, 'tis a right shame." Catrin caught the speculative glance the clanlord sent her, and she did not have to be a mind reader to know what he was thinking. Why would she, the daughter of the man who hanged Kyle Thorburn, be so obviously close to Ranulf? But he did not speak his thoughts aloud, and instead invited them to supper. The great hall was filled with the lord's vassals and clansmen, as Osric seated Ranulf at his right hand, Catrin on his left. Over the meal of venison and roast mutton, fried fish, bread and hard cheese, Osric told them of the rumours of war spreading across Scotland. "The Duke of Whitewood be gathering his allies," he said. "The Duke of Breedmont be with him." Catrin's mouth went dry. "Are you sure it is with Scotland he plans this war?" she asked. "The Earl of Hargrove also threatened to attack my father. Perhaps that is what is happening." Osric shook his head. "Nay, milady. King Edward of England also be gathering his allies, I be told." "What o' King Robert?" Ranulf asked. Osric nodded. "He also be marching from Edinburgh, milady." Catrin swung to Ranulf near panic. "Did we start this? Did we? When you took me, Ranulf?" Osric rested his hand on hers, gazing at her with sympathy in his eyes. His expression, "Nay ye, milady, ye da, when he hung Kyle Thorburn. We nay tolerate a Sassenach duke hanging one of your own." "We have to find a way to stop it," Catrin said wildly. "We cannot go to war again, not over this." "How can we?" Osric asked. "It begun. We had to find who killed Henry or Whitewood," Ranulf replied. "We can make peace with Yada if we day." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shown to a spacious and comfortable room in Osric's castle, and given clean clothes by the lord's daughter, Catrin paced restlessly around, unable to sleep. The threat of impending war between Scotland and England kept her awake, worried. Needing Ranulf, she threw a light cloak over her shoulders and left her chamber. He had been given a room just down the corridor from hers, and swung the door open at her light knock. Bare-chested, he wore only his trousers and boots. The sight of him so scantily clad made her heart beat faster. He grinned, opening the door wider to permit her to enter. "Ye be a fair sight at me door," he said, closing it behind her. "I could not sleep," Catrin said, walking around his chamber, realising she had put herself into a vulnerable position by entering his room at night. But she could not bring herself to care. She loved him. She needed the comfort of his arms around her. "We have to stop this war, Ranulf." "It may be too late for that." Turning, she found him silhouetted by the light of the hearth fire, his shoulders impossibly broad, his face in shadow. Drawn to him, she craved his touch, his kiss. Pacing the short distance between them, Catrin tilted her head up to his. Caressing his chest, she marvelled at the silky texture of his skin, the hard muscles beneath her hands. Stroking his fingers down her cheek, Ranulf asked, his voice low and husky, "You want me, Catrin? Dinna touch me unless ye dae." Breathing deep, she felt the tingling in her belly grow as her hands travelled up over his shoulders and down his muscular arms. She heard him suck in his breath, felt his arms under her hands tighten. Gazing up into his eyes, Catrin nodded. "Yes," she whispered. "I want you." He bent his face to hers, their noses touching lightly. There'd be nae going back from this. Sliding her hands up around his neck, Catrin kissed him, her tongue pushing past his lips. "I do not care," she breathed. His hands on her lower back pulled her in closer as Ranulf kissed her, his tongue dancing with hers, licking the inside of her mouth. The tingling in her belly turned to a deep throbbing ache as his chest pressed against her breasts, his hands travelling lower to cup her buttocks. Pulling her hips in to meet his, Ranulf slowly rubbed the hardness in his trousers against her. Startled by it, Catrin nonetheless liked the feeling it brought her, the dull, aching need within her, burning brighter, hotter. His hands leaving her rear, he took her hands in his and pressed them against the bulge in his front. "Ye feel how I want ye," he breathed in her ear. "Ye set me on fire, ye did." His lips nibbled her throat, her cheeks, his hand roaming over her belly to climb upward and caress her breast. Catrin moaned as his thumb flicked over her nipple, the sensation arousing her even through the cloth. The throbbing need settled between her legs, moisture gathering in her small clothes. In an effortless move, Ranulf picked her up in his arms and carried her toward the bed. Laying her upon the furs and quilts, he stood over her, gazing down. With tender care and love, he untied the lacings that held her gown together, baring her breasts to his eyes and hands. Catrin closed her eyes to better feel his light touch, his fingers exploring her body. Lifting her hips, she helped him slide her dress and kirtle off, taking her small clothes with them. Utterly naked, fully exposed to him, Catrin gazed up into his eyes as Ranulf stripped himself of his boots and trousers. He stood before her, backlit by the fire, as handsome as a living god. Having never seen a man's organ before, Catrin reached out to touch him. Long, thick, and very hard, it still felt velvety soft beneath her fingers. It stuck straight out from his thick patch of hair, his balls hanging down behind it. Catrin explored its helmet, feeling the thick droplet that fell from its slit into her hand. "You put that in me?" she whispered. "Aye." Ranulf lay down beside her, his hand caressing her from her breasts to her hips. Though feeling slightly nervous about her first experience with a man, the touch of his hand on her body aroused her, the flame within her building higher. When his fingers probed between her legs into her private woman's place, Catrin jumped involuntarily. "Easy, lass," he murmured, his breath on her cheek. "I would nae hurt ye." "I heard it hurts the first time. Do ye trust me?" Catrin nodded, his hazel eyes so close to hers. "I do." Kissing her eyelids closed, Ranulf whispered, "I be gentle with ye." His hand between her legs encouraged her to spread them, his finger toying with her slit, arousing her to new heights. Catrin gasped as a wave of pleasure poured through her, and her legs parted, granting him access. Never before had she experienced such heat washing through her body, such ecstasy. Reaching for him, her hand stroked his shaft, cupping his balls. She listened to his swift intake of breath, and knew what she had done brought him pleasure too. Ranulf rolled atop her body, his knees spreading her legs wider. He kissed her slowly, deeply, his tongue in her mouth, arousing her as much as his fingers had. "I be gentle," he promised. Catrin gasped against his mouth as his manhood probed the entrance to her woman's spot. He teased her, pushing in slowly, then backing out, giving her body time to get used to him. Over and over he stroked into her, opening her wider with each gentle thrust. Catrin's tunnel burned with a pain mixed with sheer pleasure as his hardness opened her wider, then wider still. At last he penetrated her all the way, his organ buried deep inside her. Ranulf kissed her cheeks, her eyes, her throat, sucking and nibbling. "Ye be mine noo," he whispered. Picking up his pace, he thrust into and out of her, his manhood burning, taking her, building up the flames of her desire. Catrin moaned as his hard driving shaft found her pleasure centre, making her clutch him harder to her fingernails raking his bare back, his buttocks. Wrapping her legs around his thighs, she gave him deeper access, his pounding shaft possessing her, making her his. Her pleasure mounted, building, climbing, as her body thrummed under his weight. His hot, gasping in her ear, his breathing burning her neck. She felt her climax growing with every thrust inside her. "Her woman's tunnel of fire," Catrin moaned, digging her nails into his back. Feeling her pleasure climb, her inner body quaked, quivering under the strength of her orgasm. Ecstasy poured through her body, her tunnel undulating, clamping down on Ranulf's driving organ. She gave a long, shuddering moan, her teeth biting into his shoulder as wave after wave of intense pleasure washed through her. Ranulf's body stiffened on top of her. His thrusting pace slowed as he pushed harder, deeper into her, groans emerging from behind his clamped teeth, shut jaw. Deep inside her, his manhood exploded, pouring his seed into her womb. Then, all at once, he relaxed, his body slumping on hers. Her arms around his neck, Catrin held him close as his lips kissed her throat. "I love ye," he murmured. "Ye be mine noo, and I ne'er gie ye up." Turning his face to hers, Catrin kissed him deeply. "I love you," she breathed. "I am yours, and you are mine." Chapter 28. Henry, the Duke of Whitewood, sat at his place at the high table, feasting his allies and vassals. William, the Duke of Breedmont, sat at his right hand, while the Marquis of Summerland ate at his left. The Earl of Kesterton, his brother-in-law, also dined at the high table, and the Marquis of Folkshire sent a runner to inform Henry he was on his way, but had not yet arrived. The vast hall was filled with knights, vassals, and men-at-arms, the servants and wenches rushing to fill plates with food and cups with ale. Henry glanced around at the teeming place, then turned to his allies. "I have received word from King Edward," he said. "We are to remain in place until he arrives." "So, we are not to advance to the Scottish border?" William asked. "No," Henry replied. "He does not wish to provoke King Robert yet. I am told that Robert is levying his forces in Edinburgh, sending to his vassals across Scotland to move south." "War again," said Kesterton, resigned. 4 years of peace is not long enough, I say." "The Scots have my daughter." William eyed him sidelong. "But the messenger from Thorburn said he rescued her from the brigand chief, and she rides with him willingly." "For that, I am grateful," Henry admitted. "That John Saul threatened to send Catrin to me a piece at a time if I did not relinquish thousands of gold pieces to him." "Perhaps there is still time for a peace treaty," said Summerland gruffly, drinking from his cup. Red wine spilled into his long grey beard, and he blotted it up with his sleeve. "Demand your daughter back, and there will be no war." Henry made a yea-nay gesture. "I fear it may be too late for that. I freely admit, in my grief after losing my son, perhaps I was too hasty in hanging Kyle Thorburn." Kesterton nodded. "That may have been the spark that ignited this conflagration. But at the same time, was he guilty of murdering your son?" "Catrin believes not. Now, I am beginning to doubt it myself." Any thoughts on who may have killed him? William asked. Most likely this John Saul, Henry said, sitting back in his chair, cut his throat as an example to anyone else who may owe him money. Seems logical, Summerland replied, nodding. What of the Earl of Hargrove? Kesterton asked. Is he not also joining his forces with ours? Henry shrugged. I have no word from him. Perhaps Edward also commanded him to remain where he is, William said. He will then join us for our march north. Henry nodded without speaking, his thoughts returning to the rest of the information the Scottish messenger told him, and what he would not relay to his friends and allies. That Catrin and Ranulf discovered his son and heir had planned to kill him to gain his inheritance. The news shocked and angered him. He wanted to disbelieve it, but part of him knew it for the truth. Henry himself told me he wanted me dead. During their arguments before his son was killed, the Duke recalled his son screaming, "You need to die, old man. Just die, will you?" At the time, he thought his son's anger spoke those words. Now, he was certain it was not. His own son plotted to kill him. Grief nudged Henry anew, as he also remembered how temperamental his son Henry was, how greedy he had been for power and money, how much he liked to gamble. Though he realised that John Saul manipulated and exploited the younger Whitewood, it did not help him to forgive his son for his treachery. "Excuse me, did you hear what I said?" Jolted out of his thoughts, Henry discovered William looking at him, half smiling. No, your pardon, please. I was engrossed in thinking of my son. What did you say?" "I asked if you had given any more thought to my proposal," William said. "My marrying Lady Catrin?" Glancing round, Henry discovered all eyes at the high table on him, expectant, waiting for his answer. Clearing his throat, he said, "I have, but I have made no decision yet. I must consider other possibilities." "As in letting her marry Ranulf Thorburn?" Mutters abounded around the table as his vassals and allies speculated among themselves. Henry nodded. "Yes, consider our situation, my lords, my friends. We are on the brink of yet another bloody war with Scotland. Whether it be of my making or no, this is the last thing England needs." He paused to gather strength, drew a deep breath, and continued. "By marrying Catrin to Thorburn, an influential clan chief, we might have the alliance we need to stop this war from happening." Kesterton nodded fiercely. "I say it could work. She is my niece, my blood. The Scots will not raid the lands of their blood kin. My Lord Henry, this might be our salvation." Summerland also nodded thoughtfully. "It has many advantages for both England and Scotland. Though I would be disappointed not to marry the girl," William added with a smile. "I cannot help but give your decision my support. I prefer peace over war." Relieved to find these powerful men agreeing with him, Henry inclined his head. "Thank you, my lords. As Catrin is my sole heir, you are all witnesses to my decision. In case anything happens to me before we see this matter through to its end." Kesterton frowned. "Surely, if this war is averted, nothing will happen to you." "I am ill," Henry said softly, smiling. "Right now, nothing is certain for me. I would have you, my beloved wife's brother, oversee my will." Kesterton rose to bow formally. "I will do so, Your Grace." "This is just a precaution, my lords," Henry added, gazing around at the faces of his friends. "Nothing more." Chapter 29. Sitting in his saddle, Gilbert, Earl of Hargrove, stared at John Saul. The man had a blood-stained bandage around his bald head and across his missing eye, and his cheek had been sutured. Another was wrapped around his left hand and forearm, which he held up across his shoulder in a sling. "Are you fit to ride?" he asked. Saul curled his lip. "Did you bring my gold?" Gilbert gestured toward his saddlebags. I did. Now where are Thorburn and my bride? My men are watching them, Saul replied. They spent time at Dunbury Castle, and now ride northeast. I will take you to them once I have been paid. Gilbert glanced lazily around at the outlaws at Saul's back. He himself had 30 men-at-arms, and Saul around a dozen. More than enough men to kill Thorburn and take Catrin from him. Turning in his saddle, he dug the heavy leather pouch from his bag tied to his cantle. Facing Saul again, he hefted it in his palm for a moment. This is a great deal of gold, just for help in finding them, he said. Saul pointed at it with his healthy hand. That is buying her life, Hargrove, he snapped. If you want to play games, then I will find her for myself, and take my revenge out on her hide. Take it or leave it. Gilbert smiled. So, I pay you this, and you are satisfied. No further need to exact your revenge. That will fulfill what I am owed, Saul replied, his brown teeth bared. You can do what you will with her, and I will have no further need of her life or her spilt blood. Did you send one of your men into Whitewood's castle? Gilbert went on. This is also payment for assassinating the Duke. Yes, my man has sent word he is inside, ready to put poison in his wine. Then I will say we have a deal. Gilbert tossed him the leather pouch. Saul caught it awkwardly and twisted in his own saddle to shove it into his own saddlebag. Turning back around, he picked up his reins from his horse's neck. Pleasure doing business with you, Hargrove. Then I suggest we get to riding, Gilbert said. I do not want Catrin to get any further from me. Lead the way. Kicking his horse into a lope, Saul and his men set off down the hill where they had met near the Scottish border. Gilbert calculated that from where they were now, they could cross into Scotland and intercept Thorburn and Catrin before they rode too far into the Highlands. How many men does Thorburn have with him? Gilbert asked. About a dozen, Saul answered, sweat dripping down his cheek. Eyeing him sidelong, Gilbert wondered what determination and willpower kept the man in the saddle when he was clearly in a great deal of pain. That he remained upright at all was incredible. Why are you riding along? He asked. With your gold, you could have stayed behind and just sent your men with me. Saul grimaced. I want to see Thorburn dead for myself, not just hear about it from others. Gilbert shrugged. If the man was lunatic enough to journey on horseback, while clearly in agony from his missing eye and fingers, then who was he to say anything? As they rode, Gilbert's men-at-arms and Saul's brigands tended to ride separately, avoiding one another. That enabled Gilbert to ride next to Sir Jarret, and ignore Saul, whom he disliked intensely. Can you believe it? Sir Jarret asked, staring toward Saul, who loped at the very front of the group. That he is riding while grievously injured? Obviously he is as mad as a rat trapped in a privy. That too, but it was Lady Catrin who did that to him. Gilbert gaped. What? You did not know? Sir Jarret grinned maliciously. His men were talking about it with mine. Thorburn got him in the shoulder with a dagger, but it was Lady Catrin who sliced him up and took his eye. Good Lord. Gilbert stared at Saul's back. He never spoke of vengeance against her, just Thorburn. Sir Jarret shrugged. Perhaps because clearly you want her, and you are paying him. Gilbert shook his head. He may be planning something. Let us keep a close eye on him, all right? I was going to anyway. He is a slimy creature. They camped separately that night, close enough to see one another, but not close enough for talking. Gilbert posted extra guards to watch through the night, even though his men outnumbered Saul's. He agreed with Sir Jarret's opinion. John Saul was like a rabid dog who should be put down. By mid-morning the following day, Saul reined in to allow Gilbert and Sir Jarret to catch up. He pointed with his good hand. That is one of my men, right there. Gilbert followed the direction of his finger and saw a man on horseback half hidden between two hills. "Why do we not go see if he has our friends in his sight?" Before Gilbert could answer, Saul kicked his horse into a canter and rode toward the lone horseman. Gilbert gestured for Sir Jarrett to come along, but the rest of his men remained behind. The outlaw nodded briefly as they joined him, and wordlessly pointed. "They are just beyond that ridge," he said to Saul, hardly sparing Gilbert a glance. "Resting their horses." "How do you know?" Gilbert peered down the ravine and saw no evidence of Thorburn, Catrin, or his men. The man merely stared at him without answering. "So, how do you know that they have not moved on?" Saul snapped. "I walked up there and looked." The man pointed to the top of the hill. Leaving his horse with Sir Jarrett, Gilbert walked up the hill, then dropped to his belly to squirm to the edge, peering down. Sure enough, Thorburn sat with Catrin next to a small stream, his men holding grazing horses by their reins, others leading them to water. Studying the terrain, Gilbert stroked his chin, thinking. The surrounding area gave neither of the groups an advantage, he suspected. He needed to be able to surround Thorburn and use his superior numbers against him. However, the hills were too high and too widely spaced apart. His men would be seen the instant they rode out of hiding. Crawling back down the hill, he discovered only Sir Jarrett there, his face a mask of fury. Saul and his outlaw were gone. "Where is Saul?" he asked. "That stupid shit." Sir Jarrett spat on the ground. "He is gathering his men to attack right now." Gilbert groaned, cursing. "The fool! The land is too open. Thorburn will see him coming." "Should we just let him get slaughtered, my lord?" "As tempting as that is," Gilbert said, swinging into his saddle and reining his horse around, "I am afraid we might need him." Galloping back to his men-at-arms, Gilbert caught sight of Saul's band splitting apart to ride around and encircle Thorburn's camp. "Let us try it," Gilbert said. "Maybe we might get lucky." "Split up," he said to his men, his voice raised. "Follow the brigands. I do not care about anything except Lady Catrin. Bring her to me alive and unharmed. Go." With Sir Jarrett and 10 men, Gilbert galloped back to the spot where he first saw Thorburn, and, reining in, listened with anger and annoyance as Saul's men began the attack. Spurring his horse into a fast gallop, his men on his heels, he rode into the clearing as the bandits and his own men charged Thorburn. But just as he suspected would happen, Thorburn's men were already mounted, ready to run or fight. They shot arrows at Saul's charging outlaws, many of whom fell from their saddles. Gilbert gaped, even as he yanked his sword from his sheath and galloped into the fray, as Catrin felled brigand after brigand. Catrin fighting and killing? Seeing the newcomers, Thorburn yelled orders, still shooting arrow after arrow, now dropping Gilbert's own men to the ground. Catrin twisted in her saddle as her horse hit a gallop, shooting back over the rump of her mount. Unbelievably, she did not miss once. 3, no 4 of his men-at-arms were hit, slumping over the necks of their horses or falling to the ground. "Damn it!" he yelled. "Get the girl! Even as he thought Thorburn would escape, galloping out of the shallow valley, Sir Jarrett led a band of 20 men out from between 2 hills and slammed headlong into Thorburn's band. Gilbert gaped again, for he never noticed that Sir Jarrett had left his side. Nor had he a clue as to how he organised the men that fast. In the tangle of fighting, cursing men, Sir Jarrett scooped a struggling Catrin out of her saddle and across his own. Though she fought, screaming, biting, kicking, he held her firmly across his lap by the back of her neck. Kicking his horse into a gallop back toward Gilbert, several of his men also broke from the battle and raced on his heels. "We go!" Gilbert yelled, wheeling his horse. "Leave Saul to Thorburn." Sir Jarrett whistled, a long, piercing note. Riding hard, Gilbert glanced over his shoulder and caught a rapid glimpse of the rest of his men, breaking free of the fight before the hills interrupted his vision. When they reached more open country, he looked back again and saw a mere handful of the 30 men he brought with him, riding hard on his heels. "That bastard Saul!" Gilbert cursed. "He cost me too many good men. I hope Thorburn roasts him on a spit." Glancing over at Catrin, he found her glaring at him from that very uncomfortable position across Sir Jarrett's lap. He grinned. "Greetings, fair Lady Catrin. Here I am, rescuing you again from the clutches of that monster," she spat. "You are the monster, Hargrove. Let me go, and I will have Ranulf spare your life." "Seems you did that once before," he mused, even as he glanced back, trying to see if Thorburn had organised a pursuit. As far as he could tell, no one followed. "I do believe he's too busy killing Saul's fools to notice you are gone." "He will come after me," she grated. "Count on it." Gilbert shrugged. "If he does, my dear," he replied calmly, "it will be far too late." Catrin watched him with narrowed eyes. "What do you mean?" Grinning, Gilbert blew her a kiss. "By the time he finds you, you and I will have already been married." Chapter 30. Cursing fluently, Ranulf slid down from his horse, clutching his wounded side. He bled freely, but he knew he had been lucky. His chainmail deflected the worst of the sword's strike, but even so his mail lay in tatters on his left side. "Gather all the survivors," he shouted. "Put them right here." In the chaotic battle that lasted mere minutes, his small band of clansmen had not escaped unscathed. Donal was dead, Ian badly hurt, and Aeswing clutching his shoulder where blood seeped through his fingers. The others all had cuts, but it seemed to him none were as severe as Ian's. Gilbert's men had taken Catrin and bolted, leaving only Saul's pitiful band to fight against his Scots. Most of them were dead, alongside the many Hargrove men-at-arms who had also been killed in the short but savage fight. His clansmen dragged 5 surviving brigands, their hands tied behind their backs to where Ranulf stood. They, too, bled from injuries sustained in the battle, and Ranulf wondered why he felt surprise when John Saul himself was thrown to the ground amid his outlaws. "Start fires," Ranulf ordered, not taking his eyes from Saul's. "We have wounds that need cauterizing." Pressing his hand against his own wound to slow the bleeding, Ranulf limped toward the brigand leader. Saul curled his lip in defiance, but there was no mistaking the fear in his eyes. Sweat dripped down his face and matted his scraggly beard, dampening the bandage over his eye. "Ye dae be a fool, lad," Ranulf said. "Where do Hargrove take Catrin?" "You are the fool to not figure that out, Thorburn," Saul replied, grinning. "He plans to marry her. And ye think I canny stop it?" "Of course you cannot. I know your feelings for her, but you will be too late." "Then her marriage would be a short one," Ranulf replied calmly. "She will nae mind should I make her a widow." Saul's grin faded. "So, what now? You going to kill me?" "Perhaps." "Then get on with it," Ranulf spat. "I let ye sweat a while first. Perhaps you should be wondering how I plan to kill ye." With the lesser wounded clansmen guarding the prisoners, Ranulf walked to where Donal had been laid, with respect on the ground, with his arms at his sides and his face peaceful. "Gie wi God, laddie," he murmured. "Ye be riding in heaven wi' your kin right noo, but I with miss ye." Taking his dagger, he rested it in the flames of one of the fires, then dropped to his knees beside Ian. "How ye be?" His mail shirt rent, Ian had been stabbed twice in his upper chest. A clansman named Stuart cared for him, stopped his bleeding, and now busied himself sewing Ian's wounds closed. Ian gasped for breath, but raised a grin. "I be a right," he he muttered. "Gwid, lad." Nodding to Stuart, Ranulf went next to Aswin, who had taken off his mail and tunic, and examined his own shoulder wound. It had already stopped bleeding and did not look too deep. His mail must have taken the brunt of it. "Bad?" Ranulf asked, standing over him. "Nay," Aswin said, jerking his head towards Stuart. "The lad there be working on me next. Yeah?" "I will cauterise me cut," Ranulf said simply. "I got to ride after Catrin. Ye be in charge, Aswin. Bury Donal with his sword, and care for the injured. Strip the dead, and find Saul's gold. He nae doubt hae it in his saddlebags. Feed their dead tae the ravens. What day I day with them, Laird? The prisoners. Keep them tied and feed them," Ranulf said, rising. "If they gie ye any trouble, kill them." Aswin tried to struggle up, but Ranulf pushed him back down. "Ye cannae go alone, Laird." "I will." Returning to the fire where he had placed his knife, Ranulf stripped his tunic and mail shirt from his upper body and picked up the knife from the fire with his tunic to protect his hands. Not caring that Saul and his outlaws watched, Ranulf pinched the lips of his wound closed and set the hot blade of the knife against it. The pain was excruciating. Sweat poured from him in rivers as he fought not to scream. The odour of his own burned flesh struck his nostrils, and he locked his knees to not fall upon them. During the long moments in which the hot steel cauterised his bleeding and closed the cut, he thought he would surely pass out. Breathing in through his nostrils in long, ragged breaths, he took the knife from his side. The heat had seared the wound closed, the flesh around it black. His head spinning, he fought not to faint and breathed deeply. At last, the worst of the agony subsided, and he discovered he could move. Dropping the knife to the ground, he blinked sweat from his eyes and slowly bent to pick up his mail shirt. Donning it, then his tunic, he tightened his sword belt around his hips. Bending once more, he picked up his now cooled knife and returned it to his sheath. Ignoring the fascinated stares of Saul and his brigands, Ranulf turned to walk a fairly straight line toward his horse. Picking up his bow and quiver, he hung them on the pommel of his saddle. He had some food supplies in his saddlebags, but he filled a leather water bottle from the stream. Slinging it over his shoulder, he walked back to Aswin. "I be back in a few days," he said. "Ye hae your orders. Wait for me. Care for the injured. Yourself." "Laird," Aswin said, despairing. "Dinna gae alone." Ranulf managed a weak grin. "I be all right, lad. Ye take care." Mounting up, flinching at the pain of his raw wound, Ranulf turned his stallion's head southward and nudged him into a gallop. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ranulf knew Hargrove would take Catrin south to his castle, where he would think of himself as invulnerable and untouchable. At least 30 leagues away from Hargrove's fortress, Ranulf planned to rest his horse and himself often as he travelled. Gilbert may or may not ride hard, risking killing his animals, but Ranulf dared not. The gallant stallion had only recently recovered from the hard ride of a few days ago, and pushing him too hard might mean his death. The sun, dimmed by lowering clouds, stood straight overhead. Though his wound pained him, he found himself able to ignore it for the most part. Only when his mount stumbled did he find himself grimacing in agony. Every hour he dismounted and walked the horse, permitting him to snatch mouthfuls of grass as they travelled. Water was plentiful, and Ranulf drank of the clear, cold streams as often as his horse. "Dinna give up, lass," he muttered as he walked. "Ye ken I be comin' for ye." His mind skittered from what Hargrove would do to her. If he planned to marry her immediately, he would then take her to his bedroom and, "Nay," he said to himself fiercely, "he will want to do it right. We witnesses, a bishop to perform the ceremony. I hae time afore." Once again, Ranulf could not bring himself to think of Hargrove's body on top of Catrin's, raping her on their wedding night, taking her savagely, hurting her, getting her with his child. "If she be with child, it be mine." Alternating walking and riding, munching dried meat as he travelled, Ranulf continued on through the night, guiding himself by the stars. If Hargrove stopped to rest for the night, Ranulf had a chance of closing the distance between them, even with his slower pace. In the early hours before the dawn, Ranulf lay down to sleep for a short while, leaving his horse to munch the grass. Dawn found him mounting up again, crossing the moors of northern England. Walking and trotting, his stallion seemed no worse for wear, even if Ranulf himself was exhausted. Still, he dismounted to walk, as the beast not just had to get him to Hargrove's castle, he had to carry both Ranulf and Catrin back out. Late in the afternoon, he crouched on a hill, gazing down at Hargrove's castle. He observed the usual activity men guarding the walls, peasants moving in and out, sheep and cattle grazing over the moors. He had no way of knowing if Hargrove had returned with Catrin, but realised he could do nothing until after dark. Munching cold fare, his horse grazing behind him, Ranulf rested, preparing himself to sneak into the castle and bring Catrin out. He grinned, knowing exactly how he would manage it. "Ach, lass," he said, "ye clever lass, ye day teach me how to get in, and you out." Chapter 31. Glaring furiously, Catrin fought as Gilbert of Hargrove marched her, his strong hand hurting her arm, down the passageways of his castle toward the chapel. His pair of knights, Sirs Jarret and John, she discovered their names were, followed behind them. Without a weapon, she was as helpless as a kitten in his grip. Though she knew what he planned could not hold up, in the law of the realm, she was terrified of what would follow. "Marrying me by force," she gritted, struggling, "will avail you nothing. My father will declare it null and void, and the church will annul it." "By now," Gilbert said conversationally, "your illustrious sire is dead." Catrin stopped fighting and tried to stop her feet from moving forward. "What?" Gilbert stopped and grinned down at her. "Saul planted an assassin in your father's household. He will die as your brother planned to put poison in his drink. Everyone will believe it is his illness that finally claimed his life. And you, my soon-to-be bride, will inherit his wealth and estates, and as the law states, you will then turn them over to me." "No," Catrin gasped. "Not my father. You cannot murder him." "Why ever not?" Hargrove laughed. "I killed the son, so why not the father?" Tearing her arm from his, Catrin backed away, retreating until she struck the armoured chests of the knights. "No," she whispered, unable to take her eyes from his. "You killed Henry. Why? He was your friend. He loved you. Why?" Gilbert gestured toward her. "To marry you, of course. With Henry alive, you were just a wife, an alliance, with him. But with him dead, you are the source of wealth, power, the ear of the king himself. Now your sire is dead, and you as my wife, I will rule half of all England." "King Edward will never permit it," she snapped. "Her marriage under duress is illegal." "But no one except you and I," he said, "will know. Except for my witnesses, of course, who will testify you married me willingly. You, my sweet wife, will never speak to anyone except whom I want you to speak with. Now let us go. The priest is waiting." Seizing her by the arm again, Gilbert dragged her down the stone corridor, not caring at all that he hurt her. Catrin tried not to grieve for her father, tried to find hope that he avoided, even by accident, the assassin's poison. She tried not to think of Ranulf, who even yet may lie dead far to the north. "Ranulf, be alive, please be alive." Men-at-arms opened the doors to the chapel wide as she was forced inside, observing the priest, who appeared even more terrified of what was happening than she was. The poor man stood with his cross before him, clad in his formal vestments, fierce sweat dripping down his cheek. Gilbert's hand on her shoulder forced her to her knees in front of the cleric. One of the mailed knight's grip kept her there as Hargrove also knelt. As Catrin frantically prayed for deliverance from this atrocity, the priest, his voice shaking, spoke the words of the ceremony that made them her husband and his wife. Though she refused to speak her vows, that did not seem to bother Gilbert at all. It was necessarily brief, with the Earl vowing to love and cherish her. As the priest made the sign of the cross over them both, he said, "I now pronounce you man and wife." To her disgust, Gilbert kissed her full on the mouth. Taking her by the arm, he dragged her to her feet. "I apologise for not having a wedding ring, my beloved wife," he said, grinning, "but I will get you one. Eventually. Maybe—" Seizing her arm again, he dragged her to her feet. With the two knights following, Catrin was hustled out of the chapel, her terror rising. After her first sexual experience with Ranulf, she knew what to expect. However, she knew Gilbert would not be gentle. She knew very well how brutal men could be when raping women, and rape, despite their alleged marriage, was what he would do to her. As they strode rapidly down the corridors and up the stairways to his chambers, Gilbert leered at her. "I have been dreaming of this day for a very long time, my dear wife. You in my bed, your father's wealth in my coffers." Catrin struggled to wrench her arm from his grip, but could not. "You are vile," she spat, trying to kick him, punch him with her free hand. "Ah, and here I thought you would love me for my charm." He laughed. He ignored her attempts to fight him as though she were a toddler trying to do the same. "You are rather helpless, without a bow in your hand. Then give me one and lose your eyes." Passing a few windows, Catrin found night had fallen outside. Her terror and dread increased as she noticed the bulge in Hargrove's trousers, clear even through his tunic covering his hips and crotch. Though she knew he would not kill her, for he needed her alive to produce children, Catrin had no doubts she was in for a very terrible night. Opening the door to his chambers, Hargrove stopped, glancing at the two knights. "You two remain here. She is not to leave my chambers." The pair bowed low as he shut the door, shoving Catrin toward the bedchamber. "Get undressed, wife." Catrin rubbed her sore arm, watching him carefully as Hargrove stripped off his tunic and mail shirt. "No." He shrugged lazily, his chest and shoulders almost as muscular as Ranulf's. "So be it." He lunged for her, but Catrin was ready for it. Dodging his reaching arm, she swung her fist and cracked it across his eye. The blow hurt her fist and wrist. Still she hit him again, even as his hands tore her gown down the front. Hargrove cursed, smacking her across her cheek, snapping her head around. Lifting her knee, Catrin tried to slam it into his bulge, but he twisted his body to the side and she struck his thigh instead. He grunted, grinning even as she raked her nails across his cheek. Bleeding, Hargrove winced and backhanded her across her face. Catrin fell to the stone floor, dazed. "While I like a feisty maid now and then," he said, panting lightly, "I grow weary and crave to be in you." Catrin glared up at him. "Then, as always, you follow behind Ranulf." Hargrove, reaching for her, stopped, staring at her in disbelief. "You slept with Thorburn?" Clutching the torn folds of her gown together, Catrin grinned maliciously up at him, scrambling to her feet. "I did. I may already carry his child." "You bitch!" Using his fist this time, Hargrove struck her hard across her cheekbone, knocking her to the floor again. "You are no longer a virgin," he gritted, incensed. "You are tainted. I should kill you right now." Her head spinning, filled with pain, Catrin tasted blood in her mouth. Yet, she still raised a sneer in his direction. "Then, you gain nothing from my father or my inheritance." Seizing her by the arm again, Hargrove lifted her to her feet. Expecting to be hit again, Catrin braced herself. Hargrove glared into her eyes, spittle forming on the corners of his mouth. "You will "Pay for your folly, Catrin," he snarled. Dragging her to the door, he flung it open. Startled, the two knights turned, questioning, with raised brows, as Hargrove sent her spinning into their arms. "Put her in the dungeon," Hargrove ordered harshly, "until I decide what to do with her. And bring me a wench, a virgin." As Hargrove slammed the door in their faces, Catrin wiped blood from her lips with the back of her hand as the two knights seized hold of her arms. While their hands did not hurt her as Hargrove's had, they were implacable and strong. Though she felt some relief that she was spared rape that night, Catrin knew she was far from being free of danger. Unable to keep her torn gown together as they marched her down the stairs, Catrin flushed as they passed bowing servants, many of whom stared openly at her bosom. She caught a rapid glimpse of one with red hair and hazel eyes in the faint torchlight before he too bowed, reminding her painfully of Ranulf. Hustled down into the dank darkness of the castle's roots, Catrin swallowed her fear as the two knights shoved her down stone steps that felt slippery with mould and damp under her feet. The place stank of death and rot, rats hurrying away from the sound of their steps. The knight stopped long enough to light a torch, then pushed her even further down into the dark. Fear and despair filled her heart as the knights shoved her into a cell and shut the steel door with a clang. Before they walked away, taking the torch with them, Catrin caught a glimpse of bones gleaming in the corner amid the nasty straw, the grinning skeleton of someone who had died in there long before. Then the knights climbed the steps and vanished, leaving her in the absolute dark. Chapter 32. Leaving his stallion tied on the hill, Ranulf crept down the hill in the dark, grateful there was no moon that night. Hurrying from shadow to shadow, he made his silent way toward the castle, keeping a sharp watch for guards on the walls. He heard no shouts of alarm to indicate he had been seen as he reached the base of the castle. Gazing upward into the dark, he saw no watchers. But they were there. Just as Catrin had climbed down two different walls, Ranulf found the same hand and foothold she had. Slinging his sword across his back to avoid risking the hilt clashing against the stone, he slid his boots and fingers into crevices and uneven granite blocks. Ignoring the pain of his injury, Ranulf climbed steadily up. Nearing the battlements, he froze, listening for the scrape of boots on stone that informed him watchmen patrolled past. Sure enough, he heard the steps of a guard walk past, then slipped noiselessly through the crenellations. Crouching in the shadows, he remained still, moving only his eyes as he looked for threats. As the guard had paused at the end of his route to speak to another, Ranulf used the opportunity to hurry toward the doorway that led off the castle's roof. Slipping silently through it, he hurried down the steps, keeping all his senses on high alert. At this time of night, most of the castle's occupants had sought their beds, but he knew servants still walked the corridors and halls as they performed their duties. Suspecting that Hargrove, like many nobles, would have his quarters on an upper level, Ranulf slid eel-like down the corridors, searching for Hargrove's. He heard the servant before he saw him. Reaching for his dagger, Ranulf wedged himself into a black corner, out of the faint torchlight that lit the stone corridor at intervals. Reversing the hilt, he waited until the servant passed him, then struck the back of the man's head. The servant collapsed in a heap. Opening the nearest door, Ranulf discovered it to be a small, unused room, dusty with age. Dragging the servant inside it, he silently closed the door. Feeling his way in the darkness, Ranulf stripped the man of his tunic bearing Gilbert of Hargrove's emblem on the breast. Pulling it on over his own, he adjusted his sword belt so that it lay flat against his back with the hilt against his shoulders. Taking the servant's cloak, he threw it on, covering his sword, yet kept the emblem exposed. Hoping the servant would not wake for hours, Ranulf slipped through the door and closed it behind him. Walking openly now, he rounded his shoulders as a peasant servant would, and continued his search for Hargrove's apartments. He passed other servants, who offered him brief nods of acknowledgement, but grew frustrated when he could not seem to find where Hargrove slept and would now have Catrin. While he had not wanted to ask a servant, fearing his accent would betray him, he began to think he would have no choice. Continuing on, Ranulf tried not to think of what the brutal Earl might be doing to her. He knew if he did, he would not be able to control his rage. "I be coming for ye, lass," he muttered. "Be strong." Hearing a door slam on the floor above him, Ranulf froze, waiting, listening. While it may not be Hargrove's, he suspected it might be. Servants would not slam doors for fear of enraging their masters. Walking a few steps closer to the stairs that led upward, he then heard the sounds of booted feet on stone. Stepping to the side, his back to the wall and out of direct torchlight, he hoped the sword on his back could not be seen as the owners of the feet headed toward them. 3 of them, he saw, 2 big knights, and Catrin between them. They held her by the arms, marching her along, and his anger rose when he saw her gown had been ripped down the front. Swallowing his rage, Ranulf bowed low as the knights passed him. He caught a rapid glimpse of the fresh bruises on her face, but she appeared otherwise unharmed. Permitting the knights and their captive to walk ahead, Ranulf followed. Though it would be too easy to attack them from behind and retrieve Catrin, he knew he could not fight his way out of the castle. Getting her out safely meant using stealth and shadows. The knights made their way steadily down into the bowels of the castle, Ranulf sliding from shadow to shadow on their heels. The further down they went, the fewer servants they encountered. At last, they opened a door to a dark stairway, stopping long enough to light a torch. Now, knowing they planned to put her in the dungeon, Ranulf decided to hide, waiting for them to come back out without her. Long moments passed, Ranulf growing more and more concerned. Surely they did not torture Catrin down there. He heard no screams that would indicate it. Just as he was about to follow them down, the knights returned. Closing the door behind them, they walked past his hiding spot and vanished, taking the torch with them. Hurrying to the door, Ranulf went through it and discovered why the knights had needed a light to carry. The place was so dark he could not see anything at all. Walking back toward the main corridors, he glanced around carefully before taking a lit torch from its sconce. He then went down the steps into the dungeon. Nearly slipping on the dank stone steps, Ranulf continued on down, scenting the odours of mould and rat urine, seeing the rodents scuttle away from him. Reaching the final level and the cells within, he whispered, "Catrin? Catrin? Where you be?" The sounds of clothing rustling came to his ears, even though he saw little beyond the light of the torch. Then he heard the sweetest word ever. "Ranulf?" Following the sound of her voice, Ranulf trotted to her cell. The light fell upon her bruised face, but her smile lit a fire in his heart. "Oh God, you are alive!" she exclaimed. "I was so afraid you were dead." His fingers found hers through the bars of the metal door, her touch jolting him. "Ye should ken by noo, I be hard to kill." "You came for me." "Oh, course." The cell door was locked, but Ranulf was not a Scot for nothing. Using the tip of his dagger, he sought the mechanism inside and flipped it. The door opened with a screech, and then Catrin was in his arms. Holding her tight, Ranulf breathed in her sweet scent, her hair tickling his nose. Taking her by the shoulders, he pushed her gently from him, gazed down into her eyes. "Did he hurt you, lass?" Catrin shook her head. "He did marry me in front of a priest, but he did not... You know, I told him that you and I... Well, it infuriated him. He sent me down here." Ranulf drew in a deep breath. "Then the marriage be nae consummated, it be nae valid in the eyes of the church." "Marrying me by force also negates it," Catrin agreed. "I did not speak any vows." Swiftly kissing her, Ranulf took her by the hand, the torch in the other. "We be dog meat if we dinna get out o' here noo." Leading her toward the steps, he went quickly up them, Catrin moving nearly as silently as Ranulf. Reaching the upper door, he peeked around it, listening, and heard nothing. With the hour growing even later, he suspected more servants and occupants of the castle had sought their beds. Even so, he kept them both to the shadows, returning the torch to its sconce. Unwilling to take the time to search for a room with a window in the outer wall, Ranulf took Catrin with him to the rooftop and the battlements, listening at the door he had entered through. Cracking it open a fraction, he waited, watching and listening as the guards walked their posts. It took several long minutes before the opportunity came. When the watchman paused at the far end, Ranulf gestured to Catrin that it was time to go. She nodded, following him out onto the battlements. Nipping through the crenellations, Ranulf faced the wall and began the slow climb down. Catrin, more experienced than he, reached the ground before he did, and stood in the deep shadows waiting for him. Glad she knew how to move quickly and silently, Ranulf once more took her by the hand and led her away from Hargrove's castle. His spirits rose the further they got from it, his hopes soaring. But he also knew they were still in danger of being captured. Climbing the hill, far out of earshot of the walls, Catrin said, "We did it. We got away from him. I almost cannot believe it." "We may be free yet," Ranulf said, untying his stallion. "This lad has to carry us leagues into Scotland afore we be free o' Hargrove's clutches. Nae doubt he be on our trail come first light." "Maybe we should head for Linfield first," Catrin said as he helped her into the saddle. "Get another horse." "Nay," Ranulf mounted up behind her and reined the horse down the hill. "We must ride, hard and fast, get tamey men. E'en then Hargrove will follow. He nae let you gae that easy." Catrin grasped his arm. "We need to get to my father, Ranulf. Hargrove planted an assassin in his servants to kill him. He killed Henry too." "'Twas Hargrove who killed your brother?" Ranulf asked, astounded. But the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Gilbert murdered Henry to clear the way for Catrin to inherit. "Yes, and he is going to kill my father too. Please, we have to ride to my father to warn him, to save him." Though it went against every Scottish drop in his blood to ride openly to a Sassenach castle, especially one he was at war with, Ranulf had to agree. He needed the Duke alive in order to stop this war, to make his peace with Henry the Duke of Whitewood. Now that he could ride there with the name of Henry the Younger's murderer, he wondered if he could ever forgive the Duke for hanging his brother. "Very well," he replied with a sigh. "We ride for ye da. I just hope he dinna hang me own sight." Catrin grinned. "I will not let him." Riding as hard as they dared the remainder of the night, sparing the horse as much as possible, they arrived at Catrin's ancestral home by early afternoon. Topping a ridge overlooking the castle Linfield, Ranulf felt shock like a blow. In the castle's shadow lay an armed camp, tents and banners of the men called to fight his country. "It is really happening," Catrin murmured. "The war has started." "Nay, as long as they be here," Ranulf replied, nudging the horse down the hill. "The war nae started yet, but soon wis." Riding amid the tents and the camp filled with armed men, they drew curious eyes, but none challenged them until they reached the castle. Before they could cross the drawbridge, soldiers bearing the badge of the Earl of Kesterton blocked their path with lowered halberds. Ranulf felt Catrin stiffen. "Where are my father's men?" she muttered. "I am Lady Catrin of Whitewood," she called to them. "Lower your weapons and let us pass." Murmurs ran ahead of them like a breeze through a meadow, men speaking her name as the men-at-arms bowed them through. Trotting into the bailey, Ranulf reined in as a stocky man with a long grey beard hurried from the castle's postern door. With a gasp, Catrin lifted her leg over the pommel and slid down from the saddle. "Uncle!" As Ranulf also dismounted, Catrin and the man embraced. "Where is father?" he heard her ask as he walked up behind them. The grey beard stroked his hand down her hair. "Thank God, you got here in time. He is dying, Catrin." Chapter 33. Catrin could not believe what Kesterton had just said. Dying? No, that cannot be. Stunned, feeling as though she had just been punched in the stomach, she stared as her uncle took her hand. Her father could not possibly be dying. She and Ranulf had ridden hard to save him. There must be some mistake. Half turning, she found Ranulf's strong presence beside her. "He is, Catrin," Kesterton said gently. "Come, you must see him before he goes." Rushing into the castle, her heart in agony, Catrin heard Ranulf ask, "Was he poisoned?" Kesterton halted a moment as though seeing Ranulf for the first time. "Who are you?" he asked. "This is Ranulf Thorburn, uncle," Catrin said. "I will explain everything later." "But was he poisoned?" Continuing on, almost running, Kesterton asked, "Why would you think that?" "We just came from Gilbert of Hargrove," Catrin said, picking up her skirts to hurry faster, her heart thudding in her fear. "He kidnapped me, forced me to marry him against my will. He told me he planted an outlaw in the castle to poison father. He also told me he killed my brother." "Good God!" Kesterton hurried her up the staircase to the floor where her father kept his apartments. "You must tell this to your father, girl," he said, striding quickly at her side, "if it is not too late. Maybe he will get better." Catrin tried to reassure herself that this was just another episode in her father's long illness, that he was not poisoned and that he would improve with time. He had done it before and could get well again. Kesterton gave her a long look under his bushy grey brows. "Let us hope so," he murmured. The anteroom of the Duke's apartments was filled with people as they entered. Catrin gazed around, recognising the Marquises of Summerland and Folkshire, who offered her slow, sombre bows. William of Breedmont also bowed without smiling, taking her hand to kiss. All three eyed Ranulf askance, but said nothing. Sir Alban stepped forward to bow. "My lady, please come." Clasping Ranulf's hand to make sure he came with her, Catrin, filled with fear, walked behind the knight into her father's bedchamber. The room was dark with the shutters drawn over the windows, and candles pushed back some of the gloom. The Duke's physicians bowed as she entered, as did the castle's priest. These men stepped aside for her as she walked hesitantly toward the bed. Her father lay in it, his eyes closed, covered to his chest by the coverlets. His arms lay outside them, and, sitting gingerly on the edge of it beside him, she picked up his hand. "Father!" His breathing, shallow and uneven, the Duke's skin was sallow, his cheeks sunken in. In her fingers his felt unnaturally cold, as though he had already died. Yet his chest rose and fell, and she could feel his slow pulse. Licking her dry lips, Catrin tried again. "Father?" This time his eyes fluttered open.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
After blinking a few times, they rolled around until they settled on hers. The Duke smiled. "Catrin?" he whispered. "I am here, father," she said, gripping his hand tightly. "I am going to look after you, make you well again." "No, my daughter," he murmured. "Your mother is here waiting to take me home." Tears filled her eyes, streamed down her cheeks. "No, you cannot leave me. Please, stay with me. I love you." Desperate, willing him to live, Catrin stroked her fingers down his hollow cheek. "You are going to be all right." The Duke's eyes roamed past her, gazing at Ranulf. "A Scot," he murmured. "Father," Catrin said, sobs choking her throat, her tears half blinding her. This is Ranulf Thorburn. His brother did not kill Henry. Gilbert of Hargrove did. He told me himself. His brother was innocent. Thorburn. Henry's eyes closed for a long moment, his breathing slowing until it was almost imperceptible. Then he shook his hand free of Catrin's and his eyes opened. Reaching past her, he offered his hand to Ranulf. Half turning, Catrin watched, holding her breath, as Ranulf took it. "Thorburn," her father murmured, "forgive me. Please, I was wrong to hang Kyle. Forgive me." Ranulf's face, devoid of emotion, told Catrin nothing. He had told her time and again he wished to confront her father with the name of her brother's murderer and make peace. But now, with his bitter enemy's hand in his, would he refuse? Catrin knew quite well he had the right to say no. "Aye, your grace," Ranulf said at last, his voice low. "I do forgive ye. May me brother and your son be sharing o' handshake ane as we do." The Duke gave a tiny nod. "Be at peace, Ranulf Thorburn." "And ye, Duke o' Whitewood." Henry lowered his hand, offering a tiny smile. "You are free to marry my daughter if you so wish." Ranulf sucked in his breath. I do." Henry's eyes returned to Catrin. "Take care of her all the days of your life. I swear it." "Father," Catrin pleaded, taking his hand. It felt colder than ever, as though his spirit were already leaving his body. "Talk to me. Please, you must live." But her father did not answer her. His eyes slowly closed again. His breathing once again grew shallow. Watching the rise and fall of his chest, Catrin feared the end had come. Her tears fell faster than she could wipe them away, as Henry's breath left his lungs and did not return. Henry Waterford, the Duke of Whitewood, died. Barely aware of the shutters being flung open to permit his spirit freedom, Catrin sobbed. Bowing her head until it rested against the coverlets, she laid her arm across her father's chest and wept, and wept. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Catrin buried her father 2 days later. With Ranulf beside her, her father's friends, allies, vassals and retainers in a wide circle around the grave, she half listened as the priest intoned prayers. He would be interred between her mother and her brother, the place he had selected long ago. Her eyes dry, as befits the heir of the Duke of Whitewood, she still felt the deep heaviness in her heart. The service over, she returned to the castle, Ranulf at her side, her head up and her back straight. William, the Duke of Breedmont, walked to her other side, as her uncle Kesterton walked behind. The others followed according to their rank. "Are you certain you wish this meeting now?" William asked. Catrin smiled wanly. "Yes, we need to discuss how best to end this war before blood is spilled. King Edward has sent word that he is a week's ride away and has 20,000 men with him. That gives us a week to find Gilbert of Hargrove and hang him." William eyed her sidelong. "The king may disapprove of your betrothal to Ranulf. He may also see it as a blessing to end the carnage between two countries." "You would have made a fine duke had you been born a man," he said, grinning and including Ranulf in his humour. Catrin took Ranulf's arm. "I will make a better duchess to Duke Ranulf." Leaving most of the details of the funeral and the subsequent meeting to her uncle of Kesterton, as he was the executor of her father's will, she nonetheless knew he had planned a funeral feast. She, Ranulf, and her father's leading allies and vassals would discuss the future of their alliances at the high table. It felt strange to her to sit in her father's chair. Ranulf sat to her right, while William of Breedmont took the chair to her left. Below, knights, minor vassals, and her father's men-at-arms and retainers filed in after the burial and sat at the tables. "Now then," she said as the servants began serving the wine and food, "you all know of my father's wishes that I marry Ranulf of Scotland. It is my hope that you will honour the old allegiances you gave my father." William stood, raising his goblet and his voice. To our new Duchess, Catrin of Whitewood. All around the high table and the entire hall raised their cups and shouted, "Hail, Catrin of Whitewood!" The place thundered under the yells of hundreds of voices that saluted her, but it was not lost on her or Ranulf that they did not salute him. Bitterness rose to Catrin's mouth and hung there, but she was realistic enough to realise the old hatreds between England and Scotland could not be healed with a single marriage. In a sidelong glance at him, Catrin found Ranulf's expression calm, neutral, as though he expected nothing less. Discreetly, under the table, she fumbled for his hand and squeezed it. He pressed hers in return but did not look at her. "Permit me to start, my lady," William said. "I am willing to honour the alliance I had with your father. However, I align myself with you as Duchess, not your future husband." He met Ranulf's eyes boldly. "While I respect you for what you have done to save Our Lady's life and honour, I cannot commit my loyalty to a Scotsman." Ranulf inclined his head. "And I respect you for your honesty, Duke." The Earl of Kesterton spoke up. "I have no qualms about Thorburn," he said, his voice hard. "Upon their marriage, I will put my hands between his and swear my undying loyalty as his vassal. It is what Henry would have wanted. What I know about him so far, I believe he will make a worthy duke to follow." "It is time to put aside our differences," Catrin said. "English, Scottish, we are all people. Ranulf has as much honour as anyone here, as my esteemed uncle pointed out. As Duke of Whitewood, he will rule these lands with a just and fair hand. And should England and Scotland go to war?" asked the Marquis of Summerland, leaning forward, his eyes intent. "Where will his loyalties be then? For the English king or for the Scottish?" All eyes turned to Ranulf, even Catrin's. She knew this would be a difficult position for him to be in, caught between his loyalties to England as his sovereign, or to Scotland, the land of his birth. She had no idea what he would say to the Marquess, but obviously he would have to make a choice. Ranulf glanced at each and every one of them in the eye before he spoke. "If there be war, now or in the future," he said slowly, "I would relinquish my titles in Scotland and lead my Sassenach forces against my own people, though it would break me heart had he so." Gusts of breath resounded through the room, as no doubt many held their breath in abeyance, waiting on his words. The Marquis of Summerland nodded, as did the Marquis of Folkshire, the two most powerful of the Whitewood vassals. "Then I would not hesitate to swear my loyalty to you, Ranulf of Whitewood," Summerland stated firmly. "I do thank ye." "Me as well," added Folkshire. "If you have enough honour to side with your wife's people, then I am with you." Sir Alban, seated further down the table, also spoke up. "I, too, will swear my loyalty to Ranulf. For what he did to save my Lady Catrin, he will have my undying loyalty and service, if he will have me." Catrin smiled at the knight, knowing he grieved for the old Duke almost as much as Catrin. He had served Henry with honour and had been one of his closest friends as well as his adviser. That he was willing to serve the new Duke told her just how much respect Sir Alban had for Ranulf. Ranulf inclined his head graciously to all three. "I swear I will be a guide, and just Laird ta ye." "Now, we need to discuss Earl Gilbert of Hargrove," Catrin said, glancing around the high table. "He forced me, against my will, to kneel before a priest and marry him. What are the legal proceedings to get an annulment?" Kesterton frowned. "You said you never spoke any vows." "Right, I did not." "And the marriage was not consummated?" Catrin smiled. "He threw me in his dungeon, but never touched me other than to hit me." Kesterton glanced around the table. "We can appeal to the king and the church. I do not see why this forced marriage cannot be dissolved." William of Breedmont frowned. Are you so certain? I am not a student of canon law, but a marriage is a marriage if declared so by a priest. Kesterton banged his fist on the table. Her father did not give his blessing. He did not want Catrin marrying that filth. As her guardian, until she is married, I am declaring the marriage null and void. Besides, he is dead. He just does not know it yet. So, what are we to do about him? Catrin asked. We outnumber him more than 10 to 1. Should we march and lay siege to his castle, demanding his surrender? Both William and her uncle shook their heads. No, Catrin, Kesterton replied. King Edward would be furious and would find ways to punish us all. We must go through him, permit the king to find him guilty and hang him. Is he even still in his castle? Folksha asked. What information does he have? Does he know Henry is dead, and will he try to press his suit as Catrin's husband? Let us hope he does, Ranulf said. Bring him into the open. Surely he knows I am missing by now, Catrin added, unless it was his intention to let me starve down there. Why did he not consummate the marriage? William asked, his eyes on her curiously. Unwilling to admit she and Ranulf had already slept together, and that had angered Hargrove, she merely replied, I fought him when he tried. He said putting me in the dungeon was a punishment, and I would learn better. William nodded, accepting it. He always was a wicked one, he said. I never have liked him. He murdered my brother to clear the way to marrying me, and gaining my father's wealth and lands. We all should find that behaviour offensive. Nods and mutters of agreement wafted across the table as Catrin at last picked up her wine to sip. She had hardly eaten of the feast on her plate, did not feel hungry. But when Ranulf nudged her and jerked his chin at it, she tried to make an effort to eat. Was my father poisoned? Catrin asked, nibbling on a piece of roast chicken. We must find the outlaw who did it. Kesterton shook his head. We have no evidence either way, Catrin, he said. I have been asking the servants about anyone new since your accusations, and I have been told one such servant disappeared the day your father fell ill. Is that not proof? Yes and no. If we find him, we can question him, but unless we do, we have to assume this was your father's illness, which everyone knew about. Here we return to Bairstow, Ranulf said, seeking his master. Who is his master? William asked. John Saul, Ranulf replied with an evil grin. He new resides in Scotland with me men. I have heard of this outlaw, William said. Will you turn him over to English custody for justice? Aye, if me men haven't killed him yet. Forget the outlaw for a moment. Now how do we end this war before it begins? Kesterton asked. King Edward and his forces will be here in a week. He glanced at Ranulf. I expect King Robert is also marshalling his forces in Scotland. Ranulf nodded. I have heard such in the castle o' Clan Macready. Nay, we ride to the Scots and persuade them to cease gathering the clans. I will send word to Robert and ask him to stand down. That is a start, Catrin said. I myself will write a letter to Edward explaining what happened, and also ask him to rethink this war. He might listen to you, William said. He listened to your father. I, too, will write to him, and, together, perhaps he will turn his army around and return to London. We should send our messenger out this very day, Catrin said. If I were Gilbert O'Hargrove, Ranulf said slowly, I would also be sending a letter to the king, demanding his rights as Catrin's rightful husband. That would most likely bring Edward up here to settle this entire matter, William said thoughtfully. If he does, troops on the border of Scotland could flare up regardless of our efforts. Tension between the two realms is strung higher than a lute string. That is exactly something he would do, Catrin admitted. We have to find him before he sets off this war. Chapter 34. Though he had not been given the old Duke's lavish apartments, Ranulf had been shown to a series of smaller, but no less comfortable rooms, in the same tower where Catrin's apartments were. He did not mind, for he was not the laird of these lands in Sassenach country. Not yet. He paced restlessly around the place, examining the tapestries on the walls, the comfortable-looking furniture, the priceless hides on the flagstone floor. Oddly, they were quite similar to his own rooms in Dorford Castle. Not much difference between Sassenach and Scots, he muttered. The feast and meeting had broken up an hour ago, with Catrin taken aside by her uncle, the Earl of Kesterton. Though the hour was growing late, Ranulf had no urge to try to sleep. He knew Ardswin and the others would be worried about him when he did not return as he had planned to, and he itched to be in the saddle riding north. Pouring himself a goblet of wine, he paced to the window and stared out into the night. "Tomorrow," he muttered, drinking a gulp of his wine. "I plan to ride tomorrow." When the knock came at the door, he assumed it was his assigned manservant arriving to prepare him for bed. "Come," he called, not turning around. He listened absently to the light footsteps approach, then spun around when he realised they were too light for a man. Catrin smiled at him, continuing to walk forward until she stood so close. She had to tilt her head back to gaze into his eyes. "You act surprised to see me," she said. "Aye," he breathed, his senses reeling at the scent of her hair, her breath warm on his throat. "I thought you were with your uncle." "I was, but I need you, Ranulf. I buried my father today, and I need your arms around me." "Oh, lass!" Gathering her into his arms, Ranulf held her close, her breasts pressing hard against his chest, her arms around his waist. He breathed in her feminine odours, sensed her emotional vulnerability, felt the slight trembling in her body. His body responded without his consent. The faint stirring in his groin told him how much he wanted her. "I love you, lass," he murmured against her hair. "I love you too, Ranulf," she said, her voice muffled against his tunic. By her tone, he suspected she cried. Lifting her face from him, he found it to be true. Bending his face to hers, he kissed her tears from her cheeks, tasting her salt, then his lips found hers. She opened up to him willingly, clinging to him almost desperately, kissing him with an ardour that made his manhood rise and strain against his trousers. Picking her up, he carried her to his bed, kissing her, her arms around his neck as she pulled his face to hers. Laying her down, he knelt over her, her fingers fumbling at the lacings of his trousers. Shoving them back, exposing his length to her hands, he sucked in his breath to prevent a groan of pleasure escaping. "You need to be naked, me love," he murmured, nibbling on her lips. He undressed her with care, slowly, despite her obvious impatience. Her hand stroked his organ, her nails tickling under its head and making him hiss. Baring her body to his hands and mouth, Ranulf licked first one nipple then the other, sucking gently, nipping tenderly with his teeth. Catrin thrashed under him, arching her back, pushing her breasts up and into his attentions. Lying beside her, his mouth still teasing her nipples, his hands caressed her flat belly down to her hips. Catrin moaned as his hand slid further down, circled around her pelvis, then across her mound. Spreading her legs, Catrin mutely invited him further, but her hands forced his head from her breasts and her lips demanded his kiss. His finger delved between her lower lips, teasing her tiny nubbin, making her moan against his mouth. Even as his tongue danced tangled with hers, his hand found her moist, her juices gushing over his fingers. Though she was no longer a virgin, he knew her body still needed time to grow aroused, readying for him. Removing his hand from her mound, he caressed her hips and stomach again, relaxing her, teasing her. Taking his mouth from hers, Ranulf once again nibbled and sucked on her erect nipples, licking the faint sting away. He listened to her indrawn breath, her tiny moans of pleasure. In this position, She could not reach his manhood, though she strained for it. She bucked her hips up, spreading her legs, lifting her knees. "Take me," she muttered, her voice hoarse. "I need you. Please." Though she may have wanted it, his fingers delving into her tunnel informed him she was not yet aroused enough. His fingers rubbed her tiny nub, gently pinching, pulling, making her moan and thrash. His mouth captured hers, his tongue stroking the inside of her mouth, even as his fingers made her wetter, hotter. After several more minutes of teasing her, Ranulf raised his body over hers and pulled his trousers down past his hips. He nudged the entrance to her tunnel with his organ's head, pushing in a short way. As when he took her virginity, he opened her slowly with short, gentle thrusts, pushing only when he felt her body welcome him. Though his own lust desired to bury himself deep inside her with a single fluid lunge, he could not risk hurting her. Forcing himself to contain his own raging desires, he kissed her, even as he delved in deeper and deeper, working his organ in slowly, letting her body adjust to his size and length. Catrin muttered unintelligible words, moaning, her head thrown back. Ranulf kissed and sucked on her throat, nipping with his teeth, then soothing the sting with his tongue. Her nails raked his back in her own fierce lust and desires. Sinking into his full length, he began to stroke smoothly in and out. She wrapped her legs around his thighs, granting him deeper access even as his arms wrapped around her hips, raising them, gaining a deeper angle. Burying his face into the pillow beside her head, he gasped for breath as he soared in and out of her, faster and faster. He knew he would climax soon. Her tightness around his hard shaft drove his lust into greater heights. He knew when her orgasm took hold of her, for her body shuddered under his, and she emitted a long, drawn-out moan. He knew he would soon follow as his imminent explosion built and grew deep in his loins. He tried to think of mundane things in order to last longer, but his shaft burst deep within her. The intense pleasure of his orgasm shook him to his very core. He continued to thrust into her, prolonging the pleasure of her flesh trapping his seed pouring deep into her womb. He groaned through his clenched teeth as his manhood quaked and shuddered, thrusting inside her until he felt his shaft weaken and grow soft. Exhausted, he rolled off her, but his arms took her with him, cradling her head on his chest. Catrin's legs entwined with his as her warm breath caressed his flesh. Her hand stroked his cheek, his jaw, his throat. While he wanted to tell her how much he loved her, he knew she had fallen asleep, wearier than he was. Smiling, Ranulf held her close and followed her into slumber. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though Ranulf tried to dissuade her from coming with him, Catrin ordered the grooms to saddle a horse for her. "My uncle has everything under control," she said, handing the groom her saddlebags to tie to the cantle. "I sent the messenger with a letter to King Edward last night, along with Breedmont's." Ranulf sighed. "Ye be safer in your castle, Catrin. We dinna ken where Hargrove be." "Most likely sulking in his own," she replied tartly, wearing a plain gown for travelling under a warm wool cloak. "There is nothing for me to do here, and I can help you persuade the clans to stand down." He did not like risking her so, since messengers sent to the Hargrove castle returned, saying the Earl was not there, and no one knew where he had gone. Still, he admitted to himself that Catrin's presence at his side would lend a great deal of credibility to the clans when he rode north to ask they not go to war with England. The Earl of Kesterton, his grey beard and black cloak blowing in the brisk wind, strode towards them as Ranulf spoke again. "Ye nae be a great risk to Hargrove, lass. He told ye he murdered your brother. Knew ye free from him to tell the king?" "I did tell Edward," Catrin said, "in my message." "But Gilbert does not know that," Kesterton said, striding up. Ranulf is right. He had not planned for you to escape him. Thus, he will not be satisfied to have you back. He must kill you in order to save himself." Catrin stared at them both, her hands on her hips. "It is far more important I help stop this war, uncle. If the clans see me united with Ranulf, they surely will think twice about going to war." Kesterton stared helplessly at Ranulf. "Can you not talk her out of this?" Ranulf shrugged. "She be as stubborn a wench as an Irish mule." Catrin scowled. "How dare you compare me to a mule?" "It be the truth." "I will send an escort of men-at-arms with you," Kesterton said. "I think Sir Alban needs a task to get his mind off Henry's passing. He is taking it hard." "We will be happy to have him along," Catrin replied, her tone slightly smug to Ranulf's ears. "I will need men to escort John Saul back to ye," he said to Kesterton, "if he still be alive." "Of course, I will see to the soldiers right now." An hour later, Ranulf, with Catrin at his side, and Sir Alban behind leading an escort of a dozen men-at-arms, galloped across the drawbridge. It worried him that Hargrove roamed the countryside, while Catrin was not within the stout walls of her castle. The men within it could protect her, yet he could not shield her from an arrow in the back. It took them all day, riding hard to return to the shallow valley where Hargrove and Saul had ambushed them. A shout from atop the ridge announced they had been seen and recognised. The sun had begun its descent over the moors as they trotted into camp, his clansmen hailing him with relief. "I thought for sure ye be killed, Laird," Ian said, clasping his hand as Ranulf dismounted. "We ha' planned to gae north on the morrow." Ranulf grinned, glancing around at the well-ordered camp, the fires, and the captives who sat around a fire with their hands and ankles tied securely. Saul appeared paler than Ranulf remembered, his cheeks sunken, though his eyes still glared their hatred towards him. "Ye ken, I be too hard to kill. How be Aswin?" "Healin'." Following the sound of his voice, Ranulf found Aswin lying in his blankets near a fire, his welcoming grin wide. "Right glad I be to see ye, Laird." Catrin slid down from her horse with Sir Alban at her back. "I am so glad you're alive," she said, hurrying to him to sit beside him. "I saw you fall from your horse, and I feared the worst." Aswin dipped his chin in respect. "Thank ye, me lady. I also be happy to see ye." Ranulf eyed Saul and his outlaws. "Ye dinna kill him, then?" "Nay, he gie nae trouble." "Then he gae back to England with these men." Ranulf gestured to the men-at-arms dismounting and unsaddling their horses. He looked at Sir Alban. "Your men take them come dawn." "Yes." Ranulf followed the direction of his eyes and saw him watching Saul with a neutral expression. But John Saul's flesh had paled even further, his countenance less defiant. "I think he will wish you had killed him," Sir Alban continued, thoughtful. "He has a very nasty execution waiting for him in England." "I nae hae the horses to spare," Ranulf said. "Those lads will hae to walk." Sir Alban shrugged. "So, they walk. Tied hand and foot with nooses around their necks, they will have little chance of escaping." "Good." As they ate their evening meal around the fire, Ranulf used a stick to draw a crude map in the dirt. "Dunbury Castle o' Clan Macready be closest," he said, munching bread. "We ride there tomorrow, convince old Osric Macready to nae ride sooth." Drawing a line straight north, he said, "Then we gae to Clan MacDonald here." "Should you not send a message to King Robert?" Catrin asked, sitting next to him. "Aye, I will when we get to Dunbury Castle." "Is he a reasonable man?" Sir Alban inquired, his eyes narrowed in the firelight. "Will he listen to you? He has a fore—" "If he refuses, King Edward will have no choice but to advance his forces." "Robert dinna wish for a war any more than Edward," Ranulf said. "If we can give him cause to refuse battle without him losing face, he would—" Sitting on his stallion the next morning at daybreak, Ranulf watched as Saul and his men, bound with their hands behind them and linked together with ropes around their necks, walked in a line behind a man-at-arms on horseback. 7 others rode to either side and behind them, taking the prisoners back across the border for justice. He caught Saul's look of absolute hate and malice before he reined around to lead his clansmen northwest toward Dunbury Castle, with Sir Alban ever at her back and the remaining men-at-arms flanking them. Catrin trotted her horse to ride at his side. She bore a bow in her left hand, and a quiver of arrows hung from her pommel, and eyed him quizzically. "How long before we reach Dunbury?" she asked. "Will we be there by tonight? We need to hurry, as I fear time is getting away from us." "We luck? I be hoping Osric will hae news of King Robert's whereabouts." As they discovered at Castle Linfield, they found the Macready clans also assembling for war as they rode into Osric's bailey, the clan Laird himself organising wagons of weapons and food supplies. Farriers shod horses, their apprentices sharpening swords. Fletchers made arrows, stacking them in barrels that were added to wagons. Seeing Ranulf and Catrin, Laird Osric left his vassals amid the hurrying men and horses and crossed the cobbled space to greet them. His eyes widened at the sight of Sir Alban and the English men-at-arms, but welcomed them cordially enough. As Ranulf clasped arms with him, he said, "Might we gae inside to talk, Osric? We hae news that canna wait." "Oh, course. Come, I hae wine and ale to offer ye, and ye be just in time for supper, lad, as afore I will offer ye me hospitality." Ranulf, his hand holding Catrin's, followed the clan Laird into the great hall. Seating themselves at the big table, Osric gestured for servants to bring them food and drink, then jerked his chin towards Sir Alban. "We be on the brink o' war wi' England, Ranulf," he said, his tone cautious. "At the risk of offending a guest, ye come to me wi' a Sassenach knight." Before Ranulf could speak, Catrin rushed in. "My father is dead, Laird. He and Ranulf made peace before he died, and it was the Earl of Hargrove who murdered my brother. Sir Alban here is with me, as we came here to try to stop this war from happening." Osric's grey and red brows rose. "Ah, indeed. Gae on. We rode to ye to ask ye nae ride sooth with your clansmen," Ranulf added. "Catrin be right. There nae be reason for war noo me feud with the Duke be ended." "That may be true," Osric said, "but we got word, Edward o' England be marching north. We cannae stand by while he invades your lands." "I sent a message to him," Catrin said, "explaining everything and begging him not to seek war. My father's ally, the Duke of Breedmont, also sent a letter by the same messenger. If we can convince both kings to stop, we can avert bloodshed." "Dae ye ken where King Robert be?" Ranulf asked him. "Aye," Osric nodded. "He be marching sooth with 30,000 men, 50 leagues northwest o' here by me last message. He did order me to ride sooth and join with him near the village o' Kemredy." Ranulf glanced at Catrin. "We must ride hard, lass, and meet Robert afore he reaches the border. I am with you." "We accept your hospitality for the night, Osric," he said. "Then we ride come dawn." The Macready clan Laird nodded and spoke, but Ranulf did not hear what he said. He felt his face drain of blood as he listened to the wailing sobs that came from everywhere yet nowhere, the undulating keening of a tearing loss, and a grief so profound tears filled his eyes unbidden. "The Coiniac be weeping," he whispered, his throat dry. "Death in the clan." Chapter 35. Flat on his belly, hidden by a thorn bush, Gilbert, the Earl of Hargrove, watched as Ranulf Thorburn and Lady Catrin rode into the north, the mixed band of Scottish clansmen and English men-at-arms accompanying them. He also observed the short train of the prisoners walking amid the escort of soldiers moving at a slow pace toward the south. "So, Saul still lives," he commented to Sir Jarret, who lay on the hilltop beside him. "It is almost a shame to let the man be drawn and quartered." "He is an outlaw, me lord," Sir Jarrett replied, "a thief, a murderer, and should face justice." "Of course he should," Gilbert replied, studying the line of men below, "but I can still use him before that happens." "Surely you do not mean that, me lord. He is scum. What use have we for his sort?" Gilbert chuckled. "He is that, I suppose, but he is also a wicked bastard and as mean as a starved bear. Given his need for vengeance is as hot as my own, he will help us kill Thorburn and give my lady wife what she deserves." Sir Jarrett glanced at him. "You do not mean to return home with her?" "Of course not," Gilbert snorted. "She is too much of a threat to me now. I will kill her, but not before taking my pleasure of her delectable body. I told her she would be punished, and so she shall be." "My lord," Sir Jarrett said, his tone worried, "she is gently born. Since when do we rape our own high-born ladies?" "Since she defied me and ran away with that animal Thorburn," Gilbert replied, his upper lip curled as he stared down at the men below. "After I have my way with her, I will give her to all of you. I am certain Saul will enjoy his revenge on her after what she did to him." He turned to Sir Jarrett when the knight remained silent, observing the man's apparent reluctance. "What? Do not tell me you would refuse a piece of that bitch." "I have sworn my knightly oath to protect the fairer gender, me lord. I do not rape women." Gilbert shrugged. "Then Saul and his men will rip her to shreds after I have her. I care not if you do not wish to share. Come on, we need to lay our plans." Retreating back down the hill to where Gilbert had left his dozen men-at-arms, he started issuing his orders. "We are going to attack Kesterton's men and free the prisoners. They ride just over that hill, heading south. You four ride ahead and block their escape from the south. Jarrett, you take 5 men to ride around the hill and charge their rear. The rest of you with me." Mounting his flashy piebald, Gilbert nodded with satisfaction as his men obeyed him instantly, though Sir Jarrett's behaviour continued to puzzle him. He had never known the knight to be squeamish before, thought him to be as emotionally cold-blooded as he himself was. "Just as long as your qualms do not interfere with my plans," he muttered, spurring his horse up the hill. The Kesterton men-at-arms had not gone very far, due to the slow pace of their prisoners. Drawing his sword, Gilbert charged down the hill, his 3 men galloping on his heels. Shocked by the suddenness of the attack, the men-at-arms froze for a moment before their leader yelled for them to form up. As Saul and his companions huddled in a small group, watching, Gilbert struck the line of Kesterton men, slashing with both hands on the hilt of his sword. His 3 attacked alongside him, meeting the blades of the defenders head-on. Gilbert, hacking at 2 swordsmen at the same time, kneed his horse into one of the others, forcing it into the third and blocking his ability to fight. Now, with one opponent, he slashed at the man's blade, knocking it aside long enough to slice his vulnerable throat in a wicked, backhanded cut. The man, gurgling, dropped his blade and tumbled headfirst from his saddle. His horse bolted in a series of bucks and kicks and vanished from Gilbert's sight. Now, free to focus all his attention on his second opponent, Gilbert cut him down with a series of fast strokes that other man could not compete with. He, too, died with Gilbert's big sword in his chest. Leaning back to kick the body from his blade, Gilbert glanced up. Sir Jarrett's men and the others from the south struck the flanks of the Kesterton men. Gilbert struck another with a heavy 2-handed blow, striking the man on the shoulder where his mail met his neck. Blood fountained high as the soldier slumped over his pommel. Slowly, he slid down his horse's shoulder to land with a thump on the ground. Overwhelmed, the desperate men-at-arms fought for their lives, yet one by one they fell from their saddles missing arms, bleeding from rent chainmail, one struck in the head from a savage blow from a spiked mace. From what Gilbert rapidly glimpsed, his steel helmet had been crushed into the man's skull. Sweating lightly, Gilbert curbed his excited mount with a savage jerk on his reins, then dismounted to clean his blade on the cloak of the man with the crushed skull. As Sir Jarrett and the others did the same, and collected the weapons and any valuables from the dead, Gilbert sheathed his sword and walked over to Saul. The outlaw leader watched him approach with a malicious smile on his lips. "Quite the short marriage, Gilbert," he said, his tone sneering. "I watched your lovely blushing bride ride away with Thorburn a short while ago." Gilbert shrugged, pulling his dagger from its sheath. "As did I. Saul?" The smile and the sneer vanished from Saul's face as Gilbert absently tossed the knife up and down in his hand. "What are you planning?" he asked, licking his lips. "Are you going to cut me free or not? I'm just wondering what you would look like with 2 missing eyes," Gilbert mused, staring at the other man. "Would not be a pretty sight." "No, probably not." "Then cut me free. I will help you track down your little lady and Thorburn." Gilbert pursed his lips. "What makes you think I need your help?" "That is why you killed my escort, is it not?" Saul smiled, all his brown teeth bared. "For me to help you get your revenge." "I have no plans to pay you if you do assist me in my endeavours," Gilbert said. "You can get your payment from my dear wife's hide." Grinning widely, Saul lifted his bound wrists. "Free me, and let us ride." Gilbert walked towards him, glancing over his shoulder. "Catch the loose horses." Sawing through the tough rope with his dagger, Gilbert freed Saul from his bonds, then tossed the blade into the ground, where it stuck there, quivering. "Hurry up," he snapped. "Thorburn is getting further away with every passing minute." Returning to his horse and his men, he found the dead stripped of everything of value. "Give Saul's men mail shirts and weapons." "How many horses were caught?" "7, my lord," replied Sir Jarrett. "Good. We will keep the extra and bring it along." Mounting his horse, he kicked the beast into a gallop and raced up the nearest hill to rein in, gazing north. Naturally, too many rolling hills of the moors interfered with what he had hoped to see, but he thought he saw a thin tendril of dust beyond them. Glancing down, he saw the brigands arming themselves with the dead soldiers' swords, daggers, chainmail and helmets. Saul mounted a red roan and, cursing, galloped up the hill to join him. Gilbert eyed him blandly, seeing him girt with a heavy 2-handed sword, and accepted his dagger back. "It will prove interesting to watch you in a fight with that thing," Gilbert said, glancing pointedly at Saul's left hand and its missing fingers. Saul glared. "I will fight if need be, Hargrove. I will hold up my end." "You had better. I will not save your precious arse again." "You will not have to." Cantering his horse up the hill, Sir Jarrett ignored Saul completely and saluted Gilbert. "Ready to ride, my lord?" "About bloody time. Let us go." Even as his and Saul's men kicked their mounts up the hill, Gilbert Saul at his side as though he were an equal, spurred his horse down the far side and struck a gallop, riding in the same direction he had seen the dust column. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Shit," Gilbert said, reining his horse in at the top of yet another hill. He stared north, gazing at the great castle that, even at this late hour in the afternoon, teemed with men and horses. "They went in there. Whose castle is it? Does anyone know?" "My lord," Sir Jarrett said at his left hand, "I believe that is Osric Macready's, Lord of Clan Macready." "It would also appear he has brought in all his clan," Saul commented, "preparing for war with England." "No doubt," Gilbert said dryly. He glanced around for a suitable camping spot where he could watch the castle without being seen. "Over there," he said, pointing to a large thatch of short, stubby trees and bramble. It lay on fairly level ground with a good view of the goings-on at the Macready castle. "No fires. We are having a cold camp tonight." Leading the way back down the hill, Gilbert trotted his horse across the moors to the thicket and dismounted. Tying his horse, he left the piebald for one of his men to care for and pulled his saddlebags down. Taking them to a spot where he could watch the castle, he sat down on the ground. When Saul joined him, he forced himself not to order the man back, away from him, to go sit with the others. The bloody ass thinks he is my equal in all respects. Satisfying himself with a scowl in Saul's direction, he dug a pouch of dried meat from his bags and began to eat. Saul ate nothing, only sipped water from a leather bottle without speaking. Gilbert felt grateful for that much. Torches flared in the distance as the sun vanished into the west. It appeared the preparations for war continued even after darkness fell. He watched for a long while, wondering if Ranulf, Catrin, and the others stayed there the night, or had continued on their journey through the dark, even as Gilbert sat, nibbling on dried apples. Sir Jarret brought him his blankets with a salute. "I have set the watch, my lord." "Good." Rising, Gilbert took them back towards where his men had rolled up into theirs to sleep. Picking a soft-looking spot in the dirt, he curled up on his side to get some sleep. Dawn saw him sitting cross-legged on the ground, munching stale bread and hard cheese, gazing at the activity at the castle. An hour later, as his men and Saul's finished saddling their horses, Gilbert rose to his feet staring. Was it? Sure enough, a band of riders galloped across the drawbridge to circle the castle and ride north. There was no mistaking Catrin's gown or her flowing red-brown hair. "We ride," he ordered, heading toward his piebald. "Now!" The men scrambled into their saddles as he mounted in a swift, fluid motion and turned his mount's head roughly northeast. With a line of low hills to conceal him from any watching eyes in the castle, Gilbert led his band past them before turning straight north. This time he had little trouble following the dust cloud that Thorburn's people left behind. Stopping only when the cloud vanished or for water, he pushed his horses as hard as Thorburn pushed his. As the afternoon waned into early evening, the dust disappeared, indicating Thorburn's band had stopped for the night. Once again, he ordered no fires lit, and dined on the cold, dried fare he rapidly grew bored with. When the night temperature dropped, he envied the distant fires on the horizon. When Saul complained of being cold, Gilbert told him to shut up or he would have his throat cut. Saul fell silent with a mulish expression and bared brown teeth. The next day dawned cold and bleak, a thick, annoying drizzle falling over the land that made Gilbert curse in frustration. "How am I to see where they go?" "We will have to track them," Sir Jarret replied, unperturbed. "Although I cannot help but wonder when we will attack them, me lord. For all we know, they are travelling to the Orkneys." "Thorburn is a clever fighter," Gilbert replied. "I want the terrain in my favour. As he does not appear to be headed for his castle at Dorford, I will follow for the time being." But Gilbert grew puzzled when Thorburn's tracks in the churned muddy earth turned toward the northwest. "Where the hell are you going, you bastard?" he muttered. Yet it was not until the afternoon of the following day when he received his answer. Topping a low rise, he reined in his piebald in shock. Good God! A bare league away, a vast army stretched from horizon to horizon, like an ant-hill on the move, black with distance. Men on foot and on horseback marched southwards. Thousands of banners, their colours unseen, flapped in the wind. The muted sun still glinted off pikes and halberds, flashing like diamonds. "That is King Robert's army." Gilbert glanced sidelong at Sir Jarret. Why in the hell is he going to Robert's army? Chapter 36. Feeling very much alone in the small camp they made on the outskirts of King Robert's army, Catrin sat beside a small fire. She gazed at the mass of men and horses, often catching the wafting odours of cooking food, heard the distant ring of hammers on steel, the low roar of 30,000 men talking. Despite Sir Alban's reassuring presence, Catrin worried about being mistaken for a camp follower and pounced on. He has been gone so long, she muttered, biting her thumbnail. I imagine it takes a while to get through all those men, even to find a king. Then he must wait for Robert to grant him an audience. Catrin glanced at the knight. Still, it has been hours. Sir Alban sat down beside her. My lady, you must be prepared to accept he may be gone all night. She nodded, watching the Scottish army with trepidation. Though Ranulf's clansmen and Sir Alban's men-at-arms remained with her, she did not feel safe a few hundred yards from the assembled army of Scots. What do you think will happen? She asked him. I think the king will be open to the notion of riding to a peace talk, Sir Alban said, staring back southward over his shoulder, but will continue on to the south. I also believe Edward will do the same thing. Why do you keep staring like that? You have been doing it for the last few days. My gut tells me we are being followed. Catrin stood up, following the direction of his eyes. To the south. Hargrove? My gut says so. Why did you not say anything until now? She demanded. Because I was not sure until lately, he replied, his tone calm. If I reported every gut feeling I get, I would be discharged from service for being a complainer. Besides, I just noticed a faint flash, like the sun on metal, less than 30 minutes ago. That sounds like confirmation of your gut to me, Catrin said, biting her thumbnail again. So, what do? We eat. Sir Alban filled a small pot with water and hung it on a makeshift hook over the fire. As Catrin watched in astonishment, he added dried meat and vegetables from their stores. Why are you cooking when those men are out there? She demanded, her voice rising on a short screech. He eyed her calmly. Whoever that is out there will not attack if that is their intention, while we are so close to a massive army. How can you be so certain? He jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward the south. If they have evil intentions, which I suspect they do, they have remained secretive until they get us into a position where they can attack on terrain that gives them the best advantage. He paused to gesture toward the almost flat region, and the army camped so close by. Here, not just we can see them coming, but so can 30,000 irritated Scots. Catrin flushed. Oh. So, while we wait, Sir Alban continued, calmly amused, we eat. Ranulf returned at sunset, when Catrin thought she would go mad with worry. Her thumbnail bit into the quick, she stood up as his horse cantered toward them in the half-light, as he rode silhouetted against the setting sun. She could barely prevent the barrage of questions she had lined up as he dismounted and turned his horse over to a clansman. Still, something loosened inside her when she caught his easy grin gleaming as he approached the fire. Well, she began, what did he say? Taking her hand, Ranulf led her back to sit by the fire. He gestured for Ian, Aswin and Sir Alban to join them, and accepted the skin of wine Ian handed him. Sit, friends, he said, and I will tell ye all at once. Wanting to slap him for making her wait, Catrin obediently sat back down with Ranulf beside her. I hope you bring good news, she said, her belly fluttering and churning. Sir Alban stewed unpleasantly. Aye, 'tis, Ranulf said, at least fairly good. Stop teasing, she snapped. Speak. Swallowing a gulp from the skin, Ranulf wiped his mouth. King Robert will agree to nae fight if King Edward also agree, he said. He would continue to advance to the border and wait, but should Edward take Ian one step across, the battle be on. Feeling both relieved and more worried than ever, Catrin said, Then we have to get to Edward. Right now? Ranulf eyed her with humour. These nags canny fly, lass. We also have to deal somehow with our shadow, Sir Alban added. What shadow? As the knight explained his gut instincts regarding the men following them and the flash of light to the south, Catrin watched as Ranulf's expression darkened. Gilbert Hargrove, he snarled, throwing a stick at the small fire. I cannot think of anyone else foolhardy enough to tag behind us, Sir Alban agreed. So, west is he waiting for? Aswin asked. The best possible terrain, Ranulf replied. He canny beat us, without an advantage. Perhaps we should take the fight to him, Sir Alban suggested. An ambush, Ian offered. But we need to get to King Edward, Catrin said, feeling her frantic worry rise again. Can we not just let him follow to his heart's content, then let the king deal with him? Ranulf shook his head. I dinna like it. He's a wily bastard and a coward, and the two combined nae guide. Then it is my suggestion, Sir Alban said, glancing around at the men and Catrin around the fire, that we ride back south as though we have no clue he is there. When we find the opportunity to take him out, we do. As long as we know he is there, we are prepared. Ranulf nodded agreement. That may be the best plan. We bide our time for now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though she tried not to, Catrin continually glanced over her shoulder and around the surrounding moors they rode across the next morning. Of course, she saw no hint of Hargrove if it was him following them. Yet, Sir Alban informed her that his instincts assured him they were still being hunted. A soldier often gets these gut feelings, my lady, he said. I have learned to listen to mine. Ranulf gestured toward the east. I think they ride over that way, hoping to get ahead of us and lay a trap. Why do you think that? Catrin asked him. You must learn to listen to the land, lass, he said, smiling. I saw a flock of ravens fly up sudden like from that way. I expect I have much to learn, she admitted with a sigh, but all this tension, stopping a war, worrying about being attacked is making my stomach hurt. We will stop this war, lass, Ranulf said, reaching across to clasp her hand. Her faith. Squeezing his in return, Catrin tried to smile. I will try. About mid-afternoon, the outrider that Ranulf sent ahead to scout the area galloped back toward them. Ranulf lifted his fist to halt his band, waiting until his clansman reined in his lathered mount to a slithering halt, saluting. Laird, he gasped, ye be riding into an ambush. The land narrows with taller peaks around it. Did you see men? Ranulf asked. Aye, I couldn't count them, as they were hiding, but I saw men atop the rocky crags. Breathless, Catrin watched as Ranulf studied the land to the south of them. Can we simply go around them? Nay. Gesturing for Sir Alban and Ian to join them, Ranulf said, We need to keep riding as though we dinna ken they are there. If we send riders to climb the hills behind them, they'll be spotted. Sir Alban nodded. I agree, my lord. However, we have several good archers in our midst. I say we ride toward them as though we have no idea they are there. Then, at the last minute, we charge hard and fast. We shoot their spotters down, taking out as many as we can. We keep the bowmen in the middle, Ranulf said, rubbing his chin, including Catrin. They shoot anything moving, cut down their numbers. The rest of us protect them, chop through Hargrove's men. But ye be as good an archer as any, Laird, Ian said. Ye should fight with your bow. I agree, Sir Alban said. You and Lady Catrin, among us all, need to survive and get to Edward. Shocked, Catrin realised that Sir Alban, as well as the others, planned to sacrifice their lives if necessary, to make sure she and Ranulf lived. They had no choice but to ride into this ambush, and knew they might not survive. Rather than melt into the moors and live, they would fight and die right now to stop this war between Scotland and England. Is there no other way? She whispered. Sir Alban shook his head, smiling. I, for one, am eager to face this challenge and see it through to whatever end may come. I am not afraid of dying. Murmurs from both the Scottish clansmen and the English men-at-arms informed her. Sir Alban was not the only one who felt thus. Her throat closing, Catrin hefted her bow and tried to raise a grin. Then, let us ride into battle, my friends. Sir Alban bowed. My love and loyalty to you, my lady. Aye, Ranulf took her hand and kissed it. Like a queen or old ye be, Catrin, worthy of the necklace ye won from me. Unable to speak through the emotion choking her throat, Catrin merely kicked her horse into a canter toward the tall peaks ahead. At Ranulf's orders, the band's archers knocked arrows to bows and rode in the middle while the rest hefted war axes and their swords on the outside. An arrow ready in her bowstring, she watched the surrounding hills closely, her gut clenched. I could die here, this day. She did not find the prospect as daunting as she once might have. As long as I die, fighting to the end. Scanning the area above her as they approached the peaks, she gritted her teeth, bracing herself for battle. No! Ranulf yelled. Dropping her reins on her horse's neck, Catrin kicked the beast into a dead run, charging into the narrow valley. Above, she saw her first target, a man-at-arms aiming a bow downward. Her arrow struck him dead centre before he could fire, toppling him into the rocks. Shouts and yells erupted all around as men charged at them from all sides. Finding her next target, Catrin shot yet another soldier from the heights, then found too many others right in front of her. Even as she and Ranulf fired arrow after arrow, surrounded by men who fought for their lives, she felt despair enter her heart. We cannot win this. Sir Alban, beside her, swung his sword at the horsemen charging at them, chopping at their blades, already bleeding from rents in his mail. Catrin recognised John Saul, hacking his way toward her, killing one of the men-at-arms protecting her. No! She screamed, knocking an arrow and pulling the string to her ear. Taking aim at the brigand leader, she released the arrow. It took him through his remaining eye, knocking him from his horse. Her satisfaction was short-lived as Hargrove himself spurred his piebald toward her, grinning madly, reaching for her. Her next arrow, too hasty, clipped his sleeve and bounced off his mail. Then he grabbed her. Bastard! Catrin hissed, swinging her bow around. It hit him across the side of his head, knocking him back in his saddle. He grimaced in pain, dazed. The brief second he could not fight gave her a tiny opening. Kicking her horse, she forced the animal past his, behind him, knocking another arrow. Another set of hands reached to pull her from the saddle, forcing her to shoot him and not Hargrove. Wheeling his piebald, Hargrove spurred it straight at her horse, forcing hers to claw for its footing. Instantly, Ranulf's stallion reared, plunging into the earls, throwing Hargrove from his saddle. The force of the two horses colliding also catapulted Ranulf from his mount's back. Kicking her horse from the melee, Catrin knocked an arrow and fired at an outlaw who sought to stab Ranulf in the back as he staggered to his feet. Ranulf drew his sword, advancing on Hargrove as Catrin found herself out of arrows. Glancing around, she saw Sir Alban, unhorsed, fighting sword to sword with another knight. Both Ian and Aswin lay dead nearby, their glazed eyes staring into nothing. Though she hoped others on her side also lived, she did not immediately see any. Yet 3 outlaws did, and stalked her, their swords in their hands, and her death glittering in their eyes. They charged. Desperate, Catrin searched for any arrows she could use to defend herself with. A riderless horse, a quiver of arrows hanging from its pommel, trotted past. Kicking her own after it, she reined her horse around the 3 outlaws, dodging them, and galloped after the loose horse. Though it tried to spin away, she seized hold of its reins, yanking its head toward her. Without any time to spare, the 3 men spurring hard on her heels, she snatched the quiver from the pommel. Hanging it on her own, she kneed her horse into a tight spin, kicking it to the left. The 3 men, unable to stop or turn as quickly, bunched together as they were, cursed in frustration as they curbed their mounts. Knocking an arrow to her string, Catrin shot one in the shoulder. Yelling in pain, he was still able to ride and raise his sword. But her next took him in the throat. Charging, the survivors brandished their swords, no doubt seeking to ride to either side of her and take her down. Catrin shot one in the face, but her next arrow flew wild. As the outlaw bore down on her, she ducked low over her horse's neck and danced it sideways at the same time. The blade whistled over her head. Expecting him to wheel around for another try, she saw Sir Alban swing his sword and cut the horse's legs out from under it. Screaming, the horse fell, taking its rider down with it. As the man rolled away from his thrashing mount, Sir Alban sank his sword into the man's chest. "Alban," she cried, trotting toward him, "you are all right. Thank God." Raising his bleeding head, Sir Alban tried to smile. Not exactly. He pitched forward onto his face. Dismounting, Catrin ran to him, rolling him over. Only then did she see the gaping hole in his mail, the blood gushing from the fatal wound in his chest. She touched his cold cheek, her grief rising. "Alban, I killed that knight," he murmured. "You live." Before her eyes, he died, his body sinking, relaxing into the dirt beside her. Catrin bowed her head, her throat shut down with unshed tears. "Go with God," she murmured. "Be at peace." Hearing the clash of steel against steel, Catrin glanced away from Sir Alban's corpse. Ranulf and Hargrove still hacked at one another with their swords, but it grew clear to her that Ranulf neared the end of his limit. Both bled freely, but Ranulf limped severely, for a wicked slash had been opened in his thigh. Grabbing her bow and quiver, she knocked an arrow, running for the two men just as Ranulf fell. Grinning triumphantly through the blood on his face, Hargrove raised his sword over his head to deliver the final fatal blow. Catrin's arrow struck him in the right shoulder. He staggered back, unable to keep his sword up. Her second took him in his left, knocking him at last to the ground. Dashing forward, she kicked his sword out of reach and bent her bowstring back, her arrow pointed between his wide, fear-filled eyes. "You are going to hang, Gilbert, for the murders of my father and my brother." Epilogue. A pavilion for the two kings stood tall and proud, the banners of both England and Scotland snapping in the chill wind above it. A small crowd of nobles stood in a cluster, often glancing at the gallows that had been erected a short distance away. At the north and the south, the armies of King Edward of England and King Robert of Scotland waited to hear if they would be set against one another. Wrapped in a warm cloak, her hair whipped by the wind, Catrin stood with Ranulf near the gallows, watching as Gilbert Mulvaney, Earl of Hargrove, was marched under guard before being forced to stop and wait for the order to execute him. His expression appeared neutral even as his glance met hers, but she could not help but see the fear sweat trickle down his cheek. "He be heading straight to hell," Ranulf commented. His face wan and pale, he leaned on a walking stick, still limping. Though healing from the battle, the hard ride from Scotland while injured had taken its toll on him. With two surviving clansmen, Catrin had cared for his wounds as best she could. Hargrove, also badly injured, was also bound up and put on a horse and brought back to England for justice. Catrin gazed up at him, the wind whipping tears into her eyes. "I am so sorry about your father." Ranulf nodded. "He died at peace and be with me brother and mother knew." Word of the old clan Laird's passing reached them through King Robert's army, the messenger from Castle Dorford having met up with Ranulf as they reached the border and King Edward's forces. Catrin grieved for him and had hoped he would have seen them married. She remembered his prophecy of their marriage and smiled. Through her uncle, the Earl of Kesterton, and William, the Duke of Breedmont, she had learned that King Edward had judged him guilty and signed Hargrove's death warrant. They only awaited the final order to hang him. Once, Edward and Robert finished hammering out the final peace declarations between them. A horseman broke away from the pavilion and cantered toward the gallows. It was William, the Duke of Breedmont. Reining in, he nodded respectfully to Ranulf and bowed to Catrin. "They are drinking toast to one another," he said with a grin. "Then Robert will take his forces north, and Edward will return to London with his—" "Thank God," Catrin breathed. "We have peace." "Aye, lass," Ranulf said, smiling at her, "because of ye." "Did King Edward say anything?" Catrin asked, gazing at William, her throat dry. About me? William leaned on the pommel of his saddle. Both kings did, in fact, he said. Both Edward and Robert approve of you two marrying. They each seem to think it an avenue to continued peace. Unable to contain her excitement, Catrin seized Ranulf in a swift embrace, rising on her tiptoes to give him a sound kiss on the mouth. Ranulf grinned, holding her around her waist. I expect that means you would marry me then, lass, he said, his hazel eyes warm. Aye, laddie, she replied in her best Scottish accent. William sighed. The man has an evil influence on her. Terrible thing to see. Raising his hand, he gestured for the executioner. The man, wearing all black, bowed low, then forced Gilbert of Hargrove up the steps of the gallows. Hargrove stood calm, still watching Catrin as the executioner placed the noose around his neck and tightened it. Catrin held Ranulf's hand, not taking any pleasure in watching Hargrove die. But she did feel much relief and no little satisfaction as the man in black pulled the lever. Hargrove fell through the trap with a flat, cracking sound, dead, his neck broken. Whether Hargrove went to hell or not, at least her father and her brother had their justice. Leaning against Ranulf, she squeezed his hand, watching Hargrove's body swing gently back and forth. Let us go home. Listen the next story now.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.